相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Alpha, my dear doomed king. The time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
The wait is over, everyone. The NACT 2025 spring season is finally here, and the stakes have never been higher. From 96 teams clawing through the open qualifiers, only 8 remain. Today, the playoffs begin with a cutthroat twist. Single elimination best out of 3s, and by sundown, we'll say goodbye to 4 teams. One loss, one crushing blow, crowd favorites could fall. This is the moment where all hell breaks loose and North America's fight for their tickets to Riyadh becomes do or die. I'm your host, Liz, and joined at the desk today are Steph Weezy and Private Dancer. Long time no see, guys. How y'all doing?
Hey, new faces, a new fire, some veteran teams, and like you said, a grueling qualifiers, and here we are, a brand new NACT. Glad to be a part of the desk.
Yeah, speaking of veterans here, what's better than to have us joined here by Liz, Steph Weezy, Private Dancer, to bring you probably one of the most exciting first rounds we've ever seen in NACT.
Yeah, let's kickstart the most exciting NACT yet with the tournament format. Now, we've already mentioned it's going to be hard. It's going to be single elimination, a lot of stakes at hand. Today, we will see Overskilled versus Millenarial versus Area 77, and the second half, we will see Bloodthirsty Kings versus the Valley on day 1, and Vendetta versus Team Eagle. Then they will drop into the semifinals and finals over the span of this weekend.
That's right. Like we said, new faces, veteran teams, a new fire, but also the same hunger to go international. And to be able to see these teams fight it out, man, it's definitely going to be a blast. But today, like Liz mentioned, it's single elimination. So let's make it or break it. You can't afford a mistake.
And what else can be said about this first round as you see that star-studded lineup there? Besides that, there is going to be some heartbreak here tonight. One chance, one opportunity, no lower bracket. You lose here tonight, you're going home.
Yeah, and we know some of the teams are known for their comebacks, and today they might not have the chance for that. So you only have that one shot, and you best bet that shot is your only chance to make it out your way all the way to Riyadh. So that's going to be very exciting. The champion will represent North America region at the EWC, the MSC 2025, for the biggest prize pool in MLBB history.
Yeah, we got to see this last year. We got to see the team go out for North America to represent NA internationally. It definitely was a blast. I got to even go out there overseas to meet a lot of these teams, fighting it out, and to see who's going to raise themselves to the mantle this time for NACT is definitely going to be a treat. But yeah, it's for a ticket to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, MSC 2025.
Yeah, not just the biggest event of Mobile Legends, not just the biggest event of mobile gaming, but the biggest event in gaming. That is what all of these players, all of these teams here are fighting for, a seat to be reserved to go there. The 2025 champions will be going to EWC. It's going to be a spectacle to behold.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of prize pools that they're looking at. I mean, just by making it to the EWC, they're looking at a pretty hefty prize pool and the chance to meet some of their favorites in the esports scene. I know last year we got to see Faker. Maybe not take a picture with Faker, unfortunately, but we get to see players like that. So it's definitely an exciting run for all the teams.
You know, I'm excited. Private kind of dabbled in on it a little bit with how this is one of the biggest events we've had. It might be the shortest format we have had so far, but the amount of players that participated in the qualifiers, the amount of competition that we have on the table today is something we have yet to see in NACT.
And
Yeah,
what we have seen, 1 second, Private. The viewers are waiting for something. We have the giveaway ready for everyone. This is usual for the NACT. On the screen, you see a code and a QR code, so make sure you scan that code and to unlock one of these permanent skins. First come, first serve. Have you already unlocked your code, Private?
Oh, yes, I have. I'm not gonna lie, I was talking to you guys before. My body and my wallet are a little tired after that Naruto event, so it's nice to be able to get something for free here. Only 30 left, you guys. You need to claim those skins quickly.
I mean, Naruto skin you already have. Why look at any other skins? But for the viewers at home, make sure you are one of the top people to secure these skins.
That's right, a treat from the NACT team to you guys out there supporting North America. Thank you guys for tuning in today to watch these matches alongside us. I know I'm excited, man. I've been taking a look at the qualifiers, seeing a lot of these new faces rise to the occasion, seeing OG teams get knocked down to the lower bracket of the qualifiers, and now to be here in 1 week and to see them all fight it out in a best of 3 for today. 8 teams, make it or break it, single elimination.
Yeah, like we said, it was heartbreaking to watch some of the qualifiers. It's going to be even more gut-wrenching today, as we talked about some of these teams we never expected to fight in the first rounds. I mean, we're talking about, we've talked already about Vendetta, Ego. It's going to be BTK versus the Valley, a rematch of last year's finals. And then, of course, we've got Area 77 taking on the New Bloods, coming in, the mysterious team that's been taking down veterans on Milanario. And then, of course, setting the standard here is going to be Overskilled taking on their opponents here tonight as well to kind of set that standard and take us right into the beginning of our night.
Yeah, I mean, I know the fans are waiting for the Valley versus BTK rematch. Who knew that would be on the first day? But without further ado, let's actually jump into our first series, Overskilled versus Villain Era. That's going to be our first series of the day for the quarterfinals. You already talked about some of these teams. There are some veteran players, especially in Overskilled as well as Villain Era, but this is really the chance for any underdog team to shine, because just with 3 games, they could potentially take down a veteran.
Yeah, and speaking of veterans, like we said, the OGs versus the new faces, that's the story when it comes to the NACT. But one of the things that we always see is a lot of teams have a hard time bridging that gap from top 8 to top 4, and hopefully this time around with 1 weekend we get to see a little bit more of a blended competition. And I actually think this may be a chance for us to see it, just due to the fact that it's single elimination and best of 3s. That means that this could be a possible age of upsets.
Yeah, I want to say historically, when it comes to these matches, when there's no second chance, when there's no bottom bracket, that has really flopped a lot of the OG teams historically. I mean, BTK, the initial breakup from them, because they lost in the qualifiers to what was then an unknown team with some crazy standards there. As we take a look here at the roster for Overskilled, Liz.
Yeah, Stressed Bomby in the XP lane, Myth Bomby in the jungle, Churro Bomby in the mid lane, Kevy Bomby in the roam, and Sleeps in the gold lane. What happened to Bomby there for Sleeps?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, what's going on? He's definitely has a message to send. Just look how relaxed. They don't even look phased. There's just no stress across the board for Overskilled.
I was talking about this before. Sleeps lingering there in the dark, maybe sending out a message that's what he's going to be doing to his opponent, putting them to sleep. What a lineup for Overskilled. Veterans here in North America. They've made the top 8 here before, so they know what it takes. But do they still have what it takes against this, I don't want to say too much of a mystery opponent, because they do still have some OGs.
Yeah, let's see which team Sleeps is going to be trying to put to sleep. For Villain Era, we have Gila in the XP lane, Afnan in the jungle, Khan in the mid lane, PDR in roam, and Jatizi in the gold lane. I mean, look at that fierce lineup.
Look, I said it about Villanera or the other team, Overskilled. I said they had chill faces, right? But this is the exact opposite. Villanera, man, they're tense. You can just definitely tell. A team of Giga Chads, man. You put all 5 of them at a desk, they're going to be touching shoulder to shoulder, man.
That is just a picture of traps and shoulders connected to each other here. Looks like they met at the gym. Protein shakes all around for these boys, but they are looking to be put a name for themselves. We already know Afnan, PDR have a history here that goes very deep in North America. So hopefully they are spreading that knowledge to the rest of the team to take it down to Overskilled.
Yeah, hopefully PDR spreads some knowledge of gaming for his teammates, and for his teammates to spread some gym knowledge to PDR, because he looks like he need a little bit more protein shakes.
Don't let him hear you say that, But as we are seeing these teams getting ready to face off, this is going to be history in the making, right? Another NACT in the books, another season to see these teams fight it out for a chance to go international. And like we said, the stakes are higher than ever. This is a chance for an MSC spot. This is also no room for error. There's no margin for error with the single elimination.
Yeah, and some great teams here as well. I mean, we talked a little bit about Overskilled, who made it through the first night of qualifiers. I want to say qualifiers that even the Valley struggled to make it through. So they are looking to make a name for themselves here, but they have a team in their way.
Yeah, and there are some shakeups in the drafting and the current meta. So let's be excited for how the teams are going to perform with this current meta and up against some tough opponents. Now, without further ado, casters, take us into the first draft.
And it's a bird, it's a plane. Oh, wait a second. It is going to be a draft here in a second, but nonetheless... I have to get my glasses, man. I swore I saw something for a minute, Private.
The one thing I'm really excited about is because we saw from the qualifiers, just coming off of the eve of a patch, not a huge patch, not like a complete meta changing, but little things have moved around. Valiers moved around. Some of our healers have moved around. We're going to see how this kind of shakes up through some of these drafts that we're going to put out.
Yeah, I love how you kind of talked about the recent patch, right? We haven't seen too much of a shakeup since the M series, right? Not too many things changed, but a couple of revamps, came out of nowhere, which definitely took the world by storm in the MLBB scene. I mean, you've got Kimmy with the new revamp. You've got Glue with the new revamp. It definitely can wreak some havoc, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing a little bit of that today. And as we always see in the NACT, the meta will start to shift as we get closer and closer to that grand finals. And so far, I would say this is kind of textbook, right? That Mathilda, that Fanny Van, the Kalia, it can definitely get taken out as well. So we're going to have to see how this goes. But nonetheless, this is game number 1. Remember, it's a best of 3, Overskilled up against Villanera. A couple of familiar names from both sides, but definitely I would say a lot more seniority when it comes to the OGs versus the new faces. The seniority usually has the better half of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to tell here. I think initially I did go with Overskilled here because they did make it through the first round. So it's kind of hard to bet against a team that has the momentum like that. Here, as we're seeing in the draft, we're kind of getting through a lot of those supports, a lot of those mechanical heroes that can get the stuns out there, that can get people away or help with the engagements. Some of the assassins, I'm assuming Joy might be on that list as well to get banned off. And then we're going to start looking possibly for some of those fighter pickups. And if it is going to be a fighter pickup, what I've noticed has been kind of a routine for a lot of people right now has been a priority of Valier. With some of his changes he's had, that little fire pool that he's able to put down, the CC he gets from that, he can basically spam that from mid-game, which really becomes this huge problem for a lot of those slower fighters, those slower tank front lines through the mid game.
You talk about him, and we talk about another mage we've been seeing a lot of, the Sicilian. He's been coming out left and right and definitely can wreak havoc. I know it got a little bit of some readjustment when it came to the mid game on how fast his stacks can actually take off to make up for that, but it's still been a dominant force. Speaking of dominant forces, the gold lane has still been a very big problem. Even with the recent patch, they've been trying to kind of limit how fast the gold laners can take off. But man, they're still going off at a pretty fast rate. The Granger, even getting a little bit of a nerf, is still one of those heavy hitters that we might be seeing super early in the draft.
Yeah, you mentioned Granger got a nerf. He's still up there, still is able to scale very well. They cannot do enough to him. He's one of my favorite heroes, so Moonton, you can't stop. You can't stop. We can leave him where he's at right now. He's one of my favorite marksmen out there. But man, they have really kept that hammer on him. And speaking of marksmen, you talked about it. That revamp on Kimmy has made her a priority here, at least for Overskilled.
Yeah, Kimmy is definitely going to be a problem. I mean, with the revamp, has additional CC in her kit as well. It's definitely very mobile. You're going to have to watch out for that. And not to mention, she can continuously blast. Once she fills up that energy, she can shoot all the way through you to everybody in the back line, which could be definitely a problem. You need somebody to be able to kind of kite around and get to the back line. A Joy getting taken off the table is going to be very hard. Maybe a CC. Lucas could definitely be an option as well to be able to get back there and wreak some havoc.
Yeah, really interesting, especially for Kimmy. For me right now, I'm actually kind of curious. Because I've heard mixed reviews about Kimmy when she's in the gold lane. Ranking myself, I've experienced her against her in the mid lane, and she kind of shines there. So I'm wondering if opening with this allows Overskilled a little bit of juggling possibilities, because we don't exactly know where it's going to go. We see it was Sleeps who picked it up. He is their gold laner, so it might be kind of cornering himself, keeping that in the gold lane, but it does allow some very tanky and CC heavy picks coming from Villain Era, especially with that Gatakacha pickup.
Yeah, and speaking of pickups, there goes another revamped hero, the double revamp combination over there from Overskilled. They're going to go ahead and pick up Glue as well, which I think is an excellent pickup. I mean, you get that regen with the Slam, able to definitely have a heavy impact. The Suyo to combine with that as well. It's a strong frontline composition, but when you look at the other side, they have double frontline as well. Could be good for the Kimmy to possibly be able to burst them down, but definitely needs to watch out as the Gatot, the Lucas, both of them are great at closing the distance.
Yeah, one thing here I'm wondering is what we're going for with that mage pick. You mentioned earlier Sicilian, who will do good against the Glue. We're looking for something that does area of effect type of damage. Sicilian can throw down that area. Vexana's another big one. Aurora, even though we haven't seen too much from Aurora, I want to say, in the past few months as a priority, I think here might be very good, especially for an engagement composition that we're seeing here from Overskilled. And if we don't go with a mage here from Villain Era, you can bet that's going to be something that Overskilled is going to be looking to deny. And they do. They go with the Claude.
Okay, so they're going to lock in that Claude. It's going to be great to be able to scale. Has some great AoE damage on top of that, and is very mobile. It's a very good hero to be able to stay alive in that gold lane, especially if Overskilled decides to try and gank down there. The survivability in the gold lane is definitely working. I would say survivability overall for Villain Era's looking pretty solid. So we'll have to see how that plays in. We've yet to see a mage slotted for either side, and now we're possibly going to be seeing a lot of those banned off the table. You mentioned you'd like to see a little bit of that crowd control come into effect. I feel like both sides, crowd control for Villain Era is pretty solid. I would say it's lacking for Overskilled. Yes, Kimmy has a little bit of crowd control, but is it enough to really rely on? That's going to be what we're keeping a close eye on today.
Yeah, and you can start seeing some of the mages already being banned out by Villain Era. Kimmy, she does pack a punch now when it comes to the CC. I want to say her second ability now can kind of stick you, root you in place. Her ultimate now has I was gonna say a sucking ability. It brings everybody together after after it's done. So I mean, she's a pretty heavy CC marksman when it comes to it. It's sometimes I want to say she lacks a little bit in the early game, so we're gonna see if Overskilled maybe pays a little bit more attention when it comes to the routing of there. Another I want to say roam slash mage taken out for the side of Overskilled as they take out that nether realm in the form of their pick.
Now, I would say a Farza. I'm expecting that to get picked up. A Farza, Sicilian maybe from either side would be great here. The Beatrix being taken off the table. If you pick up the Farza for the side of Overskilled, it could be a little risky, but I mean, at least you have the survivability aspect, right? I mean, you're looking at a Gatot able to drop down with that AOG. You're looking at this Lucas to be able to get there with the Sacred Beast form. Not to mention a Claude with the Blazing Duet to be able to get there with the BMIs. You don't want to have two stationary mages. If you go Sicilian, it could work out. Yeah, you fight from afar, but if they close that distance, it could cause some trouble.
Yeah, and the thing about Gattacacha, depending on what this Lucas is going to be playing, if he's playing in the XP lane, fine. Then we have something that can set the tone for Gattacacha. The one thing that a lot of teams, they have issues with is they pick up the Gattacacha and they expect him to initiate with that Avatar the Guardian. And that just takes so long. Everybody sees it coming. You need something to set the tone for it, to set the CC so that in the middle of the fight, then he can spring that ult out and it really connects on there. You're right on the dot as Farja gets scooped up by Villain Era. It accomplishes a lot of goals, staying in that back line, being able to lay down a lot of that AoE damage, which they're going to need. But are they going to have enough protection for the Farja, especially with the Hylos? I was waiting for this pickup to come immediately, because as soon as that Feathered Airstrike comes down, we're going to have a glorious pathway so the team can try to connect on her right away.
Okay, so we're seeing Kimmy as the mid laner for this one. So we're going to see that Moskov put in the gold lane. Interesting. We'll see how this double marksman composition works out against Villain Era. Still one pick left for the Giga Chat over there. See what Villain Era decides to close this out with. But it's definitely going to be a treat to watch. Now, the Farza being slotted in on the side of Villain Era. It's great because there's a lot more mobility. Farza got a lot of buffs. Where not only skill 1 able to mark the enemy's position now more effectively, but a movement speed on the Wings by Wings has been increased as well. So the mobility can definitely work in the favor to not only engage but disengage in tricky situations.
I think we got these a little mixed up here. I believe Gilla on the CC is going to be in the XP lane. Farja, you're absolutely right, is going to be in the mid lane. And Farja works, especially against a double marksman composition. As soon as she gets that ultimate, that is just an intense amount of suppressive fire coming down. Even if you are able to close the distance on her, you still have to survive that initial onslaught. 1, 2, maybe even 3 strikes, especially because after she lands the first hit, she can get that stun on you as well. So it's all going to be about how Overskilled can initiate to stop that Feathered Airstrike and how Villain Era can protect the Farja as well during these.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we jump into game number 1. The match you guys have been waiting for. The season has started for NACT Spring. You've got two amazing competitors going head-to-head. Overskilled versus Villain Era.
I am so excited. And what more could you ask for, too? We got a little sneak peek at some of those Naruto skins out there on the field. Both teams looks like they're, I want to say, Villain Era just slightly behind when it comes to clearing out the jungle here. Kevy doing a good job making sure he's getting that information and feeding it to his team.
And I love how you asked the question about, like, what was Kohari going to run, or where was Gatot and where was the Lucas going to go, and now we're going to go ahead and see that in full effect. But yeah, I think the story for today is definitely, ooh, first blood already, PDR taking down Stress Bomby.
Yeah, Villain Era doing a great job reading the field, being aware, and reacting immediately. Stress needs to know that he's not going to be able to make those plays if he does not have an escape. Even used his flicker and still died.
Yeah, this is the revamped glue, man. What's going on? He needs a double revamp. You got to be careful, man. Falling that early can definitely be costly. Villain Era, they have a slight advantage, and not to mention, I like the way their composition is stacked, right? As long as Kong is able to kind of rush around with this Farza on the double marksman composition, they got to be very careful on their positioning or he'll be able to burst them down.
Yeah, you can see right there. PDR doing a good job. He did take a little bit of damage, but that's what he's there for. Got it, Katja. Stay in front of those bushes. Make sure that he is that front line, protecting the squishies in the back, protecting Kong, still putting out some damage there. And here we're going to see is we're still just about a 1 for Villain Era, waiting on this first turtle and waiting on that fight. Oh!
Ooh.
Stressed actually goes down there again, and that is unfortunate as Villain Era looks to have a firm control. Big Feathered Airstrike comes out, takes down Churi with the help of Gilla on the back line, and that is going to be a free turtle for Villain Era.
Yeah, Stress Bomby having a very stressful time finding his proper footing in the beginning of this match. Now 2 deaths in. Even with the Brave Smite, even with the skill regen, HP regen to be able to sustain himself, it's not enough, especially this early in the game. And Villain Era, they're punishing.
Yeah, and this is exactly the value, and these aren't even the marksmans just yet. You have a Kong doing such a great job of nailing down Stress, being able to put down that damage. We were talking about this. AoE is the big killer for Glue right now, because you're able to hit all of him, all of his little minions as well. PDR taking a heap of damage on the 50%. Glorious Pathway is out. Kevy onto the back line. Kong putting down that suppressive fire with the feathered airstrike. Bomby ready for the hills, and there goes PDR into the back line, trying to put some damage on, and down goes Myth. Kevy on the run, looking for an escape. Even with the healing, he is taken down as well, and Stress jumps into the midst of it, but he is not long for this world. Kong with the flicker onto him is gonna be taken out.
Yeah, it's Overskill trying to be a little aggressive, trying to find their footing, but again, it's still not working in their favor. Got to be very careful, or they're going to find themselves in a hole they can't climb out of. You're already seeing a gold lead by 2K, a big stun, and Kong finding Churobami.
It was actually expertly played by Sleeps there, waiting for Farja to bring out that ultimate and then use the stun to take him out. But still, we still had Churro go down to the damage from that. And this is what we were talking about. Even if you are able to bring down Kong, you're still talking about 1 or 2 shots, and that's still a whole lot of damage.
The damage, Kevy Bomby, Glorious Pathway, trying to get out. AOG dropping down.
Yeah, PDR looking for his little bit of an escape. In comes a Sleep, traps him against the wall. Nice set or attempt there by Churros. Not going to be able to find it. They latch onto Kong. The split on top of the Mage's head. You can take a look here in the back line. Kahari fighting for the life, trying to go in, finds a kill on Sleep. Skilla finds one onto Churro, and they are not done as Kevy finds himself in the afterlife, and they are looking for another one onto Stressed. And what is it? They does get himself away, but we are looking at a 2-11 lead for Villain Era.
A massive push forward for Villain Era, able to stampede through, able to take the turtle, take several kills along the way. 11-2 at only the 5-minute mark. We're looking at 4,000 of a gold lead, and this is a very hard situation for Overskill. They went really unorthodox, right? The double marksman combination, and typically when you have this combo, you want to let them get their farm, get their gold, so they can hit like a truck. But now being behind, you're looking at the death counters climbing. Churobami, 3 deaths on his side. Sleeps, 2 deaths on his side as well. But on the other side, Kong, great placement with the feathered airstrike. 2, 0, and 7. 7 assists so far, the highest in the game.
Yeah, and this right now, I want to say this kind of comes down to a composition that needed some time to get online. And right now, with the point that they're at, Stressed Bomby 0 and 3 right now, there's very little that he can do for his team. You want your roam to be able to sit in front. You want him to be able to check bushes. But at this point, if he checks the wrong bush, that is going to be by Stressed here for another kill. 0 and 2 right now. We're about a 4K lead. It's not completely out of the books just yet for Overskilled.
Yeah, not out of the books just yet, but definitely a rocky road of a start, as you are seeing some of them items on the board. Even if you look at the gold lane, right? Corrosion Sight, Demon Hunter Sword picked up over there by Jatizi, so he's going to be able to hit pretty hard and pretty fast. So they are going to have to watch out for him as he decides to kind of wrap around and engage. He hasn't really picked up on the kills yet, but those items are definitely going to count when it matters the most. But the story right now is really between Gilla and Kong. Their synergy to be able to wrap around and find these pickoffs has been crucial for Villain Era.
Ooh, interesting fight here. They do go in against Sleeps. You can see him try to go on, and he might be taken out. He's doing a good job, but I don't think he's long for this world. We do see a BMI there from Jatizi, and they're going to go ahead and find themselves another tower. But they trade that for a mid tower.
Yeah, not just any tower. Tier 1, but a big play
Yeah, coming in, Kohari actually gets jumped and maybe out of position here. Myth does find himself a turtle. Kevin locked on. We do have the air strike coming down from Kong, trying to put the damage on. Stressed with the split covering the escape of his team. And just like that, Overskilled starting to find themselves a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, it's huge being able to take that tier 1 turret in the mid lane. That opens up a lot of opportunity to be able to invade inside of the enemy's jungle, and I would trade that for an off lane tier 1 turret any day of the week. But again, the economy is steady rising for the side of Villain Era, but it's only a 3k gold lead. It's honestly a little impressive with how much the kills have been working in their favor. How Overskilled is still trying to hang in there, but you are seeing a lot of these items start to stack up, and they're going to have to watch out, right? That's when it's going to start getting toward that 10-minute mark. We're going to see a couple of these power spikes hit up. We're going to see Jatizi really start rushing in and having a major effect, and they have yet to find an answer to get around a Kong 6 on this Farza.
Yeah, and that's been the problem here. But as we move later into the game, as the damage becomes a problem, as the split pushing ability from a Moskov becomes a problem, they're going to start hitting at all of these different angles that Villain Era is going to need to be prepared for. Not just in their fights, but watching all over the map. As you see, they're starting to slow down. With that middle tower taken down, it opens up the map, and it means that Villain Era needs to start turtling. They need to be afraid of where they're going, which is allowing Overskill to just traipse all over the map, take towers that they want.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be careful. There's still a shot, an opportunity for Overskilled to flip the script and take advantage of this game. Had a very hard early start, but now it seems like they are starting to find their composure, and I definitely agree with you right there, right? Keep a close eye on Sleeps. Watch his positioning, right? He's kind of traversing across the map, a little bit of some solo action, but he has that SOD to be able to, at a moment's notice, traverse across the map and find that opportunity that Overskilled can lean on. And especially as he starts to stack these items, he's going to be a problem. Golden Staff now picked up by Jatizi as well. Those enhanced basic attacks can definitely be a threat as we see the Lord spawn in.
And as we're moving into the mid, going into the late game, you see this great macro coming from Overskill. They pushed 2 lanes that need to be answered by Villain Era, and immediately that signals to Overskill to start on this Lord. We do have the glorious pathway onto the ground, 10% on this Lord. It has been reset on the backline. Myth looking for an opportunity. Kohari dives in, gets pushed back by a Spirit, taken down. Myth with the kill onto Kohari. That means Villain Era does not have their jungler coming in with a blazing duet, and Jatizi gets taken down by Sleeps. Turning this around is Overskill. 2 for 3 right now. Down goes Gilla, and Kong alone flapping back to base to tell the story with 3 up for Overskill.
Catching lightning in a bottle is what we've just witnessed from Overskilled. Kong trying to use a feathered airstrike on his way out, but Overskilled has done it. They have found the needle in the haystack, and they have pulled it out. The Lord now marching on the bottom side.
Yeah, and especially with the macro that they've been doing, forcing these lanes, the Lord's probably going to get him a tier 2 tower. If they split up, they might get another one up at top. There's the macro here, and this is a huge lesson for all teams, for all viewers when it comes to macro and that early game, especially with how belligerent Villain Era was able to get a lot of those early kills on Overskill. They remained calm. They made the right exchanges that they needed, especially in the mid lane. Speaking of which, PDR gonna have to use his ultimate defensively to get away, and that's all she wrote for that bottom lane. Meanwhile, Kahari diving onto the back line against 3 members. Nobody's there to help him. In comes PDR for the backup. Down goes Churro, stressed next on the list, and just like that, Villain Era looking to turn this around.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's Kohari the Brave, because the way he's playing, it's starting to give some NACT flashbacks, but this time inside of the jungle for Villain Era instead of the gold lane. But nonetheless, Kohari, you know, I was questioning, rushing in with this Lucas, trying to centralize himself in between Overskilled. Could be costly, especially when he's the jungler, but now it's starting to pay its dividends as we cross the later half of this match.
Lucas is one of those heroes that I rue the day when I see him going in, especially at low health. The amount of defense, the amount of damage that he can tank while still dishing out damage onto the back line is so immense. Put that on a player like Kohari, who is known for his big plays when he used to be in the gold lane making these huge plays. You're going to have something that you need to watch out for if you're overskilled. Right now, starting to even things out, even though the score says something different, the gold tells another story. However, that map still wide open for Villanera.
Yeah, and you talked about Lucas. I noticed he picked up those Queen's Wings, so he's going to have that that passive, right? When his HP gets low, he's going to have that damage reduction. He's going to have that CD on his skills as well to come into effect to be even more of a threat, and it definitely came in at the right time over there for Villanera because it was looking a little shaky. Right now we're witnessing a battle of tug of war. Even Myth Bomby picking up the Queen's Wings himself over there on the Suyo.
Yeah, and this is a pretty even matchup when it comes for the Lucas and the Suyu. I do feel like Suyu does need just a little bit more farming as we take a look here at the items. 12K. So, I mean, Myth has been putting in some farming work. He's been out there towing those fields, hoeing the grain, making sure he's still keeping up in the gold. So, when it comes to his engagement here, he should be able to hold his own.
Yeah, and can Jatizi stand his ground against the double marksman combination? We'll find out here soon as both teams battling it out in the Lord Pit.
Yeah, great clear by Kong, but Stress goes into the back line, looking for the stun. Are they going to be able to get it? Down goes Mid, and another one down. He tries to get away. The Lord is down. Kohari finds himself a reckoning there as a Sleeps runs for the hills, and that is a Churro taken down. They won the battle. They do lose one in the back line for Villanera, but this is definitely a W for them for that engagement.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's like a reverse Uno card has been played by Villanera. This time they take out 4 members of Overskilled. Feathered Airstrike on to Sleeps and marching down the mid lane.
With the tricky little flicker there, and that's going to be a wrap. First game going to Villanera.
Villanera. It looked like everything was going to work in their favor in the beginning, but Overskilled, a light turned on out of nowhere, but quickly shut off, and Overskilled took control back as we see a lot of those new faces on the scene, the Giga Chads. But nonetheless, 22-8. When you see a game like this, the fact that Overskilled was almost able to turn this around with such a massive deficit in kills just shows you that you cannot afford any mistakes.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big takeaway here. Even with that mid-game little spike coming out from Overskilled, you still have to have, I want to say, they had the plan. Stress tried to get to that back line, tried to find Kong, but what it ended up doing was left their line open, and they just took too much in the late game. We've talked about this before. Late, mid-game spikes are great, but you have to be able to get to that path. You have to be able to pave the way there and not be taken down too far here. And Villanera, they just showed how well they were put together, and especially, let's call it, some mistakes there in the early game by Stressed. Maybe overthinking the changes to Glue and thinking he was a little tankier than he was.
Yeah, it was definitely a stressful time for Stress Bomby in the beginning with that Glue. I think we saw like 3 deaths before the 5-minute mark over there on his side, and it definitely gave a lot of an issue over to Overskilled to kind of pick that back up, especially with the double marksman composition with that Kimmy in the mid lane as well, who had a very rough game on top of that. Only 1 kill and 5 deaths, 5 assists. But on the other side, a lot of things were going right for the side of Villanera. You got to see Kong in action with this Farza, who he said has got the buff. Everything's looking great. I would honestly say one of the best mages available right now when you are drafting, and it definitely worked out in Villanera's favor.
Yeah, we're going to find out here, especially 08 and 22. Right from the beginning, they just came out swinging. I do want to say Overskilled kind of showing the little pieces of what they needed, what they were all about, especially being able to get that macro up, getting the better of exchanges and some of that mid game, especially with that mid tower. They just weren't able to hang on to some of those fights, and especially when it came to the composition, we talked about it, especially if you're going to go with a double marksman composition. I want to say Farsha probably would have been the top of my ban list to take out of that, especially because of how badly she hurts marksmen. Not just the fact, I mean, you do have an engagement to kind of counter her. However, you're pretty much guaranteed 1 to 2 feathered air shots raining down onto some of your squishy marks. And as we saw, she was able to do tons with even just that little opportunity.
Yeah, just tons of damage, and Wukong wasn't, Gilla was able to find those opportunities, find those ganks, and find those sets that Villain Era could rely on. But on the side of Overskill, like we said, they ran the Moskov, great, but then they also went in with this Kimmy, and mind you, picked the Kimmy first in the draft. They prioritized that, and they had blue side. It kind of raises the question, was that worth it? Could that have been the mistake? Maybe putting too much on this Kimmy and assuming that maybe a team like Villain Era would think that I was going in the gold lane and catching them off guard inside of the mid lane instead. But I feel like it's just a little too risky, especially when you're playing a best of 3.
Yeah, take a look at some of these replays here. I mean, just how Kohari was on this Lucas. Lucas has been a problem when it comes to a lot of these matches. When it comes to any type of backline, look at how low he is. Like 10% health there, and it feels like he's hitting you harder because of how well he can get into the backline, how well he can take people down, and then just escape without any type of repercussions. Not just that, but in the early game, it did feel like Overskilled kind of overestimated how strong they would be. There were a lot of stock put into this glue revamp, and I felt like they felt like he was an early game character, and he's really not. The entire draft coming from Overskilled kind of really signaled to me late game, and they didn't have anything to really cover them in that early bit.
And I think it was a wise decision. I mean, glue's great when you have like stationary mages, stationary backlines that you can easily wrap around and grab. But when you have a mage like Farza, when you have a Claude you're going against, these are backlines that glue is pretty much not ever gonna catch, which means he has to focus in on other heroes. Who's he gonna go grab? Lucas? You know, that's that's kind of what Lucas wants at that point. So it just doesn't really work in his favor. Yes, I think the glue is great, just not in this specific style of drafting. Maybe could have waited for a Phoveus to come out or a fighter that was a little less mobile, because the CC definitely was great at kiting around and finding those opportunities. So stepping into game number 2, there was a lot of things that we saw right for Villain Era. There was a couple of things we saw right from Overskilled as well, though, right? They started to try and turn things around. There was a moment where they took a Lord. They took down 4 members of the Giga Chads over there and were able to push through with the Lord, but then out of nowhere, overly aggressive, and it costed them that advantage that they claimed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. The one thing I would like to see. Well, what I want to talk about some of the positive, like I talked a little bit about from Overskilled, is that they were able to kind of come in with the macro. They were able to make some better exchanges and showing why they kind of got up here when it came to exchanging that bottom lane for the mid lane. And then once they had the mid lane, they were able to kind of move around as we move here into another draft. But they were able to move around like clockwork, get some of the towers, start with some of the Lord pushes as well. However, they just weren't able to hold on to it when it came to the initial composition and when it came to those team fights that they were really having an issue with. Here, we'll see if maybe, I want to say there's some glaring things that happen with certain compositions. I talked about it, I was pressing on this before. Double marksman, if you go with that, there's a reason it isn't picked often. It's because it makes 2 people on your team, they are very susceptible to a lot of damage without much payoff when it comes to the form of CC, which is usually the other edge of that sword when you pick a mage in mid lane. Here we didn't really have that much of that, and you left Farsha on the field. If you're going to be making these things that have these glaring weaknesses, you need to be able to kind of cover those up just a bit, or a team here like Villain Era is going to be able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think it's just that situation where you show your cards a little too early. Yeah, they're great picks, but definitely should have waited a little bit later in the draft. But this time around, we are going to be seeing Villain Era on the blue side, Overskilled on the red, which should shift things possibly in their favor. A couple of things we're noticing on the ban board, though. We are looking at that Lucas taking off. Looks like Overskilled feels like that was a very big problem, especially with Kohari, the Brave over there, running that, because you don't really know where the Lucas is going to go, right? I mean, you don't know if it's going to go in the XP lane. You don't know if it's going to go in the roam position. Throw it in the jungle. It can pretty much get it all done, and we got to see that in game number 1. So I'm not going to knock it too far off of Overskill, but we still have some valuable pickups on the table. The Kalia is definitely available, some great CC, brand new hero to kind of shake up the scene. It is still currently walking.
Yeah, Kalia's still out there. Suyu's still out there, especially with what are you going to match with a Suyu if that's going to get picked up? That's going to be a priority out here as well. And then kind of wondering, we've got... I want to say Hayabusa's still out there. The one thing for me though is that Hayabusa, while you gotta be a great Hayabusa if you're gonna pick him up early, because there's just certain things that have really started coming down the line when it comes to assassins like that to be able to kind of step into there. You talked about it, Kalia pick taken off the board for Overskilled. We're gonna see what Villain Era is gonna be looking at for their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Hayabusa, and it has got a little bit of a nerf. I mean, back before the patch, the Pinnacle Ninja was pretty much able to shred anybody toward that mid to late game. It didn't matter if you had defensive items or not. If you weren't stacked against a teammate, you were going down. But it looks like they have tried to patch that a little bit, so a little bit of a nerf there. I'm not sure how effective the patch is, so if you do see the Hayabusa, definitely going to keep a close eye on that. But yeah, we are seeing the Lucas taken off the board this time. Some great options. The Marksman can definitely be solidified. You can pick up the Granger. Still not too many Marksmen that can go against it. The Harith is still up for grabs as well, which could be a decision. They can go safe and pick up the Gatot. There you go. You lock that in. It's a flexible pick. So, I mean, you can run in the XP lane. You can run it as the roam position. So far, I'm liking the way this is turning out so far.
I don't mind the Gatots. I feel like maybe it offsets some picks coming from Overskilled as well. This means you're not going to, especially if you're setting up for an assassin pickup on your side, the Gatot makes sure that you have a little bit of that tankiness in case there's an early invade, somebody like a Hilda, somebody like a Khalid trying to come in there. You've got something in the front line that can take that off of your mind. Here, I'm expecting potentially a Suyu pickup here by Overskilled. He is wide open. You talked about it, Harith coming out. I want to say it's been a while for me to see Harith because he's always been banned. He did receive a few nerfs this last round here, but I mean an immense amount of damage. Once you get through that early game, get a couple of those items, max out that a cooldown on him, he's going to be buzzing around. It's a little early for me though, and there's still a lot of CC that can be done to Harith to really like hunker him down.
But I'm curious to see which way this goes now, because it's paired up with the Phoveus, and I mean, against the Phoveus, you could technically pick up the glue here, but it's going to be for Villain Era, not Overskilled this time. But again, you mentioned this Harith. It was solidified first from Overskilled, which would be great against a glue in a Gatot, right? Those up close and personal heroes, you drop down that Chrono Fission and rush in to be able to take them down with that Zaman Force, and could work in their favor. Now, there's still some heavy picks on the board. The Fars is available. The Granger's available. They're going to go for the Esmeralda instead. Now, this is a twister. Esmeralda's been getting nerfed because it's been so effective internationally, but to be able to see it now in the NACT, I wonder if it still hits like it used to after the recent nerfs.
Well, if you think about it, her kit is made to take health from shielding of enemies. The first two pickups from Overskilled, when you lay down that Zaman Force and you put down that dash, you get yourself a little bit of shield. If you have the Zaman Force, you dash, 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 dash. That's a lot of shield for Esmeralda to pick up. Same thing when it comes to the Demonic Force. You come slamming down, or when you use the first ability from Phoveus, what is it? The Astros Eye, I believe it is. When you slam it down, you get a little bit of shield from that as well. So she's gonna have herself a decent amount of shield that she's going to be able to soak up from these guys.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of mobility working in Villain Era's favor, because Esmeralda's way more mobile than the Phoveus is. You know, it's actually surprising how fast the Phoveus can move with how slow the animation is when he's walking. But it's not enough to be able to catch up to that Esmeralda. So we'll see how that fares off. There goes a little bit of that mobility booster, though. They pick up the Hylos, have the glorious pathway. But this is starting to turn into a very centralized frontline composition from Overskilled.
Yeah, and we'll see how this kind of plays out. I do like, I want to say, the maneuverability that seems like it's coming out from Villain Era. Their picks very much seem like they're based on as a response to what Overskilled is putting out there. Despite the Farja, though, this is the one thing that kind of is a little interesting here. This might be something that Kong just really, really likes. But when it comes to the picks here, there's nothing that a Farza really shines at here, especially because Harith is like your main target here, but he can get away very quickly. Phobius can close the distance on you so quickly, and you're definitely not aiming for Hylos with that feathered airstrike. So it's going to be very interesting to see where that damage is going to come out. You're going to need to have a very strong early game to get her fed, to make sure that she's still a threat to the teams through that mid and late game.
Yeah, and I think the question with that, though, is, I mean, it's definitely a different dynamic, like you mentioned, compared to Game 1. It's not a double marksman composition that the Spars is going against. So you see those feathered airstrikes, you see those quick pushes to try and get some early kills. They're going to be a little bit beefier. It's going to be harder to be able to pull that off with this Farza up against the Phobius, you know, up against this Hylos. But I will say, the thing that Farza shines in is, it's been buffed in every single category. But on top of that, they can provide early game pressure and fast, which means even though in theory, technically, they shouldn't be able to burst it down, a team like Overskilled, who we've seen in game number 1 make a lot of early game mistakes, when you pair that up against a fast composition that can apply that pressure, it might force them to make mistakes at an even faster pace, and I think that's the plan for Villain Era.
Yeah, we'll see. I do like the potential of the CC that can kind of come down. You've got the ultimate coming from Esmeralda. You've got the ultimate coming from Gatakacha. Oh, and we've even got a little bit from Kohari here that can kind of stack them all up with that alpha, the Spear of Alpha. So you have a lot here that can group up these people into a nice, neat little ball where Farja can rain down onto them, where the Claude can rain down onto them. The one thing Overskilled, I mean, they have, I want to say, a decent amount of movement on their side. The only problem is some of them are a little bit more flexible with that movement. Harith can kind of get all over the map as he pleases. Same thing with Suyu. Phobius has one direction he goes, and that's towards the fight. And once he's going towards the fight, the rest of the team needs to be on the same book.
And that's the thing. Usually Phobius is best paired with a support that can at least keep him alive. Mathilda would be the most optimal combination, but I feel like the Hylos can work. I mean, you have the glorious pathway, but he has to get on that like a taxi express when it's available, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But wait a second. He does have a little bit of breathing room, okay? Hear me out. It's an Eve. You got artillery versus artillery, but that grid square is what I'm going to keep a close eye on, right? If it's good positioning with the grid square from that real-world manipulation, they can slow down majority of the members of Villain Era, but it could be tricky because there's a lot of mobility on their side.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobility. It's really going to come down to how is this feathered airstrike versus the real-world manipulation being placed. Is the feathered airstrike going down first, and then we're countering it by throwing down the RWM and trapping her with Hylos charging at her? Or are we throwing down this real-world manipulation and allowing Kong on the Farja to stay outside that line and still rain down damage? It's going to be very tricky for both of these teams, and I want to say pay attention to both of these mages to see where the success lies.
Yeah, the mages, and I would say the tanks as well. The tank mage synergy is definitely something we got to keep on. Even the fighters, because Stress Bomby was the one who fell several times in the beginning for the side of Overskilled, and Villain Era was able to make the most out of his deaths. And as we jump into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, best of 3 between Villain Era and Overskilled. Villain Era up 1-0.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure here at the mid lane. Overskill this time as well, getting a big jump on the... Oh, actually, no. Actually, I thought that was the second one. He's actually a little bit behind right now. Suyu behind Kohari on this Alpha. Alpha does have a very fast clear speed. He's going to be able to get to this Lethal Wanderer first, but he's going to meet Kev, Bommy, and Churro there trying to guard it. Now we do have a 2v3 over here. Oh, and picked up by Kohari. Retri is strong with this one.
Retri is strong with this one. The Force is more live than ever. And I'm looking at Gilla, right? He's running on this Impure Rage, so he's going to have a lot of that extra skill damage and some mana restore on hit. But he pairs that up with the Sprint, which makes him even more mobile, which can be a little bit of a problem for Stress Bomby, rocking on that Flicker as a get out of jail free card. We know in game number 1, Stress Bomby was kind of the victim's advocate when it came to falling in the beginning of the match 3 times in a row. And maybe with this Phoveus, who's not as mobile, he won't really be in the front lines unless he's ready to take somebody out.
Yeah, and I want to say a much safer game here played by Stressed. Oh, a little bit of engagement here. Kahari sees it from a mile away, backs up, and just like that, they have to turn, walk away. This isn't the bathroom. They go ahead and wander themselves back into their own jungle. But you have to wonder if Stressed not taking some of those early deaths might be a lot more beneficial for Overskilled. Maybe they would have won that last game if Stressed maybe had been just a little bit more careful. They wouldn't have been able to get those huge wins, those huge objectives that they got in the early game, and got such a sizable lead before the mid game came. Now we're on to the turtle. Ooh, we have an ultimate coming out. Does catch Kevy. PDR in the midst of it, putting down the damage. Real world manipulation is out, but on the back line, Gilla jumps deep, looking for the damage onto Churro. Is it going to be enough? He does take away, running away from the tower. Myth gets taken down. Kong raining down the artillery onto Stressed, who finds the safety of his tower. And that is just a good team fight from Villanera.
Yeah, and good pressure from Gilla to force members out to the top side. It looked like it wasn't going to work in their favor, right? They used a lot of ultimates onto Kevy Bomby, and he was able to get out there with the Glorious Pathway. I expected Overskilled to try and wrap around and punish, but Gilla wrapped around and stopped them from being able to push in on the counterplay, and overall costed Overskilled the first turtle.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't even think of, when the real world manipulation comes down, it gives Eve a ton of shield at the beginning of it. Gilla immediately, you saw, was waiting for that real world manipulation to come down, immediately dives on with an ultimate, soaking up all that shield. Churro has to run for the safety of the tower, and that takes out a big amount of damage coming from Overskilled.
Yeah, it's definitely a more, I would say, placement level skills for Overskilled with this Eve, with this Harith, right? You got to drop that Zaman Force in the right position. You got to drop down the RWM.
Woo! Ooh, and we see a damage going down. Sleeves dashing back and forward, catches back to the safety of his tower. Real world manipulation is out. PDR misses Churro, waits too long, finds himself in a coma from all the CC. Kevy tries to protect him. He's not going to be able to get back to the safety of the tower. That is 4 members of Villain Era taking apart 2 from Overskilled.
Yeah, Churro Bomby not able to find the mark with the RWM from the side play. Kevy Bomby falling alongside him. 2 members down in that engagement, and a tier 1 turret on the bot side claimed even when the gold plating is still available.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. Sleeps here, diving back and forth with the Zaman Force. We do have the Feather Airstrike coming out. Kong looking for an escape, put some CC down on the back line. PDR does find a Stress, who already uses that demonic force, but is able to find himself an escape. And just like that, Gilla running through the mid there finds himself an out.
Yeah, but not an out for an objective, as they are going to fall in a pit, and Villain Era will claim the second turtle of this game. Now pushing toward the mid lane as well, and just off to a really good start. Kong spearheading the way and kills again on this Farza. Is it a comfort pick? Is it just because he knows it's one of the most dominant mages with the recent patches as well? It's definitely a safer option, and they're being very aggressive in the early game, and it's paying off.
Yeah, right here, Myth actually might be in trouble from the back line. PDR comes in there, half health at Myth, but that's going to go ahead, light up this second tower for the side of Villain Era. And Overskilled are at a loss right now, looking to try to respond. Gilla getting chased down, takes a heap of damage. The shielding doing a great job of protecting him as he suffers no death here and is going to be able to protect his tower.
Yeah, able to protect the tower, but you are going to go ahead and see Villain Era continue to on this push, right? They're trying to claim this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Now they're really surgical the way they've been traversing across the map and claiming these objectives, and Overskilled running around like a chicken with his head cut off, not able to find a window of opportunity. Villain Era not giving them any breathing room. It's about a 3K gold lead 6 minutes in, but the same story we saw in game number 1.
We're going to go ahead and call that a lag spike there. That little miss coming up from Villain Era. Tried for a little bit of a surprise there on Overskill. Both of them missed. But I want to say a lot of them just got countered out. We can take a look here at some of the items. 5K already on Kohari. 2K over Myth on a Suyu. That is just an immense amount here at the 6-minute mark. He is doing what needs to be done, especially with his team. He's continuing to keep that gold lead up there. And Myth is just having a problem, especially on a Suyu, where you want to get some kills or you want to get some farm, get to that mid game, and he's already struggling.
Yeah, struggling indeed in the battle on the way in the mid lane.
Oh, a little bit of a bad engagement there coming from Villain Air. They're going to try to turn it around here. Kohari is able to find himself a turtle. Comes in with the Spear of Alpha. Finds 2 with the help of Gilla. Unnamed soldier here. Gilla only has 1 kill, but I feel like Gilla has just been putting in work for Villain Era.
It's like the falling star moon when you see Gilla, the Giga Chad. It's like a bomb going off in slow motion, man. You see it coming and still, you know it's going off. You can't stop it. You just have to watch every piece of it. And right now, Villain Era, they're comfortable. They're not phased. They're pushing these objectives and rushing in for the tier 1.
Oh, Stress gets taken down, and down and out. That's 2 down for the side of Overskilled. Kohari on the front line. Sleep's taking a heap of damage, and Kohari's going to go ahead and disengage from this fight. You can see from the side there, Gilla was looking for an opportunity, did not quite find it. I feel like some of the picks here from Overskilled ignored what was on the side of Villain Era, especially for Churro. Churro is having a tough time here. Every single time he sets down that real world manipulation, he's got Kong gunning for him. He's got Gilla coming for him. He's got PDR with an Avatar of the Guardian. It's just so many people that are just waiting for you to stand still so that they can lunge at you.
Yeah, and speaking of lunging, you are going to see that Zaman Force drop down, Overskilled on the defense, trying to hold off Villain Era. Keep in mind, we have not even passed the 10-minute mark. Tier 1 falls in the mid lane, sieging toward that tier 2 now. Villain Era applying a lot of pressure, and that lead is steadily climbing. You're looking at about 7,000 gold. I would love to see just how that fares off to these ADCs.
Oh, look at that damage coming out. Is it going to be enough? PDR gets taken down by Sleeps. We do have the Blazing Duet. Stressed on the bad way onto the back line. Gilla finding another kill for himself there. And that is a 1-for-2 collection for Overskilled. Just kind of goes into the favor of Overskilled. Maybe a little too much of, I want to say, a little eager by the side of Villain Era. They're not that far in the lead just yet.
Yeah, I like to say confidence sometimes breeds arrogance, and you got to be careful when you have this lead. Still need to be strategic. Still need to take it as if you're tied up. You don't want to slip through the cracks and let these things walk in Overskilled's favor, as we seen in game number 1. They were almost able to bounce that back, but now with the Lord being taken down, Villain Era, another opportunity to push on forward.
Ooh. Yeah, Kohari goes in there. We do have the glorious pathway laid down there. PDR from the side looking for Churro. He's still, look, he's doing such a great job just by himself, able to stave off 5 members of Overskilled, allowing Villain Era to start just having their way in their jungle.
Yeah, and speaking of jungle, massive invasion from Villain Era. Gilla taking some hits.
With the feathered airstrike, the rain down damage separating the two teams. Kong doing a great job here of using that, just waiting for the opportune moments. His great positioning, great protection from his team to make sure that he's not keeping himself in harm's way.
Speaking of harm's way, a lot of damage on the way on the top side as the Lord pushes in.
Gilla, over eager, gets in the back line, but takes a whole lot of tower shots. Down goes the feathered airstrike, pushing away the rest of Overskill. Churro looking for an opportunity, was not able to find it. They're a little low here. Might want to think twice about what they're trying to accomplish as Overskilled, trying to get the most that they can here, protect some of these towers, get some of these minions, and try to even out this lead that seems to have just slipped away. They are at about a 6K gold lead, or deficit.
This is where you start seeing the mistakes start to kind of bleed through the cracks, right? I mean, they should have definitely pushed him for that tier 2 turret in the mid lane instead of trying to do a full siege for some kills on the top side, especially at the 11-minute mark, man. You got to get these objectives.
Oh, and here comes the damage. Sleeps able to find a kill onto PDR, turning it around. Blazing Duet from the backside in a bad way. Able to use that BMI to get away. Demonic Force on the back line. Gohari finds himself a kill, followed by Churro, who is able to repay the favor. 2 down for Villain Era, 3 down for Overskilled. Gilla trying to put the damage down, able to find a kill with the help of Jot onto Sleeps. 3 down for Villain Era, and Churro alone to tell the story of what happened.
And what a story to tell, but I don't know if he'll be able to tell it for long, as you're seeing Jatizi rush in, possibly going to go in and try and take this turret. No, he's going to go in for the farm instead, but yet the story remains the same. This game has been in full control by Villain Era, but we are starting to see a couple of those mistakes start to kind of showcase itself as we cross the later half of this match. Right now, Kong off to a really great game yet again. He got the MVP for game number 1. Looks like it may be stacking up for game number 2 as well. These feathered airstrikes have been massive on the placements, keeping Overskilled out of pushing forward to be able to engage, and Churubami not having the easiest time matching with the artillery.
Yeah, it's just too much a CC down there for Sleeps. Sleeps is still doing a great job, 4-1 and 2 right now, but I want to say this is all basically on his back. Churro has been basically shut down at this point, and we need to maybe bait out some of these abilities before we're using that real-world manipulation, because he is becoming a huge target. Now, 50% down, feathered airstrike to zone out the rest of the team, stressed on the back line. Gohari gonna go ahead and feed into that fight there. Real-world manipulation is out. Jatizi does find Kevi. Stressed is down. Jatizi finds the Lord, and Villain Era giving chase to Overskilled, running for the hills. Myth looking for the escape, not going to be able to find it. Evil Queller be damned, does use it to get away, and alone here to fight against this push from Villain Era, who are looking to surprise all of us and go with a clean sweep over Overskilled.
Yeah, looking for the clean sweep. Mythbombi rushing in, but not going to be able to hold them off. And they have done it. They lit the fire early and burned it all the way to the end. Villain Era claiming the first series of NACT Spring 2025, moving on forward.
An excellent game, and I especially like it because I voted for Overskilled. I wanted to see somebody change my mind, somebody prove me wrong here. Villain Era, who were sent to the lower bracket, obviously used that momentum, learned a few things here, and definitely took it to Overskilled when it came to the draft, when it came to their momentum. I absolutely love, I want to say, the fluidity and flexibility of their draft and how they were able to answer here and basically shut down Overskilled.
Yeah, and shut down is exactly what we saw today. A dominant performance to take the first series of NACT Spring with a clean sweep, and against members who have competed in previous NACTs. I guess you have members from both sides as well, so it's a little bit of a mix of some veteran teams as we start off today's matches. But yeah, this is how the coin flips when it comes to a best of 3, and unfortunately with that, Overskilled, they've been knocked out of the spring season, and Villain Era able to push on forward. A hard fought battle, but well deserved.
Yeah, even Gilla on the back line, a decent amount of damage dished out by him. He was just everywhere he needed to be, saving those ultimates for jumping down and making sure that Churro was not a problem for them, making sure to back off the mage. Once the mage is taken out, there was nothing in the early game that was really going to be a threat for you for a lot of those objectives. And unfortunately, by the time Sleeps came online, by the time he was able to start getting some of those kills, it was already too late, and Villain Era had basically started running away with the lead.
Yeah, and you know, we even asked the question, was it stress Bomby when he fell so many times in the first game? But the second game, he was able to sustain himself for a while, and it really wasn't him that kind of fell, but it was Kevy Bomby and also Churro Bomby, the tank mage synergy, that fell short. And I think that's really what we got to also keep a close eye on. Maybe that's the issue, is the tank mage synergy not able to keep up with Villain Era. Those rotations just way too fast, and then you allow that Farza to walk. It's definitely a gamble, especially when you've seen how dominant it was in game number 1. And I think as we progress through the NACT Spring season, it's definitely worth keeping a close eye on. Maybe not even letting the Farza walk. Maybe going in for that ban instead could be a viable option.
Well, there needs to be a way to kind of get there and get there early. The problem here is, like, they had people like Kev Bomby that I feel like you need to kind of stick with a plan 110%. What ended up happening is the reaction. You had the real world manipulation come down. You had the glorious pathway go out, go to the back line. As soon as they attacked the mage, the real world manipulation, the whole team kind of turned around. And now they need to protect the mage. They got to make sure nothing's happening there. Instead of, I feel like, all right, sorry, buddy. You're down. We got to force this fight onto the back line. Unfortunate here. It just felt like Overskilled was kind of taking the clinic here as Villain Era just really kind of showed they were just very precise with what they wanted to do right from the draft.
Yeah, you can definitely tell when it comes to experience, when it comes to the micro plays, it definitely is more in favor for the side of Villain Era. Overskilled, like you mentioned, and a lot of these macro plays as well. A lot of those chained attacks, those combinations, you talk about the Falling Star Moon, the Feather Airstrike dropping down, the Spear of Alpha coming out. It's a lot to process and keep up with, and you've seen the Overskilled have a very hard time on the counter engages.
Yeah, and that was a big problem here. It almost felt like that first match was even sloppy for Villain Era. They realized more than Overskilled what their mistakes were and really kind of covered them up instead of allowing that mid-game rush to come from Overskilled. They really kind of tightened around all of these holes they had, and this one was kind of a wrap. This was right from the beginning. There really was not an opportunity at all for Overskilled.
And an opportunity for the side of Villain Era, as they are going to be the ones to push on forward. And already our first series out of the day. I know everybody's been watching, and I know our amazing host has been tuning in as well. We got to swing on over and see just how Liz feels about all of this action for the NACT Spring season.
I mean, what a turn of events. We didn't get to see the casters prediction slide in the beginning of the game, but I know that all of our casters actually unanimous decision voted for Overskilled. So to see how
oh, they didn't show it, it doesn't count.
Well, for that, in that way, then we all voted for Villain Era. So they did great. You can see so little mistakes coming out of Villain Era, and then like their pictures, they all looked very Giga Chat in their video cams. Everyone seemed very nonchalant with everything that went on, and it shows that they seem to have so much more experience as well as confidence. And let's take a look at who the MVP is for that series. I know Khan did a lot in the first game, was it in-game MVP, but it does seem like Kohari is the MVP of the series. Kohari the Brave, is it the same person?
I want to say yes. I'm pretty sure
that
it
is definitely him, unless they're using the same picture.
Yeah, I mean, he was the marksman for 2024 fall season, I would say. And then he did such a amazing performance throughout that season and actually got a lot of highlights. I wonder why he actually switched to jungle this time and took such a surprise to everyone.
Well, honestly, I feel like it fits his personality a little bit better because he got a lot of highlights, but if you would have had a lot of lowlights as well, there would have been a lot of footage to throw on the channel. But I would definitely say it fits his nature when it comes to gameplay, right? He likes to be aggressive. He likes to rush in and find those opportunities. He doesn't like to play the passive play style.
I want to say that, a lot of times I find that junglers just are kind of fluid when it comes to marksman and jungler roles. A lot of them are kind of interchangeable in that. But when we used to watch Kohari, and he earned that nickname Kohari the Brave, we were watching a lot of the times his team would be doing all right, but kind of struggling. And then Kohari would have to start taking that game on his back and just absolutely just put on a clinic for us. Here in the jungle role, he doesn't have to be that savior. He can control the game from the beginning and make sure that the pace is at something that's comfortable for him. So I do like this, and especially what we saw from Lucas. He understands the heroes. He understands the damage that they can take. He's not, especially for a hero like Lucas, which we saw in the first game, he understands that he can be in there with 10%, get that little kill in, and then still be able to find himself an escape. So I definitely am liking Kohari the jungler more than Kohari the gold laner right now.
Yeah, nonetheless, Kohari is proving to us he is Kohari the Brave. And the entire team did an amazing job working together with each other and against their opponents. And we can see that even with the draft phase, I would say, they came in prepared. Their draft just seemed to make more sense compared to the era. And let's hear more from the team as we have an interview with Khan, the mid laner. What's up, Khan? How are you doing? Congratulations on that amazing performance. I actually can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say that, I'm proud of my team and we worked hard. We made this team less than a week before NACT, so there's a lot of doubts. A lot of people didn't believe in us, but as long as you believe each other, then it works. It all works out. So thank you guys for supporting us. It means a lot to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, a week before the tournament starts, so how did this team actually come together? Were you guys friends who always played with each other? Like, how did you form this team?
We were people who knew each other, but I actually quit the game before NACT started, so I just came back and then I was looking for a team, and then it was kind of like an outcast. We call ourselves the villains because we're the outcasts. So we just formed a team of whoever was left, whoever was stranded, and it all came out. It all came out good. So I'm proud.
And it came out perfect. And you can see on the screen, I don't know if you can see it, but VCon actually said, even if my team makes mistakes, it's fine. They still have Khan on their team. So you must have proven to the team that you are the strong player that everyone can depend on.
Yes, I try to bring everyone up when I can. I know I'm not the best, but at the end of the day, as long as you try to bring everyone together and not argue, then it all works out, So I'm proud. I'm really proud right now.
Yeah, you did amazing on that Farsa. I'm sure it's gonna get banned now, moving up throughout the series. Now, this season, it's been a little bit different. This is a best out of 3 single elimination. How do you feel that impact how the team plays? Does it bring more opportunities or more fear?
I feel like it brings more opportunity for us to practice or try to adjust to what the enemy plays. The first game, we were winning and then we started kind of messing up, and after we got used to it, I feel like it got easier for us to adapt, and the second game, it was much smoother. We didn't make as much mistakes, we just closed it out easy. So I think definitely more matches will bring more opportunities.
Yeah, and you guys really made very little mistakes in the second game and proved to be the strong team moving forward. And looking at the other teams that are still available, which team are you most excited to go up against?
Well, I lost to BTK in 2023, so I would like to versus them in this year again. I really want to beat them. I know that would be hard, but that's the one team I really want to look forward to.
Well, and we hope that is going to happen with this with the series coming forward. Thank you for joining us for this interview and amazing performance once again. We hope you guys continue the momentum moving forward.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me. Yo, support the villains, man. Support the villains. Thank you guys.
You heard him, guys. Support the villains. A lot of veterans coming into this season. It actually shows that we need to do a little bit more research on our teams. It does seem like the underdogs have made it this season.
Support the villains, man. It's the only time when you hear that. Support the bad guys, but nonetheless, I guess it's a villain arc on the way. He mentioned going up against BTK and falling short, and I do like to see a team that scales through the NACT, and I feel like that's what we're kind of seeing with Villain Era. I mean, game number 1 was a little shaky, but game number 2, they're able to iron out those flaws, and hopefully as they progress in tomorrow's matches, we'll be able to see even more from them.
I got 2 things. One, can we talking about how you're the villain when you're standing in front of a wall of these adorable baby pictures? He doesn't fool me. He's a big teddy bear. But man, just hearing that it was a team that was thrown together shows some of the experience, and them being able to share some of that collective knowledge amongst each other, especially with those drafts. Those were some pretty decent drafts coming out from them, especially drafts that kind of went a little bit outside some of the boxes that we've usually seen. How long has it been since we've seen an Esmeralda picked up? And especially with how successful it was at countering Overskilled here. But man, a great game here played by Villain Era that surprised, I believe, everyone behind the desk.
Yeah, it really does show that they understand the hero matchups. They understand what counters what, and they really adjusted the draft based on their opponents. And that's something that Overskilled could have done better. So moving forward in the tournament, we just don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, this first series poops are on, but a lot of exciting matches coming up. So we're gonna take a short break, guys, and we'll come back in, I don't know when, but we'll see. Wow, what a short 3-minute break, right on schedule. Something that never happened before at NACT. I love it, guys. This is day one of the NACT Spring 2025. I'm your host, Liz, joined alongside Steph Weezy and Private Answer to bring the second series of the day.
Yeah, second series of the day. But before we jump into that, man, we got to talk about the first series of the day. Single elimination, and one team already sent home, overskilled, full of some veteran players, not able to rise to the occasion and taken down with a 2-0 sweep from Villanera.
Absolutely. Despite the thoughts of a lot of us behind the table who really thought overskilled, which goes to show that we really don't know what's going on behind the scenes for a lot of these teams, where their powers lie, where they might struggle. And with all of those questions in mind, it brings us to, for me, one of the most anticipated matches, especially of the top bracket.
Yeah, and you can see it coming up next. We'll have Millionario versus Area 77. Area 77 being one of Private's favorite teams in the previous seasons. I know you've been an advocate for Area 77. I'm looking forward to see what Private thinks of the upcoming matchups. But in the second half, we also have BTK versus the Valley, Vendetta versus Team Eagle. So it's moving really quickly, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely moving at a very fast pace, and maybe even faster as we see these two teams fight it out. Like you said, Area 77, a team that's been around for a while inside of NACT, but Millionario, the new kids on the block, they've been creating quite the havoc in the qualifiers.
Yeah, this is the thing, and Liz kind of touched on it. Area 77, there is no team in North America that has quite as much history here and active competition here in North America as Area 77, sans maybe BTK. Area 77 has been here for the long haul. They know what it takes to kind of get to that top, but then what they're going to be facing in Millionario is a mystery, a big question mark on a lot of viewers, a lot of players' minds. Millionario, all what we do know is they beat Asian Disappointment, they beat Team Ego, and they even beat the Valley in the qualifiers and set the Valley to the lower bracket. So there are a lot of eyes here on Millionario to see what they're going to be able to put out against a team, especially a veteran team like Area 77.
Yeah, you bring out a good point. Area 77 has been here throughout all the NACTs, I would say, even before BTK officially made it back to the scene. So they've went through the ups and downs. Last season, not as strong of a performance, but this season, definitely a lot to look forward to. And let's first take a look at Millionario's roster coming in. They were the team that have continuously improved themselves. T-Cake in the XP lane, Marquee in the jungle, Monarch in the mid lane, Grokky on the roam, and Cozy Dreams on the goal lane. It's safe to say that all of these teams sounds pretty new for me.
Yeah, definitely interesting blend of talent. Millionario, the new faces on the block, and we love to see it, right? We don't want to always repeat the same story time and time again in NACT, and this may actually be the team to change the narrative.
Yeah, one thing I notice when I take a look at this roster is I know nothing about any of these guys, which is something I enjoy. I enjoy seeing new people come onto the scene, building a story for these guys. Hopefully, that no matter what happens to them in this tournament, they stick together to create that storyline for us in North America so that we can talk about them down the road, or even here, as there are a lot of people who think that Millionario are the ones who can take this all the way.
Yeah, definitely. If there is one season that they really have a chance to prove themselves, it's going to be this season. It's best out of threes, and if you can make it through these first two games and secure that momentum that they've had, it's definitely going to be a great run. Now for Area 77, let's see who this roster is for this season. It's going to be Ureshi on the XP lane, Shiro in the jungle, Hunter in the mid lane, Joybotch on the roam, and ISO in the gold lane. I know before this tournament, I actually saw Joybotch post that they're traveling, so I wonder if they're actually in a boot camp of some sort.
Could be a possibility, but like we said, there's two sides to every single coin, and Area 77 being the other side of the coin for this series. A team full of veteran players, Joybosh, ISO, Ureshi. We see these members who have been such a threat. I mean, Joybosh spearheaded the way as one of the top roamers in North America for BTK. ISO as well. Just some great players. And then not to mention Ureshi, who's been across the board. He's been in international events as well, competing. There's a lot of experience when it comes to Area 77, and like Private mentioned, a team that has stood the test of time.
Yeah, it kind of brings a tear to my eye seeing a team like this who has been here for so long, who I've gotten to literally they've been at every single live event, NACT, online, NACT, Ureshi having, you talked about it before, the experience coming in from these guys, MPL experience, BTK experience, live stage experience. These guys have it all, and to go up, it is a huge mountain that Millonario will have to ascend if they want to continue on in this tournament.
You know, that brings me to the casters predictions. I know, I actually this time I copied the homework of our other casters, but I kind of want to recall my vote. I want to vote for Area 77. They look very strong, and that lineup definitely a lot to look forward to. But I want to hear Private Dancer, especially what happened there.
Oh, I can go first here. Just Millonario, I kind of got into the rumors. I have this black spot, this question mark, this unknown team that put down Asian Disappointment, that put down Team Ego, that put down the Valley. I'm kind of souping into these rumors. I want to see how good Millonario are, so I'm going to give them the little bit of boost, especially against like a team as accredited, as dominant, that has set the standard for so long in North America in Area 77.
Look, I just want to say I voted for Millonario, and everybody copied my. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, I'm right there with you. I like to see the story of the underdogs, the dark horses, and I really feel if there's any team that deserves the title of the dark horse, especially with the performance side of the qualifiers, it's got to be Millonario. And I want to see this team spearhead the way. I want to see the new faces rise to the occasion and possibly see some upsets, right? Hopefully not too early, but I mean, again, this is best of threes and anything is possible. But I feel like Area 77, I wouldn't rate them as a top 2 team so far out of everybody that's on this bracket for today, but I will say that they're definitely high up there, possibility of top 4. And Millonario, they're that question mark, that black spot, like Private mentioned, and we got to fill that in.
Yeah, I think we've all been going strong on their qualifier performance. We put our vote, put our money on a team that proved that they are the strong team throughout the qualifiers. But looking at the Area 77, it's very promising. And what's more promising for the viewers right now is you have another giveaway for you guys. Let's take a look at the screen. There's a QR code for you to scan and a code to type in for your chance to get one of these permanent skins. Ooh, looking pretty fruity.
Oh, pretty fruity indeed. Definitely want to get a fruit off of that tree, as you are going to see some amazing skins available. Definitely scan it while it's available. First come, first serve.
Yeah, first come, first serve. Only 30 available, so that means you guys are only available for like 28, 27, since we're going to go ahead and claim ours first. Just using that while we're behind the scenes here. But yeah, a nice little chance and a little opportunity for you to get something free for just for being a viewer here. Is there nothing that Moonton does not give us?
I mean, is there anything that they're gonna give the casters? Maybe some legend skin for us here. Just shooting my hopes in. But for you guys watching at home, make sure to pull out your phones before every series, because we will have a giveaway for you guys.
Yeah, definitely claim it while it's available. Like we said, another amazing gift from the NACT team, and definitely shout out everybody who's tuning into the show.
Man, let me say, I am just so excited, so ready, so pumped here. We've talked about it for so long here. We've talked about it offline. I've been talking about it on stream for so long too. This is the veterans versus the new blood coming in to NACT.
and let Private Dance bring the excitement and dance us into the second series of the day.
Ooh, let's get it on. It is going to be a Millonario. We'll get that right at some point. Versus Area 77. So much experience, so much knowledge on one team versus the fresh take. And I don't even know what to expect here. Do they go by the meta? Do they have offhand picks and that's what has been surprising people? How is this going to balance out? I don't even know what to expect, but I expect that the draft, especially against a very square-rooted, I want to say, team like Area 77, the bans are going to be pretty standard. Those assassins, the Matilda, get those out of the way first.
Yeah, definitely take them off the way first, but I'm right there with you, right? Millonario, while they shut down a lot of names that have been known across the MLBB NA scene, a lot of those matches were not caught in the public eye, so they have the element of surprise to work in their favor against Area 77. But Area 77, I would also say this is, even though it's the standard name, right? These faces on this team are not the former Area 77 members that we've seen in the past. There's no cuties on the team. There's no Mar cutie, Gals cutie, Jules cutie. But there are those familiar faces that have been kind of spread across the talent blend of the top 8 teams in North America, such as Joy Bosch, you know, ISO, Yureshi. And so I do expect a great match. I will say one thing, though. When it comes to Rome versus Romer, they're going to have to be on their P's and Q's because Joy Bosch, there was a moment when he was really keeping up, even up against Shark when it came to rotating around as one of the best roamers in North America for a point of time. But he kind of went away for a little while. So now to be able to see him back in the scene again, we got to see where he stands.
Well, and that's the big question here is how are some of these matchups going to go, especially Yureshi in the XP lane? The thing is, that's the reason what they did to get here is so important. They beat the Valley. Co-World on his own, people have been talking about him and how great he was in that roam position. Naths, an MPL legend who came overseas here from the XP lane. He apparently lost to these guys as well. So, I mean, what is Yureshi gonna do? That's why there's such a big question about Millonario. They beat so many greats already. What is it that they had? What is this magic? And maybe have Area 77 found out what it is to be able to find that counter for it?
And that's what I'm kind of wondering as well. Was it comfortability? A lot of times when you have a veteran team and they go in the qualifiers, they kind of just pick what they want to and don't really expect the team to hit as hard as Millonario did in the qualifiers, which definitely caught everybody by surprise. But now with them being on the board, with teams knowing what they're capable of just from looking at the qualifier bracket and who they shut down, I don't expect them to do that again, right? I expect these teams to show up and show out and definitely have a game plan, and that's what we're expecting to see today between these two amazing teams. First picks up on the board, they're going to opt in for the Harith for the side of Millonario, matched up against the Zushin and the Lucas.
Yeah, interesting draft here. They pick up the Harith, but they let out the Zuxin. They let out the Lucas. I'm not going to lie. These have to be two of the most annoying picks already. On the first two picks for Area 77, the amount of CC that Zuxin can put out. We just watched what Lucas could do in the first series. It depends, no matter how much health he has, he's able to get to that back line, get some of those kills, find himself an escape here, especially for a Harith that kind of comes off, comes online around mid-game. He's able to start hitting like a truck by that point. But you need to kind of get to that mid game. You're already at the beginning, at the mid game. You're going to have issues here from Area 77 who are going to be all over you, especially during these objective fights.
Ooh, speaking of objectives, Matilda walked away and picked up from Millonario. I'm surprised this actually went through. It's because the Hayabusa was banned out by Millonario, and I'm kind of wondering why they would allow this to happen. Maybe they have a game plan, but I mean, I guess they took it anyway, even though they banned the Hayabusa. So Area 77 not opting in for that, going in for the Zushin and the Lucas instead for Prio is definitely a little bit more interesting. But are we seeing the crawl back of Esmeralda?
Yeah, another prio for Esmeralda. I like the pickup here. Matilda, with that guiding winds, gives her entire team some shielding. Esmeralda, we talked about it in the last series, feeds off that shielding. Harith, with his Zaman Force laid down, he's able to get that dash, gets more shielding. This is a good pickup for Area 77, but it comes down to execution. It's been a while since we saw a Fredrin that has been super successful. He has all the tools he needs, though, especially now. You pick up the Matilda, you're not going to have as much tankiness on that roam position, but you have it with the jungler. What I'm looking for here now is some more damage to come out from Millenario. Not just that, but well, I mean, they have CC pretty much covered here. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to need, for me, it's always, when there's a Zuxin on the field, my question always go, what is our plan for her? How are we getting to this hero, and how are we shutting it down?
And it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, right? We got to see how this kind of plays out. I will say with the Fredrin, it pairs off well with the Matilda. So you have the energy eruption, you have a little bit of that displacement, and not to mention he's a beefy boy, right? So he's able to sustain himself in a lot of these fights. It's definitely going to be the jungler for the side of Millenario. But speaking of jungles, Area 77, when you pick up this Lucas, it's kind of that trifecta, right? You don't know, is it XP lane, is it roam, is it jungle? You have that element of surprise that's still working in favor. We see the Esmeralda picked up. It's most likely going to be the XP, but I mean, technically, if you go back to international waves, we've seen an Esmeralda put in multiple different roles. We've seen it run in a roam position. We've seen it run in the mid lane. But now we are seeing the Kalia walking today. Look, we're talking about fireworks in the sky. If series number 1 wasn't explosive enough, man, some fireworks are going off right now.
Yeah, with these heroes walking, I'm actually surprised that Suyu walked here as well. That's in fact, I think that's the only one we're missing from the Naruto collab right now. Veil as well for the Gaara skin. But it's interesting. I mean, I guess we could still put Suyu in the XP lane here. I honestly, I don't even know what you do against the Kalia right now. Her ability to kind of get in there, snatch you, the amount of CC, the amount of health that she regens from there. I do like these picks, though. They've got some late scaling here. My problem is this early game. Matilda is a decent early game. Fredrin is decent early, but that's only decent. There's no real damage in this early game. So Millenario are going to really be looking for that mid to late game spike.
And just one more question. What's going to be slotted in the gold lane for Area 77? They're going to go in for the 1-1. Now, it's okay. I mean, technically, I guess there's an R lot on the other side, though, so it could be a little tricky. There's a lot of setup potential, but with the crossbow Tang, if they can hit those marks, it can definitely be effective. And that's going to finalize the draft for our second series.
Is this correct? Is Arlot going to be the jungler from Millenario? That... well, okay, so maybe that might be wrong, so we'll see how this goes out.
No! Don't you say that!
We'll see what kind of comes out of there, but it is an interesting draft from Millenario. Like I said, I kind of am favoring Area 77. They've got some pretty standard strong picks on their side.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, all of my chips would go to Area 77 right now. Based off this draft, and that's just because of the high IQ pickup from Yureshi. And Private, you were right on the money. It kind of slipped my mind for a second, but then, I was like, okay, the math is starting to math. You have the Esmeralda. You're able to steal the shields. The Matilda provides the shields to the team with the guiding winds. And then you also have that Harith. So Yureshi's going to have a heyday. And we know he's one of those players that will quickly rotate and find those windows of opportunity. And when you give him an advantage like that, you give him an inch, he goes a mile.
Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, we are on to our second series of the night. It is the new blood in Millenario taking on the OGs, Area 77.
Yeah, we get those amazing webcams that we love to see, the reactions that everybody lives for, and we're going to go ahead and watch these two teams fight it out in the land of Dawn. Millenario, their first public showcasing. They took the world by surprise in the qualifiers behind closed doors, but now, with the public eye viewing them, where do they stand in the top 8?
Well, more than that, Area 77 all look to be in the same location there. Have themselves a little bit of a little mini boot camp going there. Could that be the difference maker? It makes, people don't realize, it makes a huge difference having your teammates next to you, able to make those calls and hear them in real time. Oh, Yureshi, whoa, very low! And still able to get away, and that's just showing some of that MPL experience. He understands how much damage he can take, how much they can dish out with the ability to still be able to get away.
And I love how you kind of harped in on that, right? Area 77 boot camping it out. Looks like we have another team boot camp in this NACT. It's starting to become a common reoccurrence as the seasons come and go, and it definitely has a major effect. I mean, the last time we had teams boot camp and they were top 2, right? So maybe Area 77, they're definitely keeping their eyes on the prize and taking this seriously.
Yeah, as we get into that 2nd minute mark, no kills on the board just yet. Nobody looking to make any huge mistake. Oh, going in for Hunter, get the pop up there, a little bit of a taunt, and a flicker to get away. That is a spell used immediately as this first turtle comes up.
Yeah, and you got to watch out for Graki on this Mathilda, right? One of those heroes that's almost 100% guaranteed to be banned has walked, and Marky caught in a situation.
Yeah, he does. He's down 3v1. Marky looking to try to get away, getting stunned up there, taken down. Marky is down. That is a jungler out for Millonario and a free turtle for Area 77. And that is unfortunate. And this is what we were talking about. This early little bit of a game for Millonario is going to be a little rough, especially before Graki is able to get that Flask of the Oasis. And even when he does get the Flask of the Oasis, give his team a little bit more shield with those guiding winds, you're going to have to compete with an Esmeralda.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a hard counter, especially up against all those shields provided from the side of Millonario. And speaking of counters, a big slam!
Yeah, TK gonna have to flash himself back to, oh, and taken down by ISO. Monarch does find himself a kill, able to return the favor to Area 77 is 1-2. Both teams take 1 apiece for that engagement. But I want to say Area 77 looking very smooth and very confident.
Yeah, looking very confident, and confidence is key, especially when it comes to these high engagement plays. But right now, Area 77 finding the first neutral objective, leading the way by 1 kill. Corrosion side picked up over there by ISOs. Now going to be able to apply some slows upon hit. Is going to be effective. You have to watch out for those crossbow tangs and those weakness points. You don't want to let him find those and create that opportunity to burst down your team. Millonario, we were looking at Mark. He was caught out of position on that turtle play. He has the Mathilda. I'm wondering why he didn't ride the guiding wind train.
Yeah, and this is one thing too. The early game, I kind of suspected this was going to go to Area 77. What they need to do is just, they need to be able to kind of set this apart through the mid game. Because once Cozy Dreams comes online, once some of these guys get online, Yureshi's really going to have his work cut out for him, because he's going to be the only thing really standing in between his team and this immense amount of damage that can come out from Cozy Dreams. He's going to need to be locked in on Graki and Cozy Dreams on a Matilda and that Harith. As we get to the mid game, we'll start seeing, I just wonder, oh, caught again! And we're looking at a little bit of airborne there, and T-Cake able to get himself out there finally with Graki's help. But this is going to be another turtle away for Millonario.
And that's the thing, you have the Mathilda. This is a time to engage, keep the team alive, and take these objectives. But Area 77 continuously punishing Millonario, and yeah, the Kalia, the water zones, and then able to get that slam down for those setups has been massive. You see T-Cake getting caught out of position a lot with it, rushing in with this R-Lot, trying to get a slash in, but not hitting the mark. And then I feel like there's a lot of displacement from Graki right now on this Mathilda to try and rush in and find these opportunities.
Yeah, and I like the way that they're traveling now. A little bit of backup there for Marky, making sure. The only problem here is that Area 77 is doing such a great job. We were talking about this roam lineup. Oh, grabs up the jungler, is able to dash himself back to safety there. Graki providing a little bit more help with the healing there. Marky trying to get this Lethal Wanderer. I'm not sure how he was able to get it there. Now chasing down Joybush, but I was going to say, Joybaj is doing such an excellent job of getting that information, feeding it to Area 77, and I feel like Millonario is really kind of lacking in that department right now. The Roam is really playing more defensively now than able to get that information and feed it to Millonario to where they can use it to their advantage.
Yeah, right now it's a low-kill game. Definitely different than the first series for sure. Demon Hunter Sword picked up from ISO. We'll be able to soak into the heavy HP pool, especially from Marky and T-Cake. And then the shielding provided by Grocky as well could be a threat. You're looking at a massive, well, no, I would say 2,000 gold lead right now for Area 77's favor. But it's the two turtles that are making the difference for them so far. No turrets have fallen.
And the nice little advantage that ISO has when he's playing a Wan, he doesn't even pick up shoes. He's just a Wan playing bare feet, slapping on the ground there. Oh, Shiro able to pick up a kill onto Marky, and they do pull back TK. This is what I was talking about. We don't have anything for this Zuxin just yet, and we are having a huge problem being able to like counteract giving away the Zuxin pick.
And again, similar story with Marky. What is going on with the positioning? He's often caught off guard by Area 77, and Grocky not close enough to pull him back to safety. I feel like Grocky has to be a little bit closer to him for these guiding wins. ISO able to find Cozy Dreams off screen on the 1v1.
Yeah, off screen, finds it, trying to put down. Oh, he might actually be able to get this tower. Finds it, in comes the circling eagle. ISO looking for another one, finds a kill onto Grocky. 1 and 5, and Area 77 giving Millonario a rough introduction to the NACT.
Look, if you're going to pass the sentence, you got to swing the sword as well, and that's what ISO did right there. The judge, jury, and executioner able to find Grocky on the top side, take the tier 1 turret as well, and now the siege play for the tier 2.
Yeah, Cozy Dreams gets snatched up there. ISO with the finishing blow there, 1-6 with a 4K gold lead. Reshi in a little bit of trouble here, surrounded by 3 members. Here gets taken out Grocky with the kill there, and a little bit of momentum regained by Millonario. But look at the damage. Look at Hunter. The amount of CC that he is issuing out on that Zuxin pickup. And this is what I was talking about. What is our counter? How are we going to be able to shut that down? Because right now, Marky is having a rough time trying to do anything in here with all of that damage and CC in front of his face.
Yeah, and speaking of damage, looking at the gold difference between ISO and Cozy Dreams, you're looking at about 2,000 gold lead, and already working up that Sia Halbert as well. It's going to be such a heavy hitter. I mean, he's stacking up those items quick, and that crossbow Tang is going to shred through Millonario, and they have yet to find an answer for him.
Oh, and a little bit of panic there. Oh, we're going to go in here. A little bit of a pop-up there. Some damage coming out. Grocky gets snatched up, taken down. Monarch in trouble. Has the Bats feast out, but they are still not able to answer. And you see the panic starting to set in. The turtling that they're doing on their side. The towers are pushed in. Not any type of, I want to say, pressure on their side. And they're going to have to let this first Lord go.
Clock of Destiny picked up from Hunter, has some heavy mana, HP as well. Should be able to sustain himself in these fights. Already such a heavy threat with the Zushin rocking on that Brave Smite as well for the HP regen. Able to sustain in the heart of the battle. Area 77 taking the Lord away from Millonario with no contest.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and Marky gets caught again, pushed in and now dragged back, and this, I mean, I don't care what kind of hero you're playing, you need to be a little smarter than that, than checking by yourself. You're down by about 6k gold, and you're face checking bushes by yourself without anybody from your team there.
Yeah, it's, you definitely crossed that T and dotted that I. It makes no sense to face check these bushes when you don't have a means of escape.
Oh, into the back line. Joybaj finds himself another. Taken very low. Monarch finds himself a kill on the ISO. Cozy Dreams take down Joybaj, turning this around. Hunter's going to have to use his flicker, but in comes Yureshi to cover the escape. Lord still dealing up at top, and Shiro and Marky having themselves a little bit of a battle here at bottom.
Look, I just want to say, Liz said she changed her vote, but it doesn't count because we're already started the show, so we can't go back and fix that, all right? But yeah, Area 77 steamrolling through Millonario so far at the 10-minute mark, 4 kills ahead. But a 6K gold lead is what's making the difference, and also the placement of where those kills are going. ISO, highest kills in the game, 4, 2, and 1. Shiro, deathless on this Lucas, who's been such a dominant force this NACT spring season.
Yeah, I'm kind of... we're going to go in, and you see Arlok get snatched up there. Pulled back there by the Guiding Winds. But down comes the Zaman Force. TK gets taken down by Joybaz. Jureshi on the back lines. Monarch down as well as Grokky. It's just Marky alone here as a Fredrin to try to tank off this damage. 4-12, and you got to wonder what the problem here. The first problem comes from the draft for me. Marky on this Fredrin just did not provide enough oomph for it. As you see the entire team swarm around Marky, last mid tower taken down, and this is going to be a first game for Area 77.
They didn't come in peace. They came to dominate. Area 77 has landed, and no one left standing from the underdog team Millonario for game number 1. What a performance and a debut.
Yeah, an excellent game for Area 77, really showing what they are all about here in NACT. And like I said, a welcome to NACT for Millenarios. You faced some other teams, but you didn't face Area 77. And I say the problems here for me started at the draft.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the Mathilda walked, and it was definitely bait from Area 77, a high IQ moment from them. I feel like they planned on that the entire time, right? They said, okay, we had this Esmeralda in our pocket, and a lot of teams are underestimating the value of what the Esme can provide, and maybe we'll see that kind of form even further as we progress throughout this series. But game number 1 for Area 77, 13-4. Not a hot look for the debut performance of Millonario, and it kind of raises the question on how they took down the top teams like the Valley, or teams that are expected to be in that top position. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe they made a slight mistake in the draft, and I'm expecting in game 2 some possible adjustments.
Well, I mean, this was, I want to say, especially this draft, I want to say the stars kind of aligned for for Area 77. You pick up the Harith and you bait out that Matilda pickup with Jureshi having an Esmeralda in his back pocket. And Jureshi already, you're gonna have no deeper hero pool than what he can pull out, as we've talked about before. He's got that MPL experience, so he knows everything that he can put out there to counter. So then you have your Harith and a Matilda on the same team, so he pulls out the Esmeralda. Not just that, but I feel like maybe Marky might have gotten shut down a bit. I feel like there were kind of better pickups there than a Fredrin to be put out there. And this is the reason that Fredrin has kind of been left at the wayside. There's not much that he can do. He's very slow on his rotations. He's slow on his jungle clear, and he doesn't do enough damage to be as much of a threat anymore because of the amount of CC that is out there now, especially against the Zuxin, Esmeralda, Kalia. Like, there's just so much CCs. Fredrin is basically sitting there stun locked at the objective and not being able to provide his team with anything that they need. And we even saw from that first objective, he was stun locked so hard he wasn't even able to take the Guiding Winds to get away. Gets killed in the early game, which gives that first objective over immediately. A great job, a great read, and just a great draft by Area 77.
And, you know, you kind of broke that down really well. You talked about the limitations of what the Fredrin already has, and this is on a perfect player, right? Those are limitations that are still going to be there. But when you have Marky, who some of those problems wasn't even the limitations on Fredrin itself, but the limitations on Marky's positioning and decision-making when it came to these engagements. You saw a lot of times First Blood rushed into the heart of the battle on the first turtle without being in distance of Grokky's Guiding Wind to take him down to safety. Here you get to see a lot of that start to pile up in Area 77's favor. Even though it wasn't a high kill game, it was those minor decision-making plays that made the difference.
Yeah, and this might be kind of like what what happens to a lot of teams that can get a surprise during the qualifiers. Maybe they've got some like off-brand, really strong picks that people don't understand. But when it gets to this point, when it gets to the playoffs, I want to say, especially against a team like Area 77, they're going to do their homework. They're going to talk with people about what's, they're going to talk with the Valley. They're going to talk with Asian Disappointment, and they're going to see what happened during those games and come in with a plan.
Coming in with the plan is definitely necessary if you want to move on forward, especially up against a team like Area 77, who's been around, stood the test of time, and is one of the most known names in the North American scene. And taking away game number 1 is a major step in the right direction, considering this is a best of 3. Millonario, still a shot, but definitely on the losing end of the side so far in the series. A lot of things are going to have to change in game number 2.
Yeah, but I believe we're going to be going back to Liz here as we figure out a little something. Or actually, no, we're just going to go right into a break, ladies and gentlemen, as we get that audio fixed so you can have the best experience you need. But we will see you right after a short break.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
私はもっと強くなる。やっ！さよなら！
right, we are back after a short break, and hopefully all the audio issues are resolved. But if you guys notice any, definitely let us know. It's always our pleasure to bring you guys the best experience, and not only the teams, but from the production standpoint as well. But now jumping into a little bit of a recap from what we've seen before the brief intermission, we got to see Millonario, the underdog teams, the new faces, who kind of raised a lot of eyebrows in the qualifiers, struggle in their debut against Area 77 in their first match of this best of 3, taking down in a pretty dominant way.
Not just that, but a lot of things people noticed. Area 77 coming very strong. Area 77 seemingly at a boot camp right now. Everybody together, everybody next to each other. They are taking this very seriously. And one thing that they are not going to do against a team like Millonario, what it seems here, is definitely not going to be underestimating them.
Yeah, you don't want to underestimate your opponent for sure, especially Millonario. I mean, maybe it's a mind game. Maybe game number 2, they're just going to flip the script entirely. We'll have to wait and see. We are going to see the Phobius ban for the side of Area 77 alongside the Joy, but now we got to raise a question, man. The Mathilda, it wasn't banned in game number 1. Do you see that being banned in game number 2?
It really depends. Like I said, the planets kind of aligns when you picked up a Matilda and a Harith and got outdrafted with an Esmeralda on the other team. Not just that, but you picked up a Fredrin too. I want to say the Fredrin was kind of the little piece, the little domino that really broke the rest of Millonario in there for me. I'm not sure how bad the counter would have been if the jungle was doing enough to become a threat. The problem here is there was just too much CC. Also, giving away Zuxin. This is something I beat into the ground. And I personally don't know how you counter it. I counter Zuxin by banning it because I don't know what you can do to get to the back line. She's got so much in her kit to be able to get away from dives, even more so than a Sicilian. It's absolutely jarring to me. And it's just something that there needs to be a plan for if you're going to go against it.
Okay, look, Zushin's up and Kalia's up. If you're blue side, what are you picking first?
I mean, maybe the answer is a Kalia. Maybe you let them pick up the Zuxin, you pick up the Kalia, you dive into that back line, you get an ult off, you bring her back to your group. But, of course, there's also the amount having a Purify on a Zuxin, using that ult. They're going to go ahead and lean onto it, and I'm looking at Millonario. What is your answer?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely running out of windows of opportunity, right? This is the best of 3. This is match point for Area 77, so hopefully after the brief intermission, they were able to find a strategy to work in their favor to tie up this series. I like to see things go the distance, and I'm definitely a fan of the story of the underdog, but right now, there's a lot of things on the checking list that have to be answered for Millonario after the last performance in game number 1. So with the Zushin pickup, it's definitely been a major force. You talk about the Crimson Beacon with the massive AoE damage, the displacement from the Lantern Flare. It's such a heavy threat, and then you see the Clock of Destiny paired up with a mage like Zushin, and you're able to pretty much sustain yourself with the HP. You're able to have a lot of mana regen as well to continuously fight in the battle, and there goes the Harith pickup again, but wait, Esme's still available.
Esme is available, but you only have a Harith out there right now. I do like a Suyu pickup, and I'm very curious as to why we didn't pick up this at the first game, but you have to know Area 77 was ready for this, because this is objectively where I thought the first draft was going to go, and I'm pretty sure that they were prepped for it. Here, we still got some great engagement, possibly a Hylos can come out there, something else. Esmeralda still works here, still knocks. And a Hayabusa picked up by Area 77. What I'm going to want to see is potentially maybe some type of early game. The problem is a lot of that early game is very countered by a Zuxin.
Okay, Private, this is going to be crazy, right? Mathilda is still on the table. And if Area 77, if this does not get banned in the second half or picked up from Millonario, no, it can't. I guess there's Esmeralda, and that's a smart play. They really don't even want to take that that Mathilda because you have the Harith already. It'd be the same situation as game number 1, right?
I think you're forced to ban it. 'Cause do you want to give that to Area 77? I think that would make a bad comp even worse. for them. They're going to go with the Hylos pickup here, so I'm assuming the Matilda's going to get banned out, or maybe it just walks here. I definitely don't think you want to give that to Area 77. Hayabusa, man, you're going to have a rough time dealing with a Hayabusa here. I do like this tanky front line. I do like the amounts of, I want to say, coverage you can get on a Harith to protect you, possibly. So you've got two very tanky frontliners here. If a Hayabusa jumps onto you, gets that quad shadow, gets that shadow kill onto you, you dive to your teammates, spread the love to them, let Hayabusa do his damage, and then he has to get away. It's just that we've seen how well, like I said, Zuxin, and I want to say also Joybaz just did such a good job of getting around the map, getting information, knowing at all times where the jungler was, what he was doing, and feeding that information to the rest of his teammate. I need to see that coming out of Millenarios. I need to see a more offensive approach from them when it comes to this. Hylos, he's a very tanky boy, so he's got the survivability that he needs.
Yeah, he has survivability, he has mobility in his kit. Honestly, without the Mathilda, it's still another great option to be able to get your jungler back to safety and some of your backlines. A way to engage and also disengage. But I want to kind of keep a close eye on this Hayabusa, right? With the Hayabusa, you have the quad shadow, which means you have a chance, and the Luigi shadow kill. You have maneuverability across the map when it comes to these neutral objectives, a means of escape, or a means to go in and be invulnerable with the Luigi shadow kill to be able to get this retro play on the neutral objectives. And Area 77, they already have been winning on neutral objectives without having that as an additional bonus, which is going to make it even hard for Millenario to be able to contest on these engagements for these turtles and these lures. Now, the Mathilda was not banned out. It's still available, and we have yet to see a roam picked up from Area 77. Do they bite that bait laid out from Millenario? But honestly, in this stance, I don't feel like it'd be too bad of a pickup for Area 77.
Well, I'm kind of wondering what you do for a mage pick here. I mean, the last, what was the last counter for a Zuxin was like a Zask. Well, honestly, I don't hate Zask here. He's got a little bit of survivability. You put a shadow kill onto me, Zask can pretty much get out of that with his ultimate. I feel like we might be going a little too far outside the box. Terizla is one of those very dependable old school picks in the XP lane. The only problem I have is that once he goes in, there's going to need to be an answer, because he's going to be the one diving in the back line. He's going to get that penalty zone, and you're going to need to have some type of coverage for him. Nice pickup on the side of Area 77. You've got the Jawhead. That means you're going to have this very fast clear for Hayabusa. That a very strong early game for Area 77.
Yeah, the missile projectiles on the Jawhead got a recent buff as well, so it's even more effective when you're trying to get some additional damage off. And then you got the revamped Kimmy to be able to burst down into the back line. Once you fill up that energy, it can definitely be effective and more mobile as well. So right now, Area 77, they have a lot of mobility to work in their favor. A strong frontline composition from Millenario, though, right? You have the Harith, you have the Suyo, and then you also have this Terizla, which a little bit of a shocker to me, putting up the Terizla up against... I'm expecting this to go inside of the XP lane against the Esmeralda. I don't think they're going to put the Hylos in that position. But they're going to triple down on the crowd control and pick up yet another, I would say, unorthodox matchup.
I don't hate this. It's Millenario, their comms are going to need to be crisp for this to pay off. You go in with the penalty zone, you get the rough waves coming up from the Kadita. There's a lot of potential damage that can come out here, but there's nothing really in this early game to really protect Millenario. So we're gonna need to be very careful in these first few objectives.
The thing about Kadita is, I mean, you can use it for utility, or you can use it to really try and burst down and get that single shot onto a member of Area 77. The tricky thing about that is, though, if you go for the damage aspect, you have to pick up early in the game, right? You have to start getting kills from the beginning. You cannot be killless 7 to 10 minutes in, or it's not going to be as effective. It's just going to go more of that utility route, and they already have too much of that. They need damage. They need more in the damage aspect. That's putting a lot into the hands of the Harith and also the Suyo. When you look at the side of Area 77, they've got a very aggressive early game composition, and without wasting any more time, you're seeing these teams, Area 77 boot camping it out, Millenario on the webcams as well, ready to take it for game number 2.
Yeah, you already see Hayabusa and the Jawhead moving very quickly for Area 77, trying to clear out that minion. Now on their third minion, and you can see that Suyu has just started on his second. So that's just what we were talking about, the early game, the fast clear, the fast rotations that are coming out. And again, how do we get to Hunter? How do we get to Area 77's mage here to be able to stop them from being able to put so much CC onto you?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of things, a lot of hurdles that we have to see them jump over. And Area 77 in game number 1, they were not playing no games. They were very aggressive, very surgical on the way they were executing these neutral objectives and going across the map. And a lot of times, Millenario, the pressure was too much to handle.
Oh, he gets a fight, but he gets it onto Graki.
Oh.
Comes back in with that quad a shadow and then gets taken out. Very good. I want to say very precise. You get that ejector even on the tank, even onto Graki. He was full health there. So that's just some great game knowledge there from Area 77, knowing what they can do, knowing what they can take out, and being able to find the kill. Now they're going to go in on the Joybots. Another ejector goes on to Marky, who's taken down Yoreshi with the kill there, bringing them to a 2-0 lead.
Look, you can't fight what you don't understand. And Area 77 has proven they're from a different dimension. Joybosh with these lethal ejector plays are massive right now. Both of them leading to kills.
Yeah, this is absolutely, I mean, a clinic being put on by Area 77, especially with the ejectors coming out. Shiro's doing such a great job. They have the communication. They all know what needs to be done. Ejector comes out, damage comes out onto it. It doesn't matter who it is. You would think that an ejector latched onto here, and down goes poor Sasuke. Big T coming in with a penalty zone, but this is what we were talking about, that maneuverability from the Zuxin, able to get out of harm's way. Graki and TK taking a load of damage, gonna have to find themselves an escape, and even with finding a jump, not able to secure a kill is Millenario.
And Joybosh on fire. 3 assists so far, all leading to direct kills for Area 77, and throwing a thumbs up, showing he's ready to take it to the next level of this spring season. Millenario on the back end, needing to find a way to not get caught by these lethal ejectors, but how do you stop Joybosh?
Oh, again, it doesn't matter who you are. They're not even going for the squishy targets. They're going straight for the roam, and the damage that comes out. This is what we were talking about, that early game damage that's able to come out. Not only are you getting an ejector into the back, not only are you getting the heavy damage coming out from a Jawhead, but Zuxin is right there waiting for, he doesn't even survive long for Zuxin to get the CC onto it. Marky in trouble, not gonna be able to find himself a dash out. Shiro finds another kill.
Yeah, and this is what you want, especially on the Assassins. Picking up that Hayabusa, paving the way in the early game, getting these kills, and then Joybosh very overly aggressive. And we mentioned these are the things that Millenario is struggling against, is the fast-paced rhythm from Area 77.
Monarch gets taken out. This reminds me of a few seasons ago when Jawhead used to be meta, until I feel like everybody understood, everybody knew what he was capable of, that flicker into an ejector. And right here, Millenario are learning the absolute hard way of how much of an upset he can be in the early game. And this is exactly what I was talking about. There's no coverage in this early game, especially with such a presence by Area 77. Not only that, but they have security in the mid lane, or in the mid game. They have security in that late game too. So this just gets worse and worse as it goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem. And Shiro able to find Monarch's second death of the game. Shiro spearheading the way with the highest kills, 3. Concealed play called out. Cozy Dreams may find himself short here.
Yeah, big stun there, looking for a lift up there, gets picked off by ISO. There's just too much CC, no way. Oh, they get latch on the Joybot's gonna use that flicker. Marky in trouble. Hunter takes a little bit of a stun. Grocky around 3 members, has to use that flicker to get away. T-Cake comes up to the side, realizes he might be in more harm's way than he wanted. Quad shadow from Shiro ensures a getaway, and ISO finds the kill on Marky. 9-0 and a dominating lead for Area 77.
We're not just witnessing strategy, we're witnessing extraterrestrial execution right now from Area 77 as they push through the mid lane for the tier 1 play.
Oh man, right now Area 77 doing what Itachi did to the Uchiha clan and wiping them out. Milanario on the run as a tower goes down at mid. Yureshi with a kill onto Monarch.
The Itachi play was crazy, but it definitely fit the painting right there. And Shiro able to get another. Cozy Dreams looking like an uncomfortable nightmare.
Oh man, and Marky gets taken down by ISO. Right now, Milanario are not able to find that magic that got them to the, I want to say that got them through the first round of the qualifiers. It's qualified for the playoffs right here. But I mean, you're talking about a team like Area 77. This was gonna be the big challenge in your bracket. This is the proving ground. This is the wall you need to pass to establish yourself here in North America. Area 77 showing that they are not going to go down without a fight, and showing why and what that history means for them here in North America.
Yeah, they don't seem like they're putting their foot on the brake anytime soon. Looking like they're going to take off yet again to increase their lead on this map. Already up by 8K and climbing, and deathless so far.
Deathless 13-0 right now, a 8K gold lead for Area 77 at the 7-minute mark. That is more than 1K a minute. They do get 2. Rocky in trouble. Glorious Pathway is out. Shiro finds a kill onto Monarch. A tower going down at top, looking for a click or I want to say a flicker there. Yureshi finds himself a kill. Cozy able to find a kill as well. 16-1. Who is the upsetting one? Who is the feeder on Area 77? It looks like Joybaj got a little too greedy with one of those plays on Jawhead. Ended up giving Area 77 their first death.
I don't know if they were placing a bet on who would have fell first, because Joybaj, they just dapped up on the webcam. I wonder what the boys were talking about there. It was either like, oh, it's okay, bro. There it goes again. There it goes the dap for everybody to see. But 17-1, Milanario in some trouble.
Man, and not just that, but I mean, the cohesion, the synergy coming from these guys, the tight draft. I want to say they obviously have found the answer here that they needed for Milanario, because, I mean, this is definitely not a team that I suppose would have beaten the Valley right now. This is a clinic being put on by Area 77. And maybe let's not take anything away from Milanario. Area 77, like we said, they're no slouch. They might not be what they were. They might have some new members, but who's to say that this isn't a better, more crisp Area 77 than we've ever seen here in the last 3 years of NA Esports?
Yeah, they're definitely putting on a show for their debut series for day 1 of the NACT Spring season playoffs. And there we go.
Shadow kill comes on, takes down 2! Monarch and the roam for Milanario. A big penalty zone from T-Cake, but used defensively as Area 77 bursting through mid.
Bursting through mid, Shiro finding Marky.
Yeah, and now pushing forward. A nice ultimate. T-Cake in trouble here, getting lifted up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a full sweep and a dominating second match from Area 77.
Not from this earth, not of the meta. Area 77 delivering a signal to shake the NACT spring season. What a match to be able to push on forward a clean 2-0 performance.
Yeah, I mean, a great dominating performance here. Hats off to Milanario. I know that was a very dominating loss that they just took to Area 77, but to get here, to beat a team like the Valley, to beat a team like Team Ego, to beat Asian Disappointment, to get here says a lot about them, and I really hope to see more from them in NA's future. But you went against the Lion, a mountain in North America in Area 77, and you got exactly what you asked for in a very dominating and a clinic put on by the aliens.
And I gotta say, look, I know Joy Baj. I love the name, man. Definitely an anime fan myself, but I would say he kicked it into 6th gear, something we haven't seen before. On a Jawhead, a little mechanical reference with that as well. But the Jawhead, the lethal ejector, a hero that has been picked up internationally, but often a lot of teams do not expect it and don't really have an answer for it. He was aggressive in the early game to create those opportunities. It was what, 3 to 4 plays unanswered, just straight lethal ejectors leading to kills. And then after that, you got to see Shiro pick up the pieces, find the kills he needed on this Hayabusa to pave that early game. And that was just the beginning of the story from pretty much a flawless performance. We're talking 22 to 1. This may be a record to beat for the NACT Spring season so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance. And once again, the entire back desk completely wrong on their predictions. This does not bode well for our predictions right now. So anything can happen here. Area 77, a great draft by them here too as well. And that's kind of the value you get here when it comes to reaching this point in North America. When you get this high, that is when it becomes so important. You can't just outplay your opponents with whatever picks you have. You can't just be good on a hero. You need to be good on all the heroes, and you need to be able to understand the drafts. You need to be able to understand those power spikes and be able to fill in the holes that happen with some of your compositions. And I feel like Area 77 just has so much more experience in that department, and they showed it.
And that's what I want to harp down on, right? It's the experience that's definitely shining over Millonario. They had a great qualifier, so I look forward to seeing them in future NACTs. Hopefully this is not the end of this team that took the world by surprise in the NACTs qualifiers. But, you know, it's a little bittersweet when it's a single elimination format. You don't really have a chance to see them crawl back in the lower bracket. So a lot of highlights, and most of them are going to be going toward Area 77 on that amazing performance. But yet again, you're talking about one of the most stagnant teams that have stood the test of time and remained. And I wouldn't say the most traditional players that have always been on Area 77, but players who have been around the NACT scene since the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, and you said it best. One of the most stagnant teams and that have withstood the test of time in North America, and showing why. Because their team always means a particular standard, means a particular level of play, a particular level of understanding of this game, and they showed it here against a team like Millonario, who a lot of people were questioning how good they were. And it just seemed like, I mean, this happens for a lot of new teams who maybe make a little bit of a wave in the qualifiers because they have something outside the box. But there's a reason that drafting is so important, and it means so much to a lot of these teams. And they were able to showcase that perfectly here in that last series.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch. I mean, we're just getting started, right? We're halfway through today's series. We've got 2 down already, both of them ending with 2-0 sweeps, and we're just getting started, right? I mean, Area 77, who would have, I mean, a lot of people would have probably thought that the Vets would have took them down. I honestly wanted to see the story of the underdogs. It's a little bittersweet, but as we wrap all this up for the second series, we got to swing on over to our amazing host, Liz Beth, and see her thoughts over this match.
I gotta say, I'm the only one who got the prediction right. I voted for Area 77, and they indeed showed us why the veterans and why the bootcamp really helps. I'm kidding, guys. I know Private must be really happy that Area 77 showed their performance, and let's take a look at the MVP of the series.
MVP.
Drum rolls, please.
Oh.
Ooh. Joy Baj.
Yeah, Joy Baj, he was dominant. He was all over the place. I wasn't really sure who it was going to go to. I thought maybe it would have went to Shiro just because he had the most kills, and I feel like the assist kind of lacked off toward the later half, and I mean, Joy Bosch was the only one who died on the team. I'm just throwing that out there. But the lethal ejectors were definitely on point.
I mean, you brought this up when we were talking about the matchup. Joy Bosch considered probably one of the best roamers in North America, and somebody that you had to keep your eye on if you had a plan that was gonna be successful against Area 77. And he showed exactly why. In the first game, as Kalia, he was able to get a great amount of those ults and able to be around the map to get a ton of information to feed it to his team, doing exactly what you need as a roam. In the second game, he took that a step further. Not only was he feeding information, but he was taking an active role in a lot of these pickoffs, getting that ejector, feeding them back to his team, and getting that damage on them as well. I mean, there's a reason like he is talked about in such praise here in North America.
Yeah, he has consistently made himself on the top teams of the NACT, and this season back to where he came from, Area 77. Amazing performance coming out from the veteran teams, and it looks like they were all in the boot camp. I mean, the boot camp does definitely help, especially if your opponents are scattered around the country. When everyone is in the team, everyone is on the same mind, and it just shows that nothing can take them down.
Yeah, and a couple of daps from Joy Bosch over there as they were getting those kills. I definitely think that boosts that momentum to help them continue to push on forward. So a well-fought battle and a great victory for Area 77.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm wondering if this boot camp was an idea of theirs that they knew from the beginning that they were going to do to get them an advantage. And we'll probably be able to find out here shortly. But like, people kind of underestimate what it means, especially with a country as big as the land that encompasses North America, Canada, US. It's just a huge landmass. There's a lot of ping issues, a lot of lag. Not just that, but there's also something to be said about having your team next to you. I've talked about this, being able to talk normally to each other and be able to get those cues very quickly. I mean, and not being able to hear, like, what did he say? Should I go? Should I stop? Should I, you know what I mean? Like, so you don't have the lag of comms in there too. And not just that, but the motivation you get from that. And maybe that was part of a big deal that really helped Area 77. But man, a great game from them, and shades of what we used to see from Area 77 here in North America, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, and let's find out more about the boot camp experience as we have an interview with Cheryl.
Hello.
Hi, I was wondering who the blonde was in the camera. Hi, Cheryl. Amazing performance for your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, is the whole team in the boot camp together? Where are you guys right now?
Oh, it's just four of us. It's me. It's me, Joy Bosch, Hunter, and then ISO. And then we're in Dallas right now, so we're like in the central area.
I see. So can we actually and introduce yourselves? This is the time where your whole team gets to be in one camera and everyone gets to have a little spotlight for themselves. So who is in the back right there?
Oh, that's ISO and Bodge. They're just watching our game right now. We're just replaying it.
Yeah, amazing. And how did you guys decide to ISO doing that victory dance? How did you guys decide to plant this boot camp, and why did you guys decide to go to Dallas?
Oh, because we think that we've been improving, and then we felt like we can win this NACT if we had like good MS, you know. I think it's gonna be much easier to play around with your teammates, and then like the connection is like much easier than playing online, because you get to bond with them in real life, and then improve your synergy as a team.
We know that ISO and Bosch probably met before at the offline events. Is this your first time meeting your teammates?
Yeah, it's my first time.
And how has it been hanging out in the boot camp?
It was so good because like that's my teammates right there. Like I get to play with them.
Yeah, and I mean you've been hanging out all throughout, and we're so happy to see everyone is up. No one is lying on the couch today. So good job for you guys. And we saw in the first series, it was up against Villain Era actually made it out in the first series, and you guys were gonna face them tomorrow in the semifinals. How confident are you against their team?
We're pretty confident because we thought that our school was gonna get that one, but now that they dropped to lower bracket and we're gonna go against Villain Era. It's like felt like more reassuring that we can beat them and be in the finals.
Yeah, and speaking of finals, next series is going to be BTK versus the Valley. What is your prediction for that series, and who do you want to go
I
against?
I can say.
You can't say?
Yeah, I guess just like best of luck to whoever's gonna win.
And your confidence, whichever team makes it out to the.
We're like in the zone. We're like in the zone right now.
All
We're
right,
just ready.
Bet we are so excited to see you guys in the series tomorrow and your journey throughout this NACT. Best of luck, and thank you for your amazing performance today.
All right, thank you so much. Also, I want to give shout out to my friends out there. Thanks for supporting us, and then please keep supporting us. We have more things to show in the game, so stay tuned.
Can I shout out?
Shout out.
Yo, shout out to my girl
shout
Ella. Love you.
Yo, shout out to my mom. Thank you for watching my game.
Also, I want to give shout out to my family out there in the Canada. Like, I flew here just to get in the boot camp with my friends, and then they're supporting me from there. So I'm pretty excited to show what I'm capable of in the NACT.
Well said, guys. I'm sure everyone you guys shouted out to is watching and cheering for you guys, and we are as well. So best of luck in the upcoming series, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Wow, they look confident and strong, and like they said, they're locked in, they're in the zone, and I'm just so excited for tomorrow.
I'd say, and most important, there's a lot of emotion in the right direction, right? There's a lot of confidence and there's a lot of fun from this team, and you can definitely tell that chemistry is there. And if they continue to hone that in, I feel like their capabilities of what they can perform in the NACT is endless.
Man, there is something stirring in North America. Area 77 used to be that team that people put along the lines that was going to be the flag bearer next to BTK. But sadly, they kind of fell off as history showed in the last 2 years. Here, this is probably one of the strongest I've ever seen Area 77, and I'm very excited to see what they can show us through the rest of this tournament. Perhaps this could be the passing of the torch here in North America. If they can continue this momentum, if they can take this into the finals, if they can meet one of the people from the lower bracket in the grand finals, we'll see. Only time will tell if this boot camp is enough to kind of bring them to that point, especially with a brand new roster. But some new things brewing here in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. A new roster, but veteran players. At least 3 of the players on that team has the offline experience at the grand finals for the NACT. So they definitely look very strong, and we just have to see how they do tomorrow. And that brings us to the most anticipated series of the day. I'm sure for every fans out there, you're waiting, and we're waiting as well. Next up is BTK versus the Valley. Let's see what they're cooking as we take a short break.
ャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls.
We are right on time, guys. 5-minute break, and now we are in the nail-biting match between the Valley versus BTK. This is the match that everybody is looking forward to, and I just cannot wait. A lot of toss-up this time with the rosters as well as the lineup for both teams. We know that Best Player and Zane are in the same team, and some switch-ups in their coaches. So what do you guys think about this matchup? What do you guys feel is going to be the team that comes on top?
I'll definitely say when it comes to these two teams facing it off, whether it's Cloud9, whether it's BTK, whether it's the Valley, whenever you hear the Ohio brothers, shoot, you can go down the list. But it's the same players, it's the same faces that you see time and time again. And when they fight it out, you never know what to expect except some of the greatest cinema moments inside of MLBB NA history, and hopefully we get to witness that today. Now, this is a different dynamic, one we have not seen before ever, right? For them two to face off in the very beginning in a single elimination bracket in a best of 3 on top of that. This is a first.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big and monumental match, worthy of the finals. In fact, we just saw this last year in the finals, so there is a lot of stress, a lot riding. Both of these teams have been told that they are at a boot camp, have told us that they are at a boot camp, so they're all next to each other, both of them, and we saw what it did for Area 77, put them onto another level. And both these teams, whether it's the Valley or BTK, you know they are going to take every single step they need to be successful here.
Yeah, let's take a look at their rosters for both teams. Coming in strong for the Bloodthirsty Kings is going to be Foy Chicken on the XP lane, best player in the jungle, Hoon with his body cut off in the mid lane, Shark in the roam, and Zia on goal lane.
Yeah, definitely a powerhouse team. Names that everybody in Mobile Legends in general are familiar with. They've had such a massive impact in terms of a big crowd fan base, and also what they've contributed to for the community. And to be able to see these players rise up to the pedestal again to take a chance to go international is a sight to see.
Yeah, and the big story about this team, not just the synergy between these 5 guys, but Zane taking a step back, some very big shoes for best player to fit, and we're going to see how well he has fit into those shoes, into this team to hoist that flag of BTK.
Yeah, and on the other side we have the Valley, a lot of familiar names I'm sure as well coming in for the Valley's lineup, as we just pulled that up in a little bit and say goodbye to Hoon waving at us. For the Valley, we have Naz on the XP lane, Nasty Wayne in the jungle. I'm sure we've seen Nasty Wayne somewhere. Mark Cutie in the mid lane, Cold World on roam, and Basic on the gold lane.
Man, you gotta love to see it, right? Some familiar faces and some new additions, and we gotta see where they fare off up against a team like BTK. Basic over there, he's known to be kind of that leader when it comes to the teams that go up against BTK, and to see him rise to the mantle again. Cold World, we've seen him represent North America several times. He's been on the international level, and he's known as one of the best roamers in NA as well. Mark Cutie, a player that we've seen all the way from starting in Area 77, transitioning all the way over to multiple top echelon teams, and here again for yet another trial run for greatness. I can't wait to see where this team goes.
Yeah, when I look at this team, especially when it comes to Naths, Mark Cutie, and Cold World, the term high IQ players comes to mind. People who can fit in multiple roles, people who understand this game on a different level and have been able to take that level and lead the Valley to some of the greatest games and even victories over BTK. The big question on everybody's mind, the same with BTK. Is Nasty Wayne going to be able to fill in that jungle role to be able to help the Valley and get them to victory? Are they going to be able to recapture that same aura that they had from last season?
Yeah, definitely a newer name compared to his teammates on the roster, but he has 3 games to prove himself. Moving in, let's see what the casters predicted for this series. I'm wondering, is it going to be a unanimous decision for BTK? I have to say, so far the caster predictions have been 0%. I'm sure, I hope that our predictions actually come in clutch this series. I hope, you know, we all voted for the Kings, and maybe the Kings will rise on top.
Look, I'm just gonna say it. I'm on my miracle wave, you know, the caster curse. So I purposely did this because I knew it was the other. You know, I'm just kidding. Because now if BTK loses, oh my God, my YouTube is gone. But you're gonna see some great competition between them. I mean, when it comes to BTK, I mean, for me personally, Liz, you kind of touched on this a little bit as we were jumping into these teams. To see best player and Mobazane on the same team is something we have yet to watch. And it's going to be something I look forward to seeing. And honestly, with them two, the 2 best junglers in North America on the same side, Nasty Wayne is a big question mark for me, and you know I have to watch how he steps into those shoes, and could he possibly be a new heavy-hitting jungle that rises to the occasion like a leader like Mobazane does, or best player?
One thing I've learned since the beginning of casting here in North America is when the pressure is on, when the stakes are high, there is no betting against BTK. They have the survival in them to push forward and to reach new levels. And I would be remiss if I bet against them here when there is no bottom bracket, when there is no way forward except for victory. So we'll see if that withstands.
And new levels they have to reach because this is their only chance to move forward. And there is no comeback story for the Kings. They just have to make it through with this series. And for you guys watching at home, we have another giveaway for you guys. On the screen, you should see a QR code and a code to type in for one of your chance to another set of permanent skins. First come, first serve. Some changes with the skins.
Did you imagine if they were temporary skins? No, definitely claim them while they're available, guys. Another gift from the NACT team. You gotta love it as we are jumping into one of the most anticipated matches of the day, our third series. I mean, so far it's been nothing but sweeps, but honestly, I feel like this may be the first one we see go the distance.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about tonight. It's not even our final match. The night isn't even over. We still have another series after this one, and this one, the stakes are so high, the excitement, the fandom around the world here. You can take a little moment there, grab yourself a skin as we get ready to take you to probably one of the most anticipated matches of this first round.
Yeah, for sure. And just so you guys know, both of these teams should be in a boot camp. We saw how dominant Area 77 was in that boot camp in the last series, but this time both of the teams will be fighting against each other on an equal footing, and we're so hyped to see how they play out. And with that being said, draft is ready, so casters, take us into the series.
And away we go into the third series of the day between two of the most known names in North America. The coin being flipped yet again for another spring season. Is it going to be the Valley? Is it going to be BTK? Is Nasty Wayne a new addition to the jungler tier list for a top 3 position? We got to see what they bring to the table. But Private, before we jump into that, let's jump into a couple of things that we've seen in the qualifiers, right? You had the chance to watch BTK. You've had the chance to watch them kind of push through a lot of these matches. How do you feel about their performances so far?
BTK felt like BTK, honestly. They, as far as their dominance, as far as what they did, like that last game with Area 77, what they did to Millenario is what BTK did throughout the qualifiers to every team that they had faced. They didn't hit any real struggles. They were very quick, very decisive, and it just looked like a well-oiled machine. Now that I bring that up, now what did I see from the Valley? I did know, and like I said, I didn't watch the match with Millenarios, but we do know that they did have to fight their way from the lower bracket. So there was a little bit of a misstep, obviously, coming from them. Does that make them weaker, or does that mean that they found that little bit of humility that is going to make them even stronger now, because they know that they're mortal, because they know that they can mess up, and they don't want to make that mistake against BTK?
Yeah, you can't afford to make a mistake here. That is for certain, and we are seeing some of the bans on the table already. The Jawhead taken off the table from the Valley. They're not even going to waste any time on that, and honestly, I respect it. I mean, it's been picked up internationally, but it's been such a great pocket pick, and the Kalia will walk, and this time picked up by the Valley.
Yeah, Kalia being that primary skin. The Jawhead has been a huge thing, especially for a player like Best Player who likes those assassin plays, who values the Jawhead very quickly for that early game damage, for being able to help him move along the jungle very quickly. Jawhead just provides so much of that snowballing that you like in the early game, where I will say BTK does sometimes tend to struggle in that early game. They like to play it safe, they like to play it slow. They know and they understand where their power spikes are, so they're not going to move that needle until they know it's a sure thing for them.
Now, you've been harping on the Valier time and time again on how you've been liking seeing it kind of rise to the occasion. Do we think the Valier is going to come out between these two teams?
It made a huge splash. Personally, when I played the Valier and when I saw it come out with some of the changes, I wasn't too big on the Valier just because he still has some of the same weaknesses. He's still susceptible to ganks. Assassins, backline divers can still get to him and shut him down very quickly. But I was very surprised to see him in the qualifiers. But because it was such a frontline heavy, a fighter centric compositions I was seeing, Valier seemed to shine. It's been actually amazing that I haven't seen him here, but I want to say maybe some of these players understand the weaknesses of Valier a little better than I do. We do see that revamped Kimmy has come along, and you talked a little bit about how well she does with her revamp. So we're going to see if that kind of plays out here too as well.
And best player, we're going to go ahead and showcase his pickup right there, Hayabusa being slotted in. You know he likes to pry those assassins. We talk about him and Moba Zane being the top 2 junglers in North America. Zane, who kind of prefaces those fighters and those tanks, and then you have best player, who's the opposite, right? He likes to go in for those flashy assassin plays. So that's what we're going to see today from him, paired up against the Suyo. A little bit more of a strong frontline composition from the Valley starting this off. We have yet to see what they're going to kind of pick up as their roam position. I guess Kalia will be the roam position, so they still got to see their XP lane possibly. The Gatot can be flexed. We don't know if it's going to be roam. We don't know if it's going to be XP, and that's the thing about these two teams, right? They like to think outside of the box. 3-dimensional drafting.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for me is I've talked about this before. Gatakacha, very strong roamer, but you cannot use him as an initiator, mostly because you're going to have issues landing that Avatar, the Guardian, because it's telegraphed for so long. You need to have something in front, something to CC them, some type of fight going on before he goes and gets into the mix. And they've already blown a lot of their flickers, blown a lot of their dashes, and there's a very mobile team here on the side of the Valley, so you know they're going to be able to get out of that if they see that coming down on them. A lot of picks taken off the board here too as well, especially for BTK, focusing really down onto that XP lane to try to really iron and pigeonhole Naths.
Yeah, we got to see where this plays into, and also that Kimmy. Last time we saw a couple times we saw the Kimmy in the mid lane position, and it just really didn't hit the mark. I want to see how BTK kind of plays this off. We saw a double marksman composition last time with the Kimmy, but this time I'm wondering if they just lock that into the gold lane, pick up a more solidified mid laner. I mean, the Farza is still up for grabs on the table. They go in for the Hilda play, which is great, can be very aggressive, especially on that Suyo. But you do have this Kalia to watch out for.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing, is how are we going to shut down that Kalia, who's going to be able to get into the back line, and maybe that's what we're going to use the Avatar the Guardian. As soon as Kalia comes in, Avatar the Guardian comes down to kind of offset that, get a little bit of CC down onto the teammates there. Ooh, I do like the early pressure there coming out. Hilda, we don't exactly have anything. Well, I guess the Kalia plays into that, can do a good job of trying to protect the lane against something like a Hilda as well, and Eve picked up for the Valley as well as the Bedang.
Oh, they're trying to get a cheese set up, right? You got the RWM and you got the fist crack over there from the Bedang to get a possible barrage setup. The Selena picked up as well. This is something that we've been seeing step into the scene on the pro scene internationally, and to be able to see it here in NACT, picked up from BTK. What are your thoughts on it?
This is a very risky composition that can pay off or can burn them back. Hilda and Selena are two of the biggest heroes that can give you the hugest advantage in the early game, or if you're on your back foot, can become two of the most lumbering, like useless heroes on your team. Because if you're on your back foot, if you're playing defensively, if you're turtling up, there's not much that they can do offensively without getting taken out. So this early game, it's a huge risk. And I mean, if anybody's gonna go all in again, it's gonna be BTK. So I'm very curious to see how this plays into it.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit the Abyssal Arrows, it's some great setups, right? And the Trap's got a little bit of a buff as well from the Selena. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into one of the most anticipated matches, the coin being flipped again for another spring season. The Valley up against BTK.
I'm not gonna lie, I am vibrating in my seat right now. I am so excited for this matchup. Like I said, this is basically a rematch from last season. You can see all members chilling. They are all in their boot camp, all grouped up. They are both teams taking this so seriously, already invading the jungle for BTK onto the Valley. And a nice stun landed as a Shark here heading the way. Coleworld trying to head off. Shark taking very low. It might be in a little bit of trouble here, looking for an escape as Naps finds the kill. Best player finds one onto Coleworld, trading back and forth. Best player in trouble as Nasty Wayne finds the kill onto him. Fly Chicken using that flicker to get himself back to his tower. 2-1, a slight advantage to the Valley.
Yeah, able to find 2-1. Best player finding a kill of his own, and you are going to see them kind of push on forward to lead the way in terms of kills. Right now, the Valley looking strong, right? I would say they're the kind of voted as the underdogs, at least for the caster predictions and how they performed in the qualifiers, but they're putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so much to be said about a boot camp. Like, you know, both of these teams were doing nothing but in the last 2 weeks but playing, but practicing. And an evil Queller from Nasty Wayne takes down Fly Chicken in the XP lane.
Chicken will fall. 3 kills on the board for the Valley. Nasty Wayne. Talk about a nasty jungler. We asked how he would kind of step into the tier list, those shoes needing to be filled, as the top 2 junglers are now on the same team, and he's now rising to the occasion, leading the way in kills for the Valley.
This isn't unseen for BTK either, though. I've talked about this before. They do sometimes have a very slow start. This type of composition kind of remarked to me that they were going to have a little bit of a slow start as well. They were going to try to be carried by Hoon, by Fly Chicken, some of these heroes that do really well in the early game. As we hit that 6-minute to 7-minute mark, we'll start seeing how this starts adjusting. But right now, I mean, it's not looking too good for BTK.
Yeah, the Valley pressing on forward onto this turtle. Nasty Wayne able to claim it. Shark!
Oh, just narrowly able to escape with that Avatar the Guardian, doing a great job, understands his hero, understands what the damage he can take. Oh, just misses a stun. And this is something too. Are we getting the value that we need out of this Selena pick to really make it worth it? And that's what I really need to be seeing out of Hoon for BTK's composition to be successful.
Yeah, and right now, you're looking at a turtle on their side and up by 2 kills. Off to a great start for the early game, but you can't count on a team like BTK. We know they know how to bounce back when things don't look in their favor.
Yeah, Coleworld's going to have to try to get that pop-up on to best player, but gets taken out with that shadow kill. Mark Udy coming in, trying to put a little bit of suppressive fire onto it, but not going to be able to help. Chicken rotating from the bottom lane to mid.
Yeah, we'll rotate on over. A little bit of a slower start, but some spicy plays already from both sides. The Valley doing good on taking these neutral objectives, but we got to see how this transitions over to the turret plays. How does this go into wave management as you are seeing a little bit of rotations down the bot side? We talked about the Hilda and the pressure that this is going to provide. I'm expecting to see a little bit more engagement on the neutral plays, maybe see the Hilda try and soak into the backline, especially to try and catch Marcuti off position with this E pickup.
Yeah, and you can see here from the damage, most teams are pretty even right now, whether it comes up there. Nasty Wayne kind of edging his way forward when it comes to some of the gold, doing a great job of kind of continuing on. And that's what you want to do, especially on a Suyu. Continue the farming, get to that mid game very quickly, get some of those damage items so that you're kind of crushing it through a lot of these objective fights. Hoon, a little bit of clearing with that Abyssal Arrow as well. Both teams, a lot of respect for what both of these teams can do. You see, they're not trying to make any mistakes. They're being very safe with some of their plays. They're waiting for the advantage when it comes to some of these objective fights.
Yeah, waiting for those advantages. Zia with the weakness finder for his emblem. Best player running on that war cry. Has that increased sustained damage to work on this assassin playstyle he thrives in. Thunderbelt picked up by Shark as the turtle spawns in. Chicken caught in a barrier.
Yeah, both teams have all of their ultimates ready for this engagement. They're just waiting for the opportunity. Colwell takes a little bit of damage. Shark right there to coop up. Fly Chicken comes in with some damage of his own. Feeling around here right now. Both teams playing it very safe, not wanting to be the one that makes a mistake. Shark edging out. Colwell gets caught by Hoon. Coming in with the damage. Best player finds the kill onto Colwell. That's going to be a roam down for the side of the Valley. And potentially a free turtle for the side of BTK. Oh, Fly Chicken very deep into the back line. Recouped up there by Shark to help him with that escape, allowing best player the time he needs to get this turtle. Locks onto Nats. Another stun. Nats using his flicker to get away.
Yeah, Nats able to escape to safety, but losing the neutral objective to the Bloodthirsty Kings. Now tied 1-1 on the Turtles. Best player up to his 3rd kill of this game. Highest kills on the board so far. He has all the kills for the Bloodthirsty Kings right now, but he did take 1 death. You got to watch out for him, though. He's definitely, with the invulnerability of that OEG Shadow kill, it's going to be a little tricky to beat him in the Retro plays, and that's where we're going to be keeping a close eye on Nasty Wayne.
Well, and that actually might be the difference here, too. Nasty Wayne has 2 kills. One of them actually went to Nats. All of the kills on the side of BTK went over to Best Player. The other team, BTK, doing what they need to set up those kills for Best Player so he can kind of get the farm he needs, especially on a Hayabusa, who just becomes such a menace toward that late game. Cold-World and Fly Chicken kind of going at it here, both checking up into these bushes. Some of those long and boring fights that you see here as both of them super tanky and a lot of regen.
Yeah, a lot of regen and a big stun.
Yeah, Fly Chicken's gonna go ahead and expend that flicker to get away. Ooh, coming in from the side, looking for a shadow kill. Best player does not find it, comes in with a quad shadows and decides against the shadow kill. Got a decent amount of CC on his way in, decided not to continue it.
Yeah, but he was baiting the utility, but he needs to be careful. You're looking at the Valley trying to sandwich around for a play. A turret will drop on the bot side in favor for the Bloodthirsty Kings, able to take that down, and now a possible 3v3 may be on the way on the top side. Like we said, both of these teams, the coin being flipped. Look at how even the matchup is so far. Even in kills and barely a goal difference. 2K ahead for the Bloodthirsty Kings so far, and now a possible play toward that mid turret. I gotta look at Zia though. I'm looking at him on this Kimmy. I was wondering where it would play. Plays in the gold lane. Ouija Shadow kill, doing a little bit of chip damage. He has that weakness finder, right? So he's gonna be able to apply some slow, especially up against basic on this Harith. We'll see how these two fare off.
Big engagement there. Mark Uda's going to have to back off. We do have the fist crack coming in from that. Big pop-up lands onto BTK. A big drac up. Hoon's going to use that flicker. We do have the real world manipulation is down, trying to put the damage onto Zia. Nasty Wayne, in the meantime, finds himself a turtle. Shark put some damage onto Nasty Wayne. Fly Chicken in the back line as well to help out. And unfortunately, BTK just not in the position to be able to contest that turtle.
Yeah, Zia will pick up his first kill, though, taking down Coro, but trading that for a turtle into the hands of the Valley. I would still take that trade for the Valley. Right now, the gold is almost even and went down by 1K in difference. You are looking at the matchups between Basic and Zia right now. Zia sitting at about 6K, Basic right behind him, not too far off the mark.
Best player goes in on the mark. Cutie Hoon able to finish the job there. Best player came in for the... Oh, he actually might be in trouble here. Nasty Wayne finds him. Shark goes in, puts the damage on. Hoon in trouble, gets taken down by Nasty Wayne. Zia from the sideways comes in, finds the kill onto Nasty Wayne. This might be it for Zia as Shark looking to try to help out. Zia still puts the damage on, finds the kill of his own. Mark Cutie is down. Nasty Wayne is down 5-6. A slight lead for BTK. Nat's still here with that damage. I want to say, I was talking before about some of the most annoying heroes. One of them being Zuxin, the other one being Lucas, but we're going to have to add, I want to say, Badang to that list as well. Especially when it comes to late game. The amount of CC that he can dish out and how tanky he is just so encumbering.
You are going to see the Tier 1 turret on the top side fall. Zia will claim that with no contest. Right now, 2 turrets for the Bloodthirsty Kings and still holding on to all of theirs. And, you know, we were asking the question earlier with the Valley. They did great on the neutral objectives on these turtle plays, but we questioned where do they fare off when it comes to overall wave management and turret control. And right now, that's where BTK is reigning supreme.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job of it, especially with the fact that they're holding the Valley. Kills are great, but when you're at this high level of play, if the kills are not leading you to objectives, leading you to those towers, opening up the map for you and giving you that advantage, eventually, as the game gets later and later, it's going to be becoming an issue. Now, starting on the turtle, Nat's in the front line, Basic comes in there for some damage, Fish Crack lands on the fried chicken, Real World Manipulation is out, Zia finds a kill onto Cold-World, Nasty Wayne finds the Lord, Zia finds Nat, they are chasing down the Valley, and this is the price you are paying for that Lord.
Oh.
Isn't it worth it? And a complete team wipe for BTK.
Crowns are not given. They're taken by force. And BTK pushing on forward with a savage.
Absolute clinic that BTK just put on there. And this is things I've seen sometimes from a lot of teams. They will focus so hard on trying to get that Lord that they don't pay attention to that they've used all of their abilities and have taken away their exit strategy here. BTK hanging on to a lot of those abilities. Of course, the Lord does go away. They're able to clean it up, and they really punish the Valley for it.
Yeah, punish indeed. Zia taking off, finding Marcuti.
Oh, a nice little dive there into the back line. Zia finds another kill on the Cold-World. Basic is able to return the favor. Two Shark coming in. Fly Chicken with the flicker out as Basic was coming in with that Zaman Force dashing in to put on a ton of damage on the BTK. 6-13 right now, and BTK have the huge advantage. And this is something I've been talking about when it comes to BTK and their strategy for those mid-game power spikes.
Oh. Look at Zia on the Savage. First the Maniac, then the Savage to follow, taking out Nasty Wayne, dropping like dominoes. And this is just game number one. Zia, he's working his way toward that MVP.
Man, and to think so long ago, Zia was playing mid, and the biggest problem he had in BTK was that they didn't want to let him marksman. And look at him now, years later, the #1, I say that without hesitation, the #1 marksman in North America.
He said with no hesitation either. And I mean, how can you debate that Savage that we seen moments ago? And not to mention on the revamped Kimmy on top of that. To be able to get that on that hero is definitely a treat to see. 13-6 on the scoreboard for the Bloodthirsty Kings, leading the way with 6 turrets on their side, yet to have a turret drop on the red side for them. A really strong defense, and this is where it seems like they're outshining the Valley, able to have more proper wave management and objective prio. And that starts to bleed over into the team fights because they're scaling in gold. They're up by 7K.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit about the hazards of having a Selena and a Hilda on your team if you're on the back foot. But on the opposite side of that, if you have the advantage, if you have map control, a Hilda and a Selena are probably two of the most dangerous heroes to play against. You can see here the vision. These dudes are so afraid to get hit by an abyssal arrow because that's basically going to be like chunking half of your health down. Best player taking his time, getting down to the Lord, now about 50%. You can see BTK pulling it out. They want this fight. Nat's up in front, Cold-World coming in, looking for an advantage. Fried Chicken takes a little bit of damage. Ooh, Kimmy all comes out. Avatar the Guardian misses wide, looking for the engagement. Cold-World is down. BTK finding the kill there. Best player doing a great job coming in with that shadow kill. And the freeze Shark with the Ice Crown, able to find himself and escape from damage. That is a tower down for the Valley, and actually it was a tower down for BTK, unfortunately, but a man down for the Valley, and BTK with the free Lord.
Hey, I mean, they're willing to take that trade any day. Taking the Lord with the other team standing down to their inhibitors, I mean, that's definitely nothing to really debate about. I feel like Bloodthirsty Kings, they're trying to pretty much put the Valley in a checkmate position, right? With this Lord, they may have an opportunity to take down the inhibitor and go for a potential push on that base crystal, as we see a little bit of those spicy engagements between both sides. Shark with the punish, but best player, look at him wrap around right here with the quad shadow in. He notices Nats is low. He notices Basic's low. Okay, we don't see it all, but at the end, that Ouija shadow kill did lead to some kills, and there's definitely best player keeping his eyes on the prize.
Yeah, right now it is BTK's game to lose, an 8K gold lead for them as the Lord starting to mound its way down to these high grounds.
Yeah, Basic needs to get that rose gold. You are going to go ahead and see Nasty Wayne fall cold world beside him.
Oh man, a big push there by BTK, finds 3 down. That's a 4th. Nas is down. That's a complete team wipe. First game gonna go to BTK in dominating fashion.
Not just a win, but a royal execution. The Bloodthirsty Kings ruling the battlefield yet again on their debut in the spring season up against the Valley.
And what a game. I want to say, and we've talked about this before and I've harped on it, that early game by BTK, it's sluggish. It's struggling. They understand where their weaknesses are, and they try to play to it. They took a couple of deaths there. We're struggling a bit, but as soon as that mid-game hit, as soon as they were able to start winning those fights, they were just a train of devastation to Basic. Or to the Valley. I was going to say, the one thing I noticed about Basic, and the problem here, no rose gold, dog.
No rose gold, dog, indeed. Honestly, no rose gold. But you are going to see BTK press on forward for game number 1. Now, the Valley, they were taking off strong in the beginning. Nasty Wayne, he was getting a lot of those retry plays. He was finding these turtles. It looked like he was doing some great contestation on the Lords. But it was the overall team's synergy that I felt was lacking when it came to overall map awareness and wave management, not to mention turret control. That's where you started to see BTK thrive and shine. They only lost 1 turret that entire game on the bottom side, and that just goes to show that even when you have these neutral objectives, you gotta play for your lanes.
The interesting thing I'm seeing here too, as we saw the damage dealt stat up there, a ton of damage dealt by the Valley. It's just that BTK used its resources more valuably to be able to kind of get those precise hits that they needed. And as we talked about before, when BTK won a fight, they transitioned that into objectives, into towers. And that is where the Valley started to struggle a bit. Those early kills are great and all, and they set a nice little bit of momentum. But if you're not using it to open up the map, and the enemy is, you're playing a game that is eventually going to start closing in around you slowly as the game progresses.
And it was interesting to be able to see Hoon on this Selena, right? I mean, we've seen the Selena starting to be picked up a little bit more often. We saw it a bit in the qualifiers. We see it a little bit more internationally. And now, treading its way in water to the NACT spring season. And we got to see if this is going to continue to be showcased as we progress through the season. I mean, I don't feel like his Selena was a top-notch performance. It's a little different from what we usually see from Hoon. We see Hoon on more of the Valentinas or the AoE mages, but to see him more on that straight-up predator like a Selena is definitely a different story.
This is actually something that I've kind of been harping on when it comes to Hoon. I feel like he is a mechanically gifted individual. He's been playing these games for so long on the same level that Zane has. He has the same amount of history, the same amount of experience when it comes to these type of games. But I felt like the meta has always held him down because of the heroes like Aurora, like Vexana, heroes that don't shine when it comes to your mechanical ability. However, something like a Selena is something that is great, especially for somebody like Hoon, who can be able to excel at some of those mechanical abilities, the strafing, landing those skill shots that he needs to. So I'm very happy with that pick for him. Like I said, I was a little nervous at the beginning because it's one of those things that needs a little bit to take off, but man, what a great game. And then, of course, you can't start this without talking about Zia.
Yeah, Zia, able to get the first Savage of the NACT spring season. I feel like this dude always pulls this off, man. This is like nostalgia. It's like we're in the Matrix right now. We've seen this glitch before, but nonetheless, Zia, here it goes. There goes that amazing Savage that led over here as they traverse toward the bottom lane, popping off with the triple, the Maniac on the basic, and the Nasty Wayne, the final piece of the puzzle to make that Savage. And just ultimately a great game for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
I like the respect from his team too. As soon as that Abyssal Arrow landed, the entire rest of BTK stopped and allowed Zia to kind of push forward, grab that Savage, and then you saw the recalls going off there. And after that, it was basically a lost cause for the Valley. They had lost so much ground, and like we said, once you start losing, especially that mid tower, it just basically opens up so much on your base.
And that's the thing about the Bloodthirsty Kings, right? Even when you have a slight advantage in the beginning, you think you have such a massive lead. But really, they're just poking the bear, right? They're just trying to figure out, when are you going to start making these mistakes? When are you going to get a little too overly aggressive? And once they figure out what that is, they just keep harping on it until they find the advantage they're looking for to even out that playing field. And once they even it out, that's when they start to steamroll. So jumping into game number 2, yeah, we got to see a couple of things change for the Valley for sure.
Well, yeah, and it comes down to those little things. The problem is it's such a difference in the early game of BTK, where because they understand, they still try these little things, and sometimes they'll get caught in the early game, and that makes you think, oh my god, these guys are slipping, we got it, we're just gonna keep on playing the same, and eventually you start making these mistakes against them. And especially when it comes to that point when they hit their power spikes, where your attention needs to be at its highest is around that 6-minute mark, that 8-minute mark, where they're going to start hitting those power spikes. And unfortunately, that's where a lot of teams, they start to get a little lackadaisical. They start thinking that, oh yeah, we got this in the bag. And then you get plays like we saw from Zio, where he gets himself a complete wipeout. They got the Lord, and I'm sure they were all congratulated, like, oh, we got the Lord. But I mean, what they were able to return with was crazy. You can see here the Valley, big respect paid there to Hoon as that first ban going to the Selena.
Yeah, and I'm sure it was the stuns from the Abyssal Arrows that were really creating such a threat, right? Able to kind of isolate somebody from being able to even engage on these team fights was definitely annoying for the side of the Valley, and taking that out is definitely going to help them out there. I mean, and that's kind of hard to see, right? When you have the Selena rushing in with those stuns and you're looking at everybody fighting it out, you don't really get to see where that Abyssal Arrow goes sometimes when everybody's stacked together. But I'm willing to bet that's why they kind of banned that out there. So it was more that utility aspect that I would say Hoon was providing for that match.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing for me is that especially when it comes to those Abyssal Arrow, when it comes to that damage, as soon as that passive explodes, it spreads onto the rest of your teammates. Not only does it spread onto the rest of the teammates, but now Hoon can transform into that monstrous form. He can jump in. He can just start doing immense amounts of damage to everybody that has that passive on them. So, and that's the crazy thing. The market plays a huge role into it, and this is a good ban for the Valley here as well. So we're gonna see what Hoon goes out. I would love to see if he's got another pick that is super, I want to say mechanical. That's what I've been really harping on with Hoon, that to help him shine.
Yeah, but I'm willing to bet, best players like, look, man, let me get something now, all right? You had your turn. The world got to see your spicy pickup, and that's the interesting thing when you have a team of this caliber, right? They're able to play so well on so many different heroes that their comfort picks are pocket picks that you don't expect. And they pull out something like the Selena, and now it's forced to be banned out. And then you have a team like BTK who's first on this draft, so now they have a lot more prio on what they want to get because they force the Selena to be banned off the table. So we'll have to see how this kind of, progresses on forward. Now the Kimmy is still available. They got a Savage. Is it worth the ban?
What I do see available is the Zuxin. And I've been harping on this the entire...
Oh, no!
Yeah, so that's going to be a prio pick. And if the Valley wants to make it to a Game 3, as I've been harping on, there needs to be a plan for Zuxin.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be a plan, and we have yet to really see one. Kalia is still on the table as well. I wonder if that's something the Valley wants to pick up, or if that's something they want to allow BTK to pull into the chopping block. But no, they're going to go in for the dynamic duo, the Kimmy and the Kalia pickup, to work on their side. I feel like that's a okay trade for BTK. You're able to get the Zushin, you get the Gatot. You talked about it. You talked about the Gatot and how you feel it's starting to be way more of a force than people anticipate.
Yeah, and the thing here too is Zuxin has so many escapes that she can use for a lot of these engagements here. It's going to be very interesting. I do like the Kalia pick to be able to try to get to that back line, flicker in, grab Zuxin, hopefully bring her to your team to be able to shut her down. It's just that you're going to have a heck of a front line. And we already saw they had the Kalia last pick, and they were, or did they have the Kalia last pick? I think they did. And it wasn't as successful. They were still having issues when they grabbed somebody. Here, I mean, they do have the Kimmy taking that away from Zia. A good job, especially from that Savage he got from the last game. I'm not gonna lie, it's amazing to watch some of these guys, especially the marksmen here at the top of NA, play the Kimmy, because I'm not gonna lie, I was not trusting in her revamp. I tried playing it, and apparently I just don't have the mind to grasp how to play it well. But the way these guys use it, how well they're able to set up a lot of the CC and then come in with the damage is immense. And she has been a top tier marksman right now in, I want to say, not just North America, but the world scene.
Yeah, and for the Kalia question, the Valley did have Kalia on the last match, and looks like they're going to run in for that yet again. So we'll see if it has more of an impact this time around for them in game number 2. And speaking of game number 2, this is match point for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Keep in mind, like you said, a different dynamic, one we have yet to ever see, a new format for the NACT. We like to switch it up every single season, and this time the stakes are higher than ever as there's no margin for error. And the Valley, they have to find a way to disrupt. I wouldn't say the early game was the neutral objectives wasn't the issue. It was just the micro plays, right, and the wave management and holding on to their lanes is where they started falling short. The quick rotations from BTK at a moment's notice, they're just faster to the punch.
Well, I feel like when it comes to North America teams, the BTK always understand what they can give up, what is really not the most important to them, and they understand where their strength lies for a bunch of these. Ooh, the Fredrin ban out there is really interesting. So that's just the really interesting thing that I've always kind of leaned that about BTK that's really interesting. My problem only comes like when it's international stage, is when that punishment in the early game continues on because they're facing teams that are not going to let up. They're facing teams, and that's what the Valley needs to be here. Is they need to be that team that does not let up, that only gets stronger as the game progresses and gets sharper. Here I see them, they make these tiny little mistakes that they think, okay, it's not a big deal, we have a lead, but it's a false lead because they have kills, they have objectives, but they don't have towers. They're not opening up the map, and the BTK is doing that. So the moment the script flips, it's an immediate flip, and it turns into a snowball that they aren't able to handle.
Yeah, and definitely have to watch out for that, as it can roll up and pile up fast if you're not careful. You're going to see the Valentina picked up from the Valley, a little bit of that IMU action. I mean, you have the AOG. It's not really like the most profitable. I mean, maybe you use the Crimson Beacon for the AoE damage, possibly. We'll have to see how this progresses. You are looking at the CC picked up, though, which is going to be a lot of maneuverability across the map, especially when you have a hero like a Tot who's going to try and drop on you with the AOG. You have a quad shadow from best player on this Hayabusa to watch out for, not to mention entire zonal control from Hoon. And let's just harp on Hoon for a minute. Like on the Jushin, he's running this because, you know, which is not like the Selena we saw before. Now he's going more of the AoE control with a little bit of damage behind it. And speaking of damage, carry locked in for Zia.
Yeah, a nice little. I do enjoy this draft coming from BTK. Both teams, they do a good job. This is what we were kind of lacking from the last game, is that it was one team was building for all timing of the game, early, mid, and late game, and the other team was leaving up a gap where they were being taken advantage of. Here, both teams, especially BTK, they've got Hilda for the early game. They've got that mid game locked down, especially where Zuxin starts coming in, and then that super late game where Zia's going to be able to do so much damage, especially if you have the taunt, especially if they're worried about a Hilda. We'll see how it kind of matches up here for Zuxin. Like I said, it all comes down, can we protect Zuxin, or is she going to be able to get her Lantern Flare off on the entire team and basically disrupt everything that they're trying to do, especially at these objective fights.
Speaking of objectives and fighting overall, the Liam Ward picked up from the side of the valley. Now, this is a little bit of a surprise. I did read in the patch notes, though, he did get a little bit of a buff, if you say so. I mean, I guess when it comes to recalling the horse to be able to jump on there and stampede through, it's quicker. You're able to get on it a lot faster than you used to be, so he's able to kind of have a little bit more maneuverability and ease of playstyle when on his steed. So we'll have to see how that kind of plays into game number 2. As ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our second match of the third series for today. BTK up against the Valley. BTK leading the way 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, a last chance for the Valley to prove their worth. Oh, already Coldworld getting taken down to about half health here. Ooh, a little bit of damage coming out. Coldworld might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets held back to Hoon. All the while, Mark Cutie's trying to put some damage on. Coldworld finds himself an escape early. This is for all the marbles right now. Either you're taken out, and this is the unfortunate thing about this first round. We've been talking about it. One match here for the Valley could send them out of this entire thing. One more match for BTK could push them forward.
Yeah, and it's make it or break it right now for game number 2. A big taunt, airborne displacement.
Ooh, does get the damage on the Coldworld. Is it going to be enough? Oh, Shark finds the kill there. Is going to use that Revitalize to keep him topped off. Meanwhile, best player already visiting, trying to go ahead and visit enemy jungle. Looking for maybe a little bit of a steal here on Nasty Wayne.
Yeah, need to be careful. Quad Shadow, Ouija Shadow kill.
Oh, finds the kill on to Nasty Wayne. I was a little skeptical there of the shadow kill ending and him being under tower, but he comes in, still finds the damage and an early kill on to the Valley onto Nasty Wayne.
Yeah, able to find the kill at a moment's notice. Nats maybe next, hit with a taunt.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. I got 3 members, and that. Oh, and a nice save by Coldworld. Nats finding the escape. Coldworld paying forward in dividend, earning his check tonight as a roam.
Yeah, definitely ready to pay for dinner for the entire team. Need to be careful. Coldworld having to go back to safety. Best player gonna go in for the turtle, and now on to Marcuti.
Oh, almost gets caught there. And a very different game here for BTK as they're even taking a very firm and strong early lead against the Valley.
Yeah, off to an early start. We saw the Valley in game number 1. They were the one who led a little bit in terms of the advantage. But this time around, BTK is going to claim that first neutral objective and start to control the inside of the jungle. Now we have to see these questions that we asked before the match started for the Valley. Wave management and turret control. How can they stop BTK from pushing through?
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Coldworld's doing what he needs to. He's trying to get that vision. He's trying to answer back. But like I said, like you're just facing an overloading spot there. Do have a little bit of a hit there onto Shark. Goes into that Phantom Steed coming out from Nasty Wayne. Nats gets picked up there. We have a little bit of a quad Shadow. Best player goes in. Shadow kills out. Tries to get on the Nats. He's not able to find the damage. Best player in trouble. They're trying to put the damage on. Big pop up. Down goes best player. Mark Cutie picking up that kill by from the side, able to find himself some damage. Basic comes all the way from bottom lane to the mid, looking for an angle, does not find it. 3-2 favor to the BTK.
BTK still maintaining their lead, up by 1,000 gold. Z on the bot side, rocking on this carry up against this Kimmy. Not too far ahead. Does have that swift crossbow on his side, though. A little bit of that attack speed to work in his favor, but for the Bloodthirsty Kings, game number 1, they struggled a little bit in the beginning, but they were able to find their way through the turrets and then eventually translated that into the battlefield, where the gold really made the difference on their engagements, not to mention Hoon. Key factors with the plays of the Abyssal Arrows, this time running on this Jushin and doing a great job with these Lantern Flares, keeping the Valley at bay and getting some great displacement plays.
Yeah, and like I said, Hoon's doing a great job on the side there, trying to it disrupts the entire enemy, especially when they're trying to kind of group up here. We're seeing the rotations. Basic doing a great job coming in very early. Phantom Steed is out. They're going to go ahead, find the kill onto who? Nasty Wayne there with the kill. Shark a little bit late on that revitalize, and that is unfortunate for the mid of BTK. Quad Shadow comes in from best player, putting out some damage. Fried Chicken and Shark putting out some information to his team. They're going to go on to Cold World. Zia coming in from the bottom lane, puts on some damage. The 4 members of the Valley, big pop-up lands on the Cold World. Avatar the Guardian comes down. It is stunned. Barcutie finds the kill. Fly Chicken finds Cold World. Now, Fly Chicken in a little bit of trouble is going to back himself away. Nasty Wayne finds himself the objective. 4-4 matched up by the Valley, but still, I want to say a little bit of a goal deficit for them.
Yeah, and best player not having the Ouija Shadow kill to give him a little bit of that bonus toward that retry play. Out retried by Nasty Wayne. Talk about a trigger finger. He's been doing really well on the 50-50 trades against best player, and in this case, it's really not a 50-50 because you're on a Hayabusa. He's been out retrying him so far.
Well, I want to say you've got a lot of damage that you can output as a Leomord to be able to kind of secure some of that damage onto the objectives, onto the turtles, onto the lords. And it's called 50-50 for a reason. You need the advantage, you need that CC, and that's kind of on his team to either be able to kind of stun lock down Nasty Wayne, be able to find that onto him while and help him. And by him, I mean best player gets that secure onto it. It shouldn't just be on best player to try to get a 50-50. It should be on his team to try to get that CC onto the enemy jungler. And the Valley doing a great job of trying to put that damage onto the BTK. Nice little Phantom Steed out there from Nasty Wayne. Excuse me, it's been so long since I've seen a Leomord. We'll see. Zia might actually be caught here. Fly Chicken coming in, taking some damage from him. And it looks like a Shark going to go ahead and dash his way to safety. 4 members from the Valley coming down, looking for this bottom tower. And Shark actually going to find himself an escape with that AO, the Avatar of the Guardian.
Yeah, finds the escape. Basic will go ahead and shred down the turret on the bot side. Best player will answer back with a trade of himself. Takes a tier 1 on the top. Chicken hit with a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. Actually gets a caught, but the rest, you see Hoon, and this is the problem. Hoon, all of that damage, they all had to run because Hoon was there putting that lantern flare on them. They lock on the best player, but he's able to use that quad shadow. That means he's not going to have the quad shadow for this turtle fight. Shark comes in, trying to get some information. Hoon from the back end, big pop-up lands. They're going to try to put Shark down. He is a Nasty Wayne with the kill. Best player comes in, finds the retribution, and possibly the escape. Nope, it is all... Oh, he might be in trouble there. We do have the shadow kill come out. Basic finds the kill. Hoon now still trying to put out the damage. Zia from the side. Is that going to be it? A big pop-up lands. Zia now coming online as Fly Chicken takes down Cold World. A flicker by Fly Chicken. Hoon going to have to back up. Fly Chicken waiting. He's going to try to find the stun onto Nasty Wayne. Look at all that damage he does to Nasty Wayne. Thought he was going to be able to get a purple buff, but shied away by Fly Chicken.
Yeah, Chicken, a great isolation play to be able to rush in, take down Cold World, and then flicker back out to safety on this Hilda. Such a threat. He's a beefy boy in that jungle, especially when he hugs in those bushes and waits for that opportunity. And it's becoming a problem for the Valley as he edges his way to the back line. And so far, BTK in the Valley putting on a great performance today. 5-6, 1 kill lead for the Valley. But you are looking at neutral objectives going in BTK's favor as they're up by 1 turtle. Looking at the gold difference between both of the ADC so far, not really that much of a difference. You're going to see the Sky Piercer picked up by Basic, has the lethality. We'll be able to get that execute once they get very low, that passive to be able to proc on it to work in his favor. We are looking at both sides still trying to find an advantage, but I wouldn't say this is really leaning toward one side. It's a battle tug of war so far.
Yeah, it's really going to kind of come down to one of these objective fights, especially when it comes down to the Lord. Both teams are very even here. I want to say maybe BTK doing a little bit of a better job when it comes to wave management. And as I say that, we do have an ultimate. Shark might be caught using the Avatar of the Guardian. And a big pop-up back into their line. The Valley. Zia finds a kill on the Cold World. Naps in a little bit of trouble as Basic able to find Fried Chicken. Best player comes in, finds a shadow kill. Is that going to be enough? Zia finds the kill onto Basic. Now still tied, but here comes the first Lord.
Yeah, and Zia trying to go for another Savage. Gets the double kill. Just picked up the Demon Hunter sword as well. He's definitely getting a lot more of these pricier items, and he's going to start hitting even faster as they start to stack up, hitting these power spikes and already making his way toward the bottom side. You can tell he's like an engine ready, waiting to rev up, and there's the Golden Staff, Corrosion Sight, the Holy Core Trinity to work in his favor on this carry, which means if he does join these team fights, he's going to shred through these teams like some pulled pork.
Well, he's already been doing a good job of kind of coming into a lot of these team fights, putting on some damage. He wasn't actually able to have a huge effect, wasn't able to get those kills, but he's still been doing such a good job of doing the rotations all the way from bottom lane, even if the turtle is up at top. You can see here, shredding down some of those towers. Lord up at top, the Valley on their back foot, looking for some type of answer that they can use against BTK.
Yeah, looking for an answer, a window of opportunity. Lord marching on the top side toward that inhibitor turret in the Valley, putting on a great defense to be able to take it down. Cold World rushing in.
Yeah, Zia's going to find himself a tower. Cold World down to about 10% health. He's really not able to find... Ooh, comes in. Shadow Kill is out. He's going to find himself back with the quad shadows. Minions up at top. And just again, we do have the Phantom Steed is out. Fried Chicken with the push away. Nasty Wayne in trouble. Zia finds the kill onto Nasty Wayne.
Yeah, able to find the kill. 1 kill lead for the Bloodthirsty Kings. But again, still yet to find an answer when it comes to wave management and turret prio. Only losing 1 turret, a pure reflection, as if we're staring dead in the mirror from game number 1.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, the Valley, there's not much that you can do when your team has this type of advantage when they're playing safe. As I say that, you do get put back in there. Quad Shadows is out. Best player in trouble. Zia finds a kill onto Nats. Zia, can anybody slow him down?
Yeah, that's it, man. I told you. This man just is putting the Valley in the smoker, and it's about 8 hours in. Time to take it out and shred it with these speedy light wheels, and you're going to go ahead and see them start making their way toward the base for the Valley.
Yeah, and right now there isn't much that they can do. A Cold World goes in, he tries to get these great set. Look at Zia, look at how much damage he just put on the Cold World. Half health in like 2 seconds. Shark in a little bit of trouble. Actually, Basic putting on a lot of damage. Shark's gonna have to dash himself back to safety. The whole of the rest of BTK gonna go ahead and give them some space, while I want to say best player is clearing out their jungle. Oh.
Ooh, a little bit of a seize opportunity. Spotted out.
And they are going to be able to find Shark. Using an Avatar of the Guardian. Basic able to find the kill there, but they might have pressed too far on the side. Shadow Kill comes out. Is it going to be enough? No, they use the IMU Shadow Kill, or IMU Avatar of the Guardian to offset that. Fried Chicken trying to come in, but they think better of it. They do have the advantage, and they're just going to go ahead and push this so that they can try to get this Lord.
Yeah, trying to find this Lord. Not going to have any struggle there. I wonder if the Valley even goes in for the push. If they do, could be very risky here. They are going to bite the bait, though. You look at them starting to form around for a potential invasion.
Oh, Moon is right there to offset it. Down goes the Phantom Steed. It is not enough, and another Lord secured by best player and BTK.
Yeah, and that window of hope is slowly starting to close for the Valley right now, as BTK claiming yet another objective and only losing 1 turret so far in this game, even though the Valley not too far behind in kills. When it comes to the overall map awareness and objective prio, that's where BTK is starting to shine. I mean, the gold difference, just look at Zia, 10K to 9K, almost 2K advantage over Basic on the other side.
Yeah, and finding these great opportunities to kind of come in there, really knowing his distance and positioning, especially for a hero like Carry, who has to get in pretty close to be able to do that type of damage. Now shredding down the mid lane. Phantom Steed is out. Nasty Wayne coming in, trying to clear out some of these minions. Zia takes down the mid. Quad Shadow is out. They are able to find a kill onto best player. Can they turn this around? Zia finds a kill onto Nasty Wayne. Nats is down. This could be all they want for the Valley. Hoon finds a kill onto Mark Cutie. 10% looking for the clean. Hoon is by himself. They turn it around, and this might be a turnaround for the Valley. Bloodthirsty Kings thought they had the end game and were not able to close it.
Not able to close it in the Valley. Deleting BTK like some spam mail. able to push on forward with a clean wipeout and a Maniac trying to catch up to that Savage we've seen in game number 1, and another opportunity to possibly turn this around.
Yeah, and you can see they're unfortunate. Best player was the first to go down, got a little greedy, went way into the back line, got stunned immediately, couldn't even be able to quad shadow his way to safety. Thankfully, BTK, they still have their towers up. They have gathered such an immense lead that the Valley hasn't really been able to kind of come back from it. They're still at a deficit of 2K, but this does thoroughly take away a lot of the advantage that BTK had.
I'm starting to see these winter crowns picked up, looking for a window of opportunity. Swap that for the immortality. We know what's going on behind the scenes. You know, interesting enough, Malefic gun picked up over there from Zia, so he is going to be able to have those extended attacks when he does rush in. Something that the Valley is definitely going to have to watch out for. 13-13, and now it's getting to the late game.
Oh, Shark might be in a little bit of trouble. Couldn't use that winter crown. Gets picked off by Basic, and they're going to go ahead and clear out that lane. However, 8 seconds left on this Lord when BTK starting to spread up on the map just a bit.
Yeah, spreading out on the map. Chicken, Zia forced to back away. The Valley starting to group up, having some great positioning. I mean, at this point, it's really, the turrets don't even matter, right? And I think that's where the Valley is starting to shine. It's just team fight. As long as they can team fight and clear at least wave management from the minions, this is where they can overthrow BTK.
Yeah, and especially with that advantage taken away, Fight Chicken actually coming up from the top. Coldwell comes in, latches on the Hoon, looking for an answer. Misses his ultimate. Best player finds a kill onto Basic. Nasty Wayne getting picked apart as Zia finds a kill on to Cold World. That is 2 down for the Valley and another free Lord for BTK.
Yeah, another free Lord indeed, and it started with Basic getting picked off over there without having an ADC, and then Cold World right behind him. A free Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings in the Valley wisely backs away.
Yeah, and that's the problem here with the Kalia pick. If you try to latch on the Hoon, he used that Purify, which I mean, Cold World closed the distance and didn't have anything to respond with. Now, down to 20%. BTK looking for a different answer here. Zia finds a kill on the Nasty Wayne. Down to the tower and a clean sweep for BTK.
The Valley nils. The crown soaked in blood, and BTK standing alone, undisputed, unrivaled. Look at them, unforgettable. Those are the moments we live for. Another great time for the NACT spring season, and BTK will move on forward.
Oh, a little bit of a hookup in that second to last engagement on the core, but they cleaned it up very nicely. The synergy that they had during the team fights, being able to find the advantages that they need. Unfortunate for Cold World, I feel like some of these engagements that he had, they were just countered very well by BTK, and once they were countered, Zia just started laying into them.
Zia's got rose gold, dog. You see that last item? That's a statement. That's a statement from Zia right there. The last item picks up the rose gold right before closing out the game. What a series. And this is the first time, like we mentioned, to see these two teams face off so early in an elimination. In BTK looking stronger than ever.
Finally, something has upset the caster curse that we had on here earlier. Casters correct with their predictions here. But man, what a great game played by BTK. Like I said, there was that little flub second to last engagement. I feel like best player maybe got a little bit ahead of himself. Like there was no need for him to go in at the point that he did. He got CC'd down underneath the core, got taken down early, and then things started falling apart for his team, even though Zia was still trying to put on a ton of damage. Unfortunately for BTK, or not for BTK, for the Valley, they weren't able to turn it around enough. They were still I want to say it was still 50-50 for them, but some of these engagements, it turns, especially for Kalia, Purify's really turn her abilities against her. You go in, you get close to the enemy, you start taking a lot of damage, you're hoping that you grab somebody and drag them back to your team, but if you are not able to do that, if a Purify comes out, then you have a hero that is basically jumping into the enemy, taking a lot of damage, jumping out of the enemy, and then they're all gonna just jump down your throat to try to find that kill. And Zia was right there every time.
Yeah, Zia able to get that Savage, able to set a record in their debut series for the NACT Spring season, and also take down the Valley, not to mention do it to the Valley on top of that. It's very impressive. But I would say it was overall a good series from both sides. Definitely, I would say with the Valley, I mean, it's a little newer, I would say, in terms of synergy, right? I mean, you're talking about Nasty Wayne on the team. When it comes to the other side with BTK, I would definitely say that those players specifically have played together for a longer period of time, and especially when you switch that jungler position. But I feel like Nasty Wayne, he did a pretty decent job to be able to see him step into the NACT scene.
He did a great job, and they held their own against BTK, had a great job. The unfortunate part is I could have seen both of these teams being on opposite sides of the brackets. They could have easily possibly been in the grand finals. Unfortunately, the way it ended up here with the randomness and the random draws, and the fact that the Valley got dropped to the lower bracket of the qualifiers meant that they met BTK as the first match here in NACT. And unfortunate for them, a poetic ending for a great team like the Valley, but BTK was just too much.
It's always funny because you see those conspiracy theories out there that it's all a script and it's all written, but you can't write this. Nobody, I don't think any scripter in the world would have put these two teams against each other so early. So you gotta love to see all the fairness behind the NACT spring season, and credits to BTK pushing on forward. Shout out to the Valley. Both of them boot camping, which is a major step in the right direction. A lot of these teams starting to boot camp now, which is very new for us in the NA scene, and you can definitely tell it makes a difference.
Yeah, and I want to say this is the second to last fight here. Shark got taken out, and then they latched on to Zia. And things actually looked a little scary for BTK, but they kept their cool, maintained their composure, and were able to really kind of bait Nats into a hit here. You see Coleworld gets taken down immediately by Zia after a failed ultimate, trying to snatch up Hoon.
Yeah, trying to find those windows of opportunity. The Valley not able to get there, and overall, BTK, their wave management, their prio, the objectives, they have everything on lock. And to be able to take a team down like that, you can't afford any mistakes. And I think that's where the Valley was kind of fumbling and dropping through those cracks.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is, had it been a best of 3 when BTK and the Valley met last season, that would have gone to the Valley, because BTK had lost their first, 3 or 4 matches? So it's very interesting, very poetic, and unfortunate, but BTK moves forward.
Yeah, and speaking of moving forward, moving on to our amazing host Liz to talk about all the action that we witnessed today in the most anticipated match.
I mean, I did not expect a Savage coming on in day 1, but then again, I also didn't expect the Valley versus BTK and having to say goodbye to one of these teams. But amazing performance coming in from BTK. They had a rough start in the first match, I would say, but they, at the end of the day, proved that they are the better team. They are the stronger team. They made less mistakes, and I'm glad to see that Selena coming into play.
Yeah, the Selena was definitely a treat. Like we said, we see it a little bit more on the international side. I know Private Dancer had loved seeing that, especially talking about Hoon and how long he's been in the NA scene and just how mechanically gifted he is.
Yeah, like I said, he's usually held down by some picks, but that's Selena. Like I said, I was a little skeptical at first when I first saw it, because it's one of those picks just like a Hilda. If you fall onto a defensive turtling posture, your team, it's very hard for you to make use of those picks. But thankfully for a team like BTK, able to kind of find that advantage.
Yeah, and the MVP of this game, I would guess, is the one who have clutched in that Savage, but it could be, let's take a look at who the MVP is, it is indeed Zia with that match KDA of 10-1-3. It seems like he has been carrying his team on his back.
Yeah, I mean, Zia definitely had a lot of great looks in both of those games, right? Staying in the back line and then deciding to engage only when necessary, but definitely making a major advantage when he did. And it really also helped, credits to BTK, just the massive gold difference helps him get to those power spikes way earlier than Basic. And then you see him be a little bit more passive. Sometimes we see Basic kind of overextend and be one of the first ones taken out in these neutral objectives, but you don't ever really see that from Zia. He kind of waits to engage until he knows he's going to secure that kill.
The great thing I've always talked about with Zia is that he is an independent marksman. Independently of his team, he is always going to do great. No matter if BTK is slugging around in the early half, if they're successful, Zia is always going to do great in his lane. So if BTK falls short in the early half or mid game, then he's going to be able to come there and pick up the pieces. However, when you've got a team like when BTK is doing great, he's gonna shine like a diamond through a lot of these, where you're seeing him get savages with a 10-1 on a carry, and you saw those great early rotations from him, and that's something that a lot of carries and a lot of those late game marksmen lack a bit. They'll just sit in their lane, they'll try to get that gold, they'll try to push, and then they'll just sit in their lane. He was rotating all the way from bottom lane to the turtle lane. You'd have thought he was a Moskov with how fast he was getting there for a lot of these objective fights, and that just kind of shows the expertise that he has with getting all around the map and being able to utilize his picks.
Yeah, and we saw the Kimmy coming back. I like Private said how it's different when the pros play the Kimmy versus when we play the Kimmy. I did not know Kimmy can be played that way, and Zia was a mage player, so this hero kind of is a perfect mix of being a good gold laner and a great mage.
I would say today records are being set, and it's up to these teams to be able to break them. We got to see a savage happen. We got to see a almost flawless game. It was like 22-1 in the previous series, and like we said, we still have a whole nother series to close out the day, and this is what we love to see for the NACT, right? A whole different format, single elimination. It's a little bittersweet to say farewell to these teams who have fought so hard in the qualifiers, to these teams, these pros who we've seen compete since the beginning when we started the whole entire NACT, and to see it get to this level. I mean, we saw the rosters on start.gg, right? You saw everybody out there. I want to say this is the biggest talent pool we've ever had.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing. All these teams, most of them doing a huge job in trying to pull out all the stops. Even Area 77, Valley, BTK are ones that we know that went to a boot camp, grouping up together to try to pull out all the stops, because they feel, and Area 77 feel in their bones that this is going to be their NACT. They're going to have to answer, if they can make it, they're going to have to answer to Villain Era and potentially the winners of the bottom bracket as well. But like he said, we still have a whole nother series to go, and probably a series just as exciting of what we just watched from the fandom.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately today we didn't give Wheezy what he likes to see, the series to go the distance, but we did see some dominating performances coming out of crowd favorite teams, and it's a good day for the NACT, and we saw a lot of strong performances coming up, and I'm so excited to see the matches tomorrow as well for all the series. And it's just great seeing the players grouped together in a boot camp. It's nice to have everyone on camera, but especially when everyone is in the same room practicing together and building synergy, it really gets to see the community of North America and the community for Mobile Legends.
You know, it's funny because I didn't get to see things go the distance like I like to see, but I will say something that can make up for it. Private's been harping on it. I want to see this Valir. Somebody pick the dang Valir. I want to see it in action and just see how much of a threat it can be in this NACT. I mean, we got to see the Kalia. We've got to see the Esmeralda crawling back to the scene as well. It's definitely been a treat to be able to watch that. We haven't seen too many fannies Not to mention, and it hasn't really been banned anymore. We're getting away from the Fanny era. I mean, I guess they got even. They've been trying to nerf Fanny every single patch. Maybe they finally nailed it.
I still have PTSD from some fannies that I've seen out there, but there's been a few bans of it. But I mean, it's been a great night of changed expectations for a lot of these. Overskilled being 0-2'd by Villain Era, who's looking very strong, especially for a veteran team that they took on. Milanario, I mean, unfortunate for them, not able to capture that magic that they had in the qualifiers that took down so many huge teams to get them here. Area 77 coming back in true form, in that old school form that we remember from old school North America. A brand new roster, but same great taste coming out from them. And of course, what we just watched, BTK taking on the Valley, the rematch of last season, and unfortunate for the Valley, they're not able to overcome just the awe-inspiring synergy coming from that team and the menace that is Zia.
Yeah, and we are seeing a little bit too much zeros on this bracket right now. Vendetta faced up against Team Eagle coming up in the last series today. But before we get there, we have an interview with the team of BTK. What's up, best player?
Hello.
Hello, congratulations on that victory, guys. I'm glad to see the whole team together. I mean, how does it feel to be back with your boys?
I would say it's pretty fun. I like being here with them. These are the people that I play with since like maybe 2 years now, so it always feels good. Always feels good. Yep.
Yeah, and how do you think it feels different compared to last year for the NACT Spring?
Well, I mean, that was a pretty bad NACT, but regardless of the fact, both teams are extremely good. This team right here, I feel more comfortable with. They just know me a lot better. They know me a lot more. So that's it.
Yeah, you guys did amazing today. Now, with a lot of the revamps with the heroes, and now, what do you think about the meta right now for the Mobile Legends?
I think the meta is always, shifting in weird places. Like, I didn't really expect Kimmy to be meta. I played her a bit too. I guess I just suck. But Zia got a savage first game, so seems pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, and with that being said, can we get Zia in the interview as well? Zia?
Yes, we can. Zia. Wait, he's like,
Zia,
he's a little bit sick, so he doesn't really want to come interview right now.
Oh, okay. But in any case, Zia carried the team in the back. We're just gonna ask if Zia's back hurts from carrying his team, but I'm sure that's a fun little joke. Now, for the other players, is Hoon in with you guys right now?
Hoon. Yes, he is. Hoon, step up.
The man lady on the couch, I assume.
Hello.
Hello, what's up, Hoon? Congratulations on that victory. Now, we want to ask, what does the hand sign mean that you did in the end? What was that? Can you do it again? What is it?
Wait, that was on the stream? No,
Yep.
that's Zuzin Lantern. You don't know?
Oh, okay.
Fishing.
Yeah, that was. You fished and you caught the fish, indeed. And now, where are you guys? Like, why did you guys consider to do a boot camp, and where are you guys?
Cause our MS is really bad. So like last time we did the same thing for the better MS.
Mm-hmm.
We're in Oklahoma.
Where are you guys located?
Same as last time.
Oklahoma.
Yep.
You guys must love the Oklahoma. Something special about there. Are you guys paying for the boot camp yourselves?
Yeah, we are. It's
Yeah,
okay.
and,
After we win an ACT, wait, only that. Never mind. never mind.
And in that, with you saying that, how confident are you about the grand finals?
Pretty confident. We're all confident. I think this was maybe one of the hardest matches. So, 99%.
And I'm glad we're still going back to that. If there's one team that you think is going to be the toughest opponent coming up, who do you think it is?
Team Ego.
Team Ego?
Yeah, their mage is spectacular.
Wow. And maybe you guys get to see them tomorrow. Now, last question for Hoon is, who convinced Zane to be a sub for your team?
He made that decision himself.
So has he been playing with you guys, or are we gonna see Zane back, or is it just mostly the 5 main of you guys?
No comments.
We're keeping that disclosed within the team. Next up, can we get Shark joining us?
Dongbo!
Super Shark!
Dongbo!
Super Shark!
Dongbo!
Ni hao.
Shark, ni hao.
Hello?
Hello.
Please.
We saw you were actually... Yeah? What were you saying?
Go fit.
Go fit. Well, we actually saw you were streaming the qualifiers. Have you been doubling down on your streaming career?
I think I will trim more after the NACT. So, yeah, I will trim more after the NACT. After I win, yeah.
After you, how do you, how do you like streaming? Do you enjoy it?
No, I just trim for the diamond. I want diamond.
That's a low ball that you're aiming at. Well, with the viewers, how do we actually follow you and how do we support you on your stream?
Just look up BTK Super Shark on YouTube, MLBB. You will see me.
Is there a schedule that you stream by, or is it just like sporadic?
It's depend. If you're lucky enough, you will see me trimming. Yeah.
All right, guys, make sure you follow BTK Super Shark to do a little shark hunting. And if you're lucky, you get to find Shark streaming. And last but not least, can we get Chicken to join us?
Master? Hello?
Master Shifu.
Say ni hao. No. Ni hao.
Ni hao. Hello, Chicken. How are you doing? How are you enjoying the season so far?
Not good. This meta is boring.
This meta is boring? What would you say is the meta right now for the XP lane?
Tanks. And CC on the side.
CC, what would you prefer to be playing?
Lapu Lapu.
Well, let's hope that Lapu Lapu comes back. How confident are you, Chicken, about your performance and your team making it to the Grand Finals and to MSC?
Pretty confident, but I don't want to jinx anything.
All right, and we don't want to keep you guys for too long. Anything else you want to say to fans? Any plans on streaming again?
I think everyone streams here after NACT though.
Yeah, and make sure you guys support the whole team with streaming. And best of luck to you guys with your upcoming matches. And we hope to see the best of you guys tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
All right. The team is chilling. Team chilling on the couch. I love it. A great synergy coming in from the BTK boys.
You know, some of them can say very little words, but it's so impactful to the world. It's so amazing to be able to see that. But yeah, boot camping it out of their own pocket shows their dedication, and I look forward to seeing where they go.
Yeah, an amazing thing too, and best player looks like 1,000 times more comfortable this season. And it goes to say too, like a lot of people forget that best player and that squad have been together for a long time, even before this, even when it was Gaming Gladiators, when it was
oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
When it was the yeah, you know what I mean. So best player, I mean, and he just seems the synergy just seems a lot better for him there, and he's being wildly more successful right now. And good luck to BTK when it comes to the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was the Ohio brothers that I actually do remember. It's hard to forget the Ohio brothers. That name is in for itself. And then there's actually GG that I almost forgot about.
Oh, yeah.
But now, now we are here with BTK, something that we never saw we would see. But congratulations to BTK. They have more matches to go tomorrow. But before we get to that, we will have our last series coming up. Team Eagle versus Team Vendetta. So they kind of hyped up a little bit of Team Eagle. I'm excited to see what our casters predict for next series. But before that, we have a short break. We'll see you back in 10 minutes.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて。
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が 湧いてくる。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, we are here for the last series of day one of the NACT 2025 Spring. I'm Liz, joined alongside Steph Weezy and Private Dancer.
I'm sure Assassin Dave is out there proud because I've heard that so many times when I was trying to play MLBB on the side and looking at his tutorial guides. But nonetheless, yes, an amazing show so far. We've completed 3 entire series onto the final series of the day, and it's been a lot of surprises. We've seen records be broken. We've seen a Savage come out from Zia. We've seen a game end in a 22-1 finish, but Joybotch leading the way for their team. And I feel like we still have some more surprises on the way.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, little moist in here, a little sweaty after that last series. But
moist.
I want to say there's a lot of fandom about this next one coming up as well. With Vendetta, a team that a lot of people thought would be in the finals against BTK. Unfortunate the way the random rolls went, they are going to be meeting Team Ego here in the bottom. And what else can be said about Team Ego? So popular right now. Dez, a big popular streamer here in North America. And then they have possibly the world's greatest mage on their team as well. You be the judge.
Wow, the world's greatest mage. That's something to look forward to. They're going to be going up against Vendetta, and whoever makes it out of that group is going to move forward to face up against BTK tomorrow. So it does seem like the second half of the bracket is getting harder and harder. Now let's take a look at the rosters and that lineup, and what Private calls the best mage coming in. Now for Vendetta, we have Merciless in the XP lane, Kush on jungle, Yato in the mid lane, Ashley on roam, and Melon on gold lane. Familiar names.
Yeah, definitely a lot of familiar names here. I mean, you talk about Kush, we've seen him in several different NACTs. You've seen Yato competing as well, Melon, all of them have been here before, right? But it's time for them to go even further, and this time try and shoot for that #1 spot. And with Ashley on the team as well, it's a little homage to be able to see Ashley after competing in MWI last year and here again for another chance to go to Riyadh, but this time for MSC to top that off is going to be exciting to watch. So I can't wait to see what they bring to the playing field, as this is a team with a fully stacked roster.
Yeah, the interesting thing, a star-studded lineup here, and the strength so many people have seen. Ashley as well too. We've talked about her before. I think people sometimes make the mistake in thinking she's good when it comes to like female squads, but she has for a very long time competed in the male teams here in North America and held her own, and has really proved to earn herself a spot here, especially when it comes to some of the top roamers here in North America, not just as a female, but overall here in North America. So we'll see what she can bring to this team, because there is a lot of rumors and a lot of, I want to say, expectations for Vendetta.
And this pick that they selected for Ashley is such a vibe. No fear, fearless attitude. I love it. And let's take a look at the roster for Team Eagle. We see Super Kesh in the mid lane, so I guess that is the best mage lane for North America. Death on the XP lane, Dez in the jungle, Son on the roam, and Hao on the gold lane.
I love the Thunder Belt on Death. You gotta love that Thunder Belt, right? He's ready for war. Yes, Team Ego, a lot of a growing fan base for these fresh faces, but some familiar as well. I mean, you talk about Dez, he's definitely all over the place on YouTube streaming. We got the pleasure of meeting him in NACT and our offline events as well, and he's ready to bring this team to the table to compete with the greatest.
Yeah, it's no. I haven't shied about how much I expect out of Team Ego. They're one of my dark horse picks that I've really been watching. Dez has grown since some of his matches in NACT. How much effort he has put into the amount he plays this game, the amount he learns each season. We're gonna see if Team Ego can kind of coexist. Sometimes I know a lot of people laugh and talk about how much arguing there is in the voice chat, the chaos that is in the voice chats for Team Ego when they're trying to get a game together, but they can turn that chaos sometimes into victory, and we're gonna see if they can do that against a team like Vendetta.
And we're gonna see by the amount of times that Private actually pumped up Team Ego if he actually predicted their win in the series. Let's take a look at the Jazzers predictions. Oh, seems like unanimous decision for Vendetta. What happened there, Private Answer?
It's the same thing that kind of happened when it comes to Villain Era and Overskilled. It's nice to be a fan of a team. However, when it comes to like some of these picks, you have to sometimes you kind of lean towards what has happened and how successful some of these teams have been. Vendetta worked their way through the top bracket, and Team Ego eventually had to work their way through the bottom bracket. However, this is the same story we had from the first match as well, and we saw what happened to Overskilled when they took on Villain Arc.
Yeah, for me, it's just Vendetta is just such a strong, stacked roster, right? I mean, these are teams that have went the distance further than the members, I would say, on the side of Team Ego, which is why they have my vote, just statistically wise. And when it comes to these tournaments, like Ashley has international experience. You've seen a lot of these names a little bit more often as a collective versus the entirety of the side of Team Ego, which is definitely why they got my vote. But how are we all voting the same way every single time? What is going on this season?
Well, that just shows that there's a lot of copying homeworks, and I've learned from my mistakes of with the Area 77 match, but so far it means that everyone's prediction rate so far has been 33%. So let's see if this is going to make us a 50%. But before that, we have another giveaway, the last giveaway of the day for our amazing viewers who are still tuning in. Make sure you scan that QR code and type that code in to secure yourself one last chance to a permanent skin today.
Yeah, definitely claim that skin while it's available. 30 permanent ones. Man, we're stacking up. We're almost over 100 skins that have been given away from the NACT team. Special shout out to everybody tuning in to the show as well. It's been full of some bangers for sure, and hopefully with our final series of the day, it continues to ride on that wave.
Yeah, and a big give out there for you viewers out there. All you need to do, scan that code to get a chance at one of these skins. I know everybody, I'm all skinned out right now, tired. The Naruto event is so huge, and it's been on my mind. But here, you get something for free.
Yeah, Private's been flaunting in our faces that he got some nice skins from the Naruto event. I'm sure some viewers also tapped into that. But this is a free skin, guys, so make sure you lock yourself in whenever there is a giveaway. And we've given away so many skins today. So if you're lucky enough, you might get a skin every time and be one of those first winners every single time.
I'm just going to say, I've gotten 3 so far. I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking. I haven't been scanning, I promise. But you guys can, so definitely get it while it's available. But you know what I want to see today? I want to see a series go the distance. I want to see something. I want all 3 games 20+ minutes. How about you, Private?
I would love to see this go to distance. I know a lot of people are predicting that, like I said before, Vendetta was kind of predicted to be like that number 2 seed. To see them here against, especially against a team as popular as Team Ego is so early, is kind of the same as seeing the BTK versus Valdi match here. But one team can move forward. One of them will unfortunately be going home here. There are no second chances, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm very excited about this match as well. There's 2 of my favorite teams.
Yeah, and if you guys were to look back at the matches that we had so far today, are there some tips that you have to give, if you could, for the next teams coming up. And before that, the draft is indeed ready, so you guys can talk about that while you take us into the draft.
And into the draft, we will head. As speaking of tips and tricks, I would definitely say, depending. Oh, whoa! You got what? Okay, all right. Well, tip number 1. Hopefully, you guys screenshotted that fast enough to see what was picked up, because I didn't get it. But tip number 2, I'll definitely say wave management and prio objective should be what these teams are focusing on. It's not all about the kills. Oftentimes we see some of the newer teams try and chase in for the kills, and they lose kind of control of the entire map with that tunnel vision. So I think it starts there. Private, I think we can also, and you can contest to this as well, the draft is definitely what can make or break a team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen from the first series that it's okay to have a draft. Even the first and second series, it's okay to have a drafting be going for something, but you can't tunnel vision on it to the point that you're ignoring the picks that are out there. Picking a Eve against an Esmeralda, or an Esmeralda gets picked up against your Harith and Matilda. The one thing that I want to make sure, and hopefully that we see here, is focusing on all parts of the timing. Early game, mid game, and late game. That we need to have some security for that in our draft. So often we've seen some of these mid to late game drafts that ignore the early game, and what ends up happening is the early game gets pushed to such a degree that there's no way for the team to be able to make it out from that snowball.
That's an excellent point too, because I remember at a moment in time we were casting over the draft in a previous series today, and we saw the Farza picked up against a more beefier composition, and we were kind of like, oh, I don't think that'll really work out so well. But then it was just the early game pressure that the Farza provided. It was Kong actually that pulled that out, and they were able to dominate. And sometimes it's just that early game pressure. It's like when these teams make mistakes because you're overwhelming them super early in the match. That snowball that we like to see starts to form, and it completely topples over. So. Yeah, those are a couple of things that I would say, and alongside yourself, that hopefully we see these teams address as they debut inside of this series, as we are looking at Vendetta up against Team Ego.
Yeah, very interesting. They do let the Joy slip through, which I was going to say, you either have a Gatakacha or possibly a Fredrin that can try to counter that. Gatakacha, on paper, we call it a counter for the Joy, but you need to be pretty precise with your dash to be able to land that taunt onto her. Or she's going to make a mincemeat of your back line. I do like to having the Harith on there. He's going to be able to dash himself, hopefully maybe dash circles around with the Joy, but very interesting drafts that we have here. We see that the Zeusin was taken off the board, as well as the Kalia and Kimmy. I don't know how many bans I've seen of her, but this is very interesting to see here now as well. And both teams very immediate with their drafts, not taking any time to discuss it. They're like, boom, boom, we got it, boom. All right, and now on to the second banning phase.
Yeah, they are super confident jumping into this draft for sure. And yeah, a couple of the picks on the board. The Valentina, I don't know, man. I feel like it could be a little premature, depending on what gets selected from Ego, because right now you really only have the AOG. I guess if you want to be aggressive and pull out that Ouija Shadow Kill, can work in your favor. But they are banning out a couple of interesting things on the top side. You are seeing Vendetta take out the Lu Yi. We haven't really seen the Lu Yi focused on so far. This NACT hasn't even been picked, but that element of surprise could definitely be a threat. You know who I'm surprised we haven't seen? The Chip. We haven't seen Chip today.
I actually saw him on the band. That's about it. Lu Yi, one of those picks that Supercush likes to the favor there as well. And there's been a lot of rumors surrounding him. Apparently, he made some bold claims about his maging status. Oh, there's your Chip ban as well. So I'm definitely looking to see if Vendetta is going to be trying to focus around that mid lane. To try to be able to shut that down, or where we have it. A very, very strong lineups coming from both. We were talking about some of those being able to capitalize on all aspects of the game, early, mid, and late, and they're doing a great job through these drafts of doing that.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to pull a card for the mage, right? They picked the Valentine, I'm assuming, to deny the Farza play. because then you're going to feathered airstrike, which really raises the question, what does Ego go? They're going to pick up the Bruno, though. This will be a little interesting. You know, I know we all remember that Bruno with that malefic gun back in the day and how hard that hit. So to see the Bruno, the heavy nerfs that he's had, you know, in the past and now being picked up again, and I want to see how he kind of fares off. This will be the first Bruno that we see today.
Yeah, they did nerf his range a little. It was a menace to have a Bruno that could hit your tower from outside the tower range. It's absolutely disturbing to play against. And this draft just went so quick. It's so interesting. I feel like both of these teams are very confident in their drafts and what they have here. My big poll out here is how are we going to be able to protect the Sicilian from this Joy as some of these engagements go towards these objectives, because that's the biggest problem with Joy is you're not able to lock her down. We have a decent amount of CC on our side right now. We have the Gatakacha, Sanguine Claws, I don't really want to say are going to catch a Joy, but we also have some CC coming out from Bedang, so it's going to be very interesting to see how these two compositions clash into each other.
And I feel like, well, Vendetta kind of forced that hand with the Sicilian pickup, right? I mean, because traditionally they could have picked out a Farza here, and it would have worked out. But the reason why they didn't pick that is because that Valentina's on the other side, and they can't profit off that Sicilian just as well. But as we jump into our final series of the day with the debut matchup, Vendetta up against Team Ego in a best-of-3.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this match to see how well they perform here and how well that they can coexist with some of that synergy. A lot of eyes on both of these teams. As I talked about before, Vendetta did make it through the top bracket. Team Ego forced down to the lower bracket, but came very strong to secure their spot here in the top 8. Ashley looking for a little bit of vision, trying to get some information for her team. Dez goes in and still able to get the retribution on that Lethal Wanderer.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep a close eye on Ashley and the positioning, the tank mage synergy compared to Team Ego over there with Song and Super Kesh. Song definitely going to be rotating around looking for some great AOGs, but Super Kesh, he's got to play a little bit passive, right? He got to get those stacks. Sicilian getting a little bit of a nerf to where the mid game doesn't pick up as soon as it did before. Not sure how effective it is. I mean, Sicilian is still one of the more prioed mages outside of that Farza that we see traditionally. So right now, I think we're looking at a great draft from both sides, but close eye on Ashley compared to Song.
Yeah, and the thing here is how well is that trio of the mid and roam gonna be able to kind of get around some of these lanes here as well. Ooh, coming in with the quad shadow. Song gets caught a little bit of a stun. Ashley able to pick it up, taken down to 10%. Song, is gonna be able to put out that healing.
Yeah, we'll put out that healing. Something interesting to see as well. Yato, he goes in for the quantum charge, so he's going to have that mobility to work in his favor. So we'll have to see the basic attack grants that HP for him as well. So we'll see how this comes into play as the first turtle now on the board and a possible siege.
Oh, Kush is able to pick up that lord, does find the kill on to Death Song, running for the hills, trying to get the security of his towers. In comes Kush, puts up some damage, but no worse for wear. They do find a kill. They do find the first objective, giving them just a slight lead in the gold department.
Hey, man, Kush got a buy one, get one free. He got the kill, and he got the turtle to work in his favor, so they're going to have to watch out for him as this game progresses. He has that temporal rain as well, so he has a lot more CDR on his regular skills, not that ultimate, but it'll make him more effective on this Joy, which we haven't really got to see too much of a showcasing, but we're hear a lot of electrifying beats as this game progresses.
The one thing that Team Ego is going to need to watch out for, especially against a team like Vendetta, if you are giving up some of those objectives, you need to be able to return it in kind. We can't just being slow. You see that Dez was trying to get like a jump on some of his rotations, but we weren't able to punish any objectives. Take out a marksman, take out XP laner, something that makes it worth giving up the turtle. Ooh, Death does take a little bit of damage from that electrifying beat. Speaking of which, we have a lot of damage. Super Cash actually able to find a kill onto Ashley as Yato forced to watch it, tying up the game to 1-1 apiece.
And that's a big play from Super Kesh, especially on the Sicilian, right? He wants to be able to scale through the times, because once he gets to that late game, that's going to be where Super Kesh starts to come online, and that's going to help him get to that target a lot sooner. Right now, neutral objective still in Vendetta's favor. We got to see how the next turtle play goes out, but invasion by Kush.
Yeah, and Kush went in, but it wasn't actually able to get that buff. It looks like Super Kush actually accidentally grabbed it there. I mean, I guess it's better than letting the enemy get the buff of yours, but not really going to be helping out Team Ego with that orange buff being on Kesh.
Yeah, and right now, both teams getting ready inside of the turtle pit. Ashley going to wrap around, possibly be that barrier. Does have the glorious pathway to be able to drop down at a moment's notice. Sanguine Claws coming out.
Ooh, Merciless goes in with a demonic force there. Song in a little bit of trouble. We do have a fist crack. Death in trouble. Might be taken out. Kush finds the kill there. Electrifying beats onto the back line. Song goes in. Super Kush finds a kill onto Merciless. Yato with an IMU avatar, the Guardian, and how in trouble. Back and forth under the tower. Super Kush just a little too close to Ashley to be doing too much damage. Sanguine Claws connect. Here comes Des looking for the side split. Is going to have to use that quad shadows to get out. And this is going to be another turtle secured by Vendetta.
Team Ego having a really hard time finding a way into the turtle pit and creating that ground control. Vendetta doing great on their separation and forcing Team Ego to back off.
Yeah, and that's kind of, ooh, Ashley actually in a little bit of trouble. Might be taking her second death of the game. Does Team Ego now tying it up at 3-3 apiece. Unfortunately, I want to say Ashley checking that bush just a little bit too far. Ooh, actually comes in on the Kush. Is he going to be able to find the kill? Shadow kill is out. And unfortunately for Dez, not able to find the damage.
And on the Hayabusa, the Luigi Shadow kill has been nerfed a little bit. I wonder if prior to that, if that would have been able to hit the mark. But Super catch. 3 kills on the Sicilian. 2 of those is Ashley's fault on this positioning, and she has to be a little bit better on that footing as you're allowing the Sicilian to start to get online a lot earlier than normal.
Well, I want to say her team is just a few steps too behind when she goes into a bush, and it's just like a matter of a second that she goes into the bush, immediately gets CC'd and drowned out, and the team just has to be like a half a step better. Ooh, little damage on the Kush. Shadow kill goes on again, and it's still not going to be enough. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Just not yet. Kush dancing a very dangerous game here with Dez, but very secure in his way. Actually up at the top. Oh, he was looking for it, but Dez read it perfectly. Goes in, another quad shadows on the Kush. Doesn't have the shadow kill just yet, and backs off.
Speaking of backing off, rushing in, the 4-man rotation on the bot side decides to disengage as the turtle is going to be spawning in here momentarily. Bats feeds coming out from Super Kesh, and it looks like Vendetta is going to decide to disperse over there on the bot side of the jungle. Turtle now in the game. Who will claim the ground control?
Yeah, and Super Cash should be getting to a point where his stacks are starting to get up there. You want to get to a point, I want to say now we're kind of looking at like a 9-minute mark for that point where Sicilian can just start spamming. Ooh, goes in. Demonic Force. Dez has to get out with the quad shadows. Down to 10% on the Lord. Coming back into death. Finds himself some damage to reset on the turtle. How finds a kill onto Kush. Shadow kill is out. Ashley in trouble. Using that revitalize, but it's not enough. Down she goes. Dez is able to get the turtle. Yato cleans it up as Dez finds a kill onto Melon. Merciless next on the list. Yato being chased down. Is Song going to be able to secure it? Super Cash chasing, looking for this final kill, and secures it. 4-8. Team Ego on a roll.
On a roll, able to turn that into their favor. Able to take the turtle as well. Yato opted in on taking the AOG as his choice for an ultimate. Dez and the 1v1 because these two have been battling it out.
Dez both of these guys are trading ultimates, and it's doing just under a quarter, leaving under a quarter of health left for them. They're going to get to a point at mid-game where they're going to be able to catch each other, and their ultimates are going to be able to wipe out all their health. They're just not at that point yet. Look at Team Ego on the map, setting the precedence right now, starting to make room, starting to get those objectives.
Yeah, able to take the tier 1 turret on the top side to open the map in their favor. 2 turtles, though, for the side of Vendetta when it comes to the neutral jungle objectives. Vendetta is still able to outshine, but the team fight's definitely starting to weigh over to the side of Team Ego. You're looking at about a 1,000 gold lead. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far. Glowing Wand picked up by the Sicilian is going to have that Life Bane. Is going to be able to have that additional burn as well upon contact with those skills. So you will have to watch out for him, not to mention Super Kesh already sitting 4-0-3, highest kills of the game so far.
Oh, we do have a fist crack going out. Death looking for a little bit of an escape here as in comes Dez, finds a kill onto Merciless. Shallow kill is out, dropping the rest of Vendetta dangerously low. Super Cash is 4-0-4. Dez has 3 kills of his own. I mean, they're doing such a great job right now, especially with the 9 kills that they have, looking to secure this mid tower.
Yes, the Lord spawns in. Kush willing to test the waters again with Dez.
Yeah, and pushed Kush out just enough. Looks like they might actually be able to. Ooh, Death comes in, trying to go ahead with the kill. Kush comes in for the steal and gets away like a thief in the night.
Oh my goodness, somebody put this man on trial because he is guilty. Able to take that Lord, that Grand Theft Lord at its finest. Kush able to get the job done. A little unfortunate for Team Ego, who's built such a great advantage in the early phase.
Always be ready. It's one of those things you've learned in rank. Always be ready for the retribution. And you can see there Kush showing exactly why. Even with Death trying to push him away, keeping him back, he still dashes in, finds the retribution under Dez's noses, and finds the escape. And this could be the turnaround that Vendetta needed to put the momentum at their heels.
Hey, that's the beat of the Flash right there at its finest. Blade of Despair picked up by Dez to have some heavy physical damage. Glorious Pathway on the way.
Oh, no, and then now they're going to go ahead and put the damage on to that second tier 2 high tower. Looking to try to put down this damage. Oh, Dez finds a kill onto Kush. Finally starting to find the advantage in some of these plays away from the team with some of that split pushing. And that might mean that we need somebody else. And that might make a threat for the side of Vendetta. Now you cannot just send Kush up there to try to get some of these split pushing, because you can see now that Desh is at a power spike where he's going to be able to one-shot him.
And now it's going to be a battle of the tier 1 turrets in the mid lane. That's really what's going to open up this map for either side, and that's going to be a high value target. Holy Crystal picked up over there by How 1 to be able to have a lot of that magic power. As you already see both teams duking it out.
Ooh, tower is down. Merciless finds a kill on the How. Melon finds one on the Death. Team Eagle running for the hills as Melon finds another kill. Cat is down as well. It is just Dez alone against the rest of the team. Kush comes in. Dez gonna have to use that quad channels. Electrifying Beats is out. Dez has nowhere to run. Looking for the fourth, using the shadow kill. He doesn't have another quad shadow, and that is a full team wipe for Vendetta.
Another team wipe now. The red carpet being rolled out. And a base Crystal standing in their way with Death.
Yeah, Death coming in there now. I mean, this is unfortunate for Team Ego. They had the advantage, a small mistake. And that's all it sometimes takes here is a small mistake. They gave Vendetta the advantage, and now they are on their back foot with a pathway down the middle of the map into their base.
Yeah, right now, with the base being opened, an opportunity for Vendetta to possibly close out this game, as we are moments away from the Lord spawning in. Divine Glaive picked up by Super Kesh. He's going to have a lot of that magic pin to work in his favor, especially on the Sicilian. It's just been a hot prospect in today's match so far. Vendetta needing to find a way to get back to Super Kesh to shut him out.
Oh, How uses that Zaman Force, taken down very low, uses the flicker into the back line. Kush finds himself the kill. Melon finds another kill of his own, and down goes a Des. Kush gets taken down, but Melon is on a roll right now. 6, 1, and 6, putting the kill lead 13-11.
Super Kesh all by himself on this amazing Sicilian, which would have been possibly an MVP. Going in for the close.
Oh, damage is done onto him. The Frighten is on. Ashley goes into the back line, and Kesh, even Kesh, not able to withstand the 5-man assault on his base. Vendetta with a game over Team Ego.
You don't outrun vengeance, you suffer it. So Vendetta able to claim what's theirs up against Team Ego for game number 1. You can see the excitement from the team members over there from Vendetta's side. Team Ego, they were looking good, but a couple of mistakes was very costly. A very, I would say, even game almost in terms of kills, but it just boiled down to a couple of misplays toward that mid game, which made the difference. Jumping into the next match, we'll definitely have to see a little bit better of a defensive posture toward that mid game to not allow Vendetta to push on forward. But man, what a game.
Yeah, and it all just came down to a little mistake. Death went back, just was not able to control the Joy, not able to create that distance, and then it just became kind of a 50-50. Kush was able to dash in, get the retribution. That turned the tides, allowed the Lord onto the side of Vendetta. Ego lost, I want to say, a decent amount of towers there, lost their advantage, lost their mid, and that's where it really hurt them. When you lose your mid towers, like we've talked about to ad nauseum here, the mid towers delegate how wide open this map, how far you can retreat, and that is what really cost Team Ego.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it right on the coffin, right? It was a battle tug of war between those tier 1 turrets toward that end, and that just shows you how impactful those can be throughout the entirety of the game. And so a well-fought victory for the side of Vendetta to give them an opportunity to go for match point up against Team Ego. There are some things going right for Team Ego, though. Don't want to count them out just yet. I feel like those mistakes that we've seen in game number 1 can definitely be fixed by game number 2. I think I liked a lot of the things that were picked out there. I mean, it was some great placements by Song on the Katat with the AOGs. We got to see Dez going there a little aggressive on him and Kush, man. I don't know what beef they got going on behind the scenes, but man, is it good to watch.
Yeah, I want to say two heroes, two guys that absolutely knew what they needed to do, especially when it comes to the split pushing. And that's the unfortunate thing. I feel like maybe this could have turned around. This was not like a flounder for Team Ego. It's just an unfortunate turn of events where a 50-50 trade went over to Vendetta. It could have gone to either one. I feel like if that would have gone to Team Ego, they very cleanly could have won this, especially with how much they had in their favor. It just kind of comes down to being able, if you give up the Joy, are you going to be able to control her? But dang, I mean, he tried. It's very hard, and she is very slippery.
And it's a little ironic seeing when we talk about Kush and we talk about Dez, both of these players. Dez, he used to be a former sub for the Valley in prior NACT, and then we also see Kush, he was a former member of several teams in NACT, even BTK at a moment. So to be able to see these two fighting it out is definitely an honor, and I think game number 1 definitely had a lot of key moments that led toward victory for the side of Vendetta, but a lot went right on both sides. It was definitely a bloodbath every way.
Yeah, and as we see here, after some of those engagements, I mean, some of these early ones kind of went to Team Ego. It just kind of came down to that one retribution here. As we see Turtle Swanning here. I believe it was the Lord up at top. That was the first one here. Ashley got in trouble, got pulled a little too deep into enemy territory, taken down. And this was still, Team Ego was doing such a great job for a lot of these engagements. Dez coming in with that shadow kill as well. And this kind of turned the moment for them. You see Kush up at the top, able to get around Death on that Badang, and then it was all Vendetta from there on.
Yeah, and this was the push in the mid lane. Able to get that shutdown, that triple kill, and then push on forward. And this is where you start to see Vendetta come alive, and the whole team just getting wiped out. Dez included right there at the last second. I love how the Turtle, the Lord, they're getting a lot of this highlight action.
Yeah, and that final push there, Kesh, the North America's greatest mage, not able to stop the onslaught of Vendetta. We're gonna see what, and this is it too. I feel like we can get a decent little bit of a little bit of a change maybe to the composition. Maybe don't let Joy through, and it could very easily go over to Team Ego. And I don't think it's gonna be as clean of a game as we originally thought.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like this is one of the closer series we've seen so far. It's not as one-sided or dominant as the previous matches. I feel like both of these teams are moving at a fast pace, but I've seen mistakes from both sides, right? You see a couple of missteps from Ashley rushing in, trying to get those plays with the high-lows, with the team being a little too far back to be able to properly engage when she goes in for those sets. But on the opposite side, you see the overall just objectives being lost from the side of Team Ego, and a lot of them falling like dominoes when that pressure starts to build up. And so hopefully for game number 2, like I said, this is our final series of the day, Private. I need one, all right? We need one series to go the distance.
Yeah, we take another look at the roster here, and we've talked about it, like all names that North America should know, especially from NACT. Merciless, Kush, Yato, T will be T and Melon. And looks like we're going to be changing up the roster just a bit for Vendetta.
Yeah, it looks like Ashley will be subbed out. T will be stepping in for this one. I guess both of them are trying to get put on that highlight package for the MLBB NA channel. But, I mean, Vendetta, they got a victory right there. They're up 1. It's match point. A chance for them to possibly close this out and claim that final seat into the top 4.
Yeah, and I as much as I was saying, like, kind of even, T has, I want to say, a decent amount, a little bit more experience than Ashley when it comes to some of those live stage experience, things like that. Hopefully, I want to say Team Ego is prepared for this change out and understands what they need to be doing. It could be completely different games here coming out from Vendetta, especially that we're going to have that change out with the roam. Roams, especially when you have some great roams, make such a difference in the game when it comes to some of the ways to secure the objective, get that information to your team, get that great vision. As we start here into our second, possibly last series, or possibly last game of the series.
You know, this NACT, like we mentioned, it has such a high talent pool, and even subs, they're pulling in big guns, right? They're not just pulling in anybody, and that's the amazing thing to be able to see. I mean, what, T's coming in? Like, we've seen T. T's been on the BTK, you know? So it's like, this is massive to be able to see these members sitting as a sub on the backup. Just in case. So we'll have to see just what impact that has. I mean, is it a wise decision to switch when you're already 1 game up? We'll have to see. You know, it just really depends. I'm sure they have a game plan, and I can't wait to see how that plays out. But nonetheless, I want to say between these two teams, this has to be the more closer, or probably the most closest series we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and it looks like Vendetta kind of sticking with that Kimmy priority ban out there as well. Glue comes off the board, and I'm wondering if this last one's going to be aimed at Kesh again, where they take out the Lu Yi, or maybe let it slip through. It's something that Team Ego needs to be considering about too. Do you want to let the Joy out again when you saw what it did and you had a plan against it? You just weren't able, and I want to say she wasn't doing the greatest job of like trying to get some of the kills before the advantage kind of went to Vendetta, but they weren't able to control the Joy during a lot of these objective fights, and that's something that needs to be on your mind when it comes to this next draft.
It's funny because Kush, he's the kind of player that'll literally like press his limits. Like, he likes just doing some crazy off the wall plays. I used to like play against him in ranked and like on casual plays, and this dude, he's so competitive, man. You gotta love to see it. And I mean, there's a lot of talk about him being a top possible jungler that people are sleeping on, and this is his chance to prove to the world that he got what it takes. We see Nasty Wayne stepping into the scene. You know, we're seeing Kush starting to really have a heavy impact in that jungle position as well. There was a time where he was just a sub, but now taking main roster junglers and performing really well is a sight to see.
And that's been something, and I want to say Kush is another one of those. All of these people on Vendetta have long histories in North America, Kush being one of the longest ones as well. And I want to say for a while in North America, he was kind of cursed with the bench warmer spot on a lot of teams. Like, he was good enough to play on the teams, just not at the starting roster. And it's great to see him finally starting, finally able to spread his wings and not really be overshadowed here. and it did such a great job in the last game, especially the type of mechanics it needs to be to play a Joy, get those dashes in, steal the Lord, get out of the way. It absolutely, I want to say, turned around that game for Vendetta in the last one. Here, I want to say a lot of mobility on the side of Team Ego. Did they make another mistake here by getting that Matilda and Harith here early? We'll see if Vendetta maybe goes with that Esmeralda pickup we've been seeing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we know a lot of other teams would definitely slot that Esmeralda here. A lot of magic would be on their side, but I would say the Esmeralda could be good, especially still up those shields. They are going to pick up this Assassin. This is the second Hayabusa pickup from Team Ego. Seems like Dez is trying to lock in on that Haya as soon as possible. The Franco! Maybe this is an answer to the Quad Shadow? He's trying to stop him before using that Ouija Shadow kill for the retry plays?
It ensures that whoever... You've got a lot of heroes here that can dive through your team and then try to get away. I want to say this ensures that whoever dives into your team is not going anywhere. They're going to get locked down and placed down, and for the rest of the team to be able to put some damage onto. It's going to be very interesting because there's a lot of targets for that. You catch one, then you still have to deal with the rest of the team too. And if it's somebody like a Harith, if it's the Hayabusa, Matilda can still come in with the Circling Eagle and interrupt your ultimate from Franco. So
yeah, it is something interesting to watch, and I can't wait to see how this Franco comes out. This is the debut Franco. On top of that, to be able to see in the spring season. So at least maybe not in the qualifiers, but inside of the actual playoffs. As we are seeing some of the bans on the board, the Beatrix being taken off the table. We do know the Harith is in the mix. We've seen a couple of options like the Claude being picked up. We've seen the carry be slotted. I don't think the carry would be the wisest decision here, considering you do have a Hayabusa. Maybe something like a Claude could be a viable option, just because you want to have a little bit more mobility to be able to escape into the back line. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, one thing we're going to need to watch out for is that early game. I want to say Matilda's going to need to make sure that they're kind of checking those bushes, making sure that Dez isn't really getting engaged on. You got Franco who can try to hook your buff. There's the potential of them picking up something in the XP lane. A Hilda possibly that can kind of come in there, start harassing Dez. There's a lot of issues that can kind of come out here that we really haven't addressed. There's the Liu Yi ban out from Vendetta, very interesting, and the carry ban. So big focus on the marksman lane coming out from Team Ego.
Yeah, we'll have to see just where this goes. We have the Valentina picked up for the side of Vendetta. We don't know what mage will go in for the side of Team Ego. Farza could be a viable option, but then you have to worry about this Valentina taking that feathered airstrike, and I wonder if that's a gamble that the side of Team Ego wants to take here. I mean, they could go in for the Sicilian. I mean, it could be an option. You could stay in the back. Gotta watch out for those iron hooks from Franco, though, for sure. But I mean, hey, at least you're a little bit further, so you don't have to worry about the bloody hunt. But right now we're seeing some mobility working on both sides, right? You have the Hayabusa with the Quad Shadow. You have the Joy. This is the same song and dance that we've seen in game number 1 between Kush and Des.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is, are we going to be able to lock down or give enough room for Dez to be able to get some of these objectives? We saw from last game, they tried to zone out the team. Kush is just so slippery, so skilled on that Joy, able to kind of very well maneuver around. And this time, I want to say they don't have that huge amount of CC in the name of Badang. They do have I want to say the Guiding Winds, which is going to be able to keep them topped off and be able to help them reposition. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this match differs. Oh, and there's the Esmeralda pick that we were talking about, the big counter for the Matilda, for the Harith right now.
And can sustain the Hayabusa's Ouija Shadow kill, so it kind of has a little bit of a triple effect. Not to mention, it can close the distance on the Sicilian with the Falling Star Moon. This is a really big counter when you really think about it. You can go down the rabbit hole all day, but something interesting that stands out to me as well, which is a debut pick today for the series as well, is the Brody being picked up, right? The Brody has had a massive buff. It's definitely starting to hit a lot harder. I feel like it's underrated. And with this composition, I think it works out really well because you have the Hayabusa who's going to rush in with the Quad Shadow, and you have that stun in your kit to be able to expand that distance and try and flicker back to safety. And speaking of safety, No safe zones in the land of Dawn today as we are jumping into our final series of the day in a match point. Team Ego going up against Vendetta. Vendetta up 1-0.
Yeah, last series of the night, possibly last match of the night as well. It's all dependent on how Team Ego can deal with Team Vendetta right now. Very interesting picks coming from Vendetta, a little outside the box. We don't see Franco too often. Oh, Dez already getting a little bit interrupted here. Merciless in their jungle, trying to chase him down. Death looking to secure his escape.
Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on T. I mean, he did just sub in for Ashley. We got to see how much of an impact he has stepping into that roam position and Ashley subbing out, and wondering if that's the right decision here. This could be something for Team Ego to lean in on.
Ooh, yeah, you see Song doing a good job with the protection of Dez there, but man, Vendetta's already a big focus on enemy territory, trying to get into their jungle, trying to refuse them minions here.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, something that stood out between both these teams is they were very close when it came to fighting it out back and forth throughout the entire match, and it really boiled down to that tier 1 turret in the mid lane, which really made the difference, and Vendetta was able to kind of push through and find that victory. So we'll have to see how this kind of plays out, especially on these first neutral objective plays. Kush has done a great job on finding a way into the jungle to be able to get those retries.
Yeah, right now, and I want to say Dez just got his ultimate. Death doesn't. Nobody else has their ultimate just yet, except for Kush and Dez. Turtle has a spawn, and they're looking to kind of get those up as this engagement comes out. Merciless doing a good job zoning out 3 members, going deep into enemy territory onto Dez to become quite a nuisance, and he uses his retribution. Shadow kill comes out, but is not enough to take out Merciless. That helps Vendetta secure the first turtle.
And baits out 2 ultimates, the AOG and the Ouija Shadow kill. And this is why we talked about the Esmeralda being a counter for majority of the members on that team. You can't catch them with the AOG. The Ouija Shadow kill is not enough because you have the additional shielding, and you can harass and be a fly on the wall in every part of the enemy jungle, and Dez will have to find an answer for that.
Oh, big hook catches the small minion. Oh, T just narrowly missed the actual big minion, and it's not taken into the bush. Kush sees it, goes in, and is able to steal it away from Dez.
Hey, he's a greedy boy. You know, he's going to eat everything on the table. If you leave it there, you better watch your plate. And right now, both sides fighting it out. Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, lands on the Song, onto that. Matilda is trying to blast himself away, gets caught up by Yato. In comes Dez, looking for the shadow kill. 3 members in there to split up the damage. Dez has to find himself a quad shadow to escape. Death, on the other hand, here, trying to put some damage onto Merciless, is not going to be able to put enough to even really put a blemish on Merciless just yet.
Yeah, but Yato will pick up the kill on the Song. T will fall, and that will be Super Kesh picking that one up for the side of Team Ego, putting 1 on the board for both sides.
Oh, quad shadows come in. 4 members in the enemy territory. Vendetta right now is not letting up. Kush goes deep into there, looking for the electrifying beats, finds the kill onto Dez. We do have a circling Ego avatar. The Guardian slams down, lands onto Merciless, who's still using those abilities. Song gets caught by a hook, and Yato finishes the job. On the back end, suppression onto How. 3 members of Vendetta looking to find the kill there, and a big hook lands onto Death right now, who I want to say T is on fire when it comes to those hooks.
Yeah, he got a one-way ticket back to the lobby right there with that kill. And I'll tell you what, nothing's more satisfying than seeing a Franco who can actually land those iron hooks. He's definitely on point so far for the side of Vendetta. T subbing out for Ashley and having a good impact so far.
Yeah, doing a great job here. 3 of the 4 kills T has assists for. So I want to say rocking possibly like about a 100% activity here when it comes to a lot of these fights. Song in here on the front line trying to ward off Merciless, who's just doing such a great job trying to create that distance. Now lured down to about 50%, 20%, and a clean take by Kush. In comes the Sanguine Claws. Merciless dives into the back line. Death able to find a kill onto T. Song is down as well. Melon on fire, taking down 2 members. It is now a 3-6 game in favor of of Vendetta.
Man, what a play. Able to find not only the neutral objective, but 2 kills on top of that. 6-3. Vendetta leading the pace for the early phase. Melon taking some hits, hit with the retry.
And doesn't get taken out there, but man, right now, this jungle belongs to Vendetta. Team Ego struggling even to get their own, the small little boss. Merciless has no fear, goes into the entire team of them, knows that if they set off a single ability, it's gonna feed him on that Esmeralda. Oh, a nice little torn apart memories there. Catches one. Death is next on the list. Melon finding 2 more kills.
Yeah, able to find even more of an advantage over Team Ego. They're climbing up that ladder, and it doesn't look like they plan on getting off anytime soon, as you are looking at them now leading the way by 4,000 gold at the 6-minute mark. Blade of Despair picked up over there by the Brody, which means he's going to have some additional damage when he decides to initiate initially when it comes to these engagements, and you have to watch out for that. Hunter Strike, though, picked up from Dez, so he will have some additional damage himself to need to look out for. But right now, Melon, he's on fire. He's 4-0-0. Highest kills in the game.
Yeah, doing a great job carrying the team, and I want to say the rest of the team, the pressure that they put on to Dez ensures that he's so far behind that he's not even able to match up Kush into this split laning push like he was in the first game, where he was kind of, him and Kush were kind of on even territory, had the same amount of gold, both trying to ult each other, neither of them able to find the advantage. But here, right now, Dez has such a gold deficit compared to Kush that he's not even able to match the split push, and they're stuck responding to Vendetta instead of trying to match their pace. They are going to be able to fight in the top tower, but they're going to lose a tier 2 at bottom.
Yeah, we'll lose that tier 2. Melon able to claim turret. How will respond back, finding one of his own on the top side, but stripped down to their inhibitor for the bot play. Kush need to get away.
Shadow kill comes out. Kush dives into his teammate so that the damage spreads to everybody, negating some of it from himself. Melon in a little bit of trouble, trying to put some damage onto this tower. Death comes in. Is it going to be enough? You can see on the backside, Merciless looking to get an escape, but gets taken down by Death. They are able to finally put Merciless down, but there's no more ultimates left on the side of Team Ego.
You're seeing a lot of pressure from Vendetta, inching their way up the map, continuously pushing through these turrets, only losing 1 on the top side, but claiming 4 of Team Ego's. And this is where they start to struggle, right? It's the overall map awareness and maintaining their lanes is where they start to fall short. But they have Super Kesh. He is on the Sicilian. Not the hottest game, not like game number 1 for sure. But it is promising if they can delay this to close to that, I would say about 12-minute mark, 12 to 13-minute mark. That's when he can really start to have a heavy impact.
Yeah, the problem here is they're waiting too long at some of these engagements. They're not going to be able to find an engagement that's going to favor them. Melon coming in, finds a kill as Merciless finds one of his own. Kills all around for Vendetta. 3 down on the side of Team Ego. They just lingered too long at bottom lane without minions, and that's the unfortunate thing. Like, especially when you're this far behind, you don't want engagements, you don't want team fights, you want to try to push the lane and leave. And unfortunately for Team Ego, they lingered a little bit too long. Dez might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets caught. And Shadow kill is out. Is he going to be able to get away? Yato's right there to find the kill.
Man, folding him like a napkin at a dinner table. What a play over there from Vendetta. Melon able to take the tier 2 turret and the iron hook.
Oh man, T has been surgical when it comes to these iron hooks, landing the damage there. We talked about it. Melon finds a kill onto Cash. Death might be next on the list. Has his revitalize. How comes in, trying to put some damage, gets caught by Merciless. And this is what we were talking about. That Esmeralda counter is doing work to Team Ego.
Yeah, right now in a very rough situation, right? I mean, you got a Lord on the bot side marching towards your base and a massive lead. It's over 10K. It's an 11K gold lead, 16 to 4. We are just now passing that 10-minute mark. Everybody getting a piece of this cake for the side of Vendetta. 7-0-3 for Melon. Well ahead of How 1 with this Harith, about 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and I feel like instead of those two marksman bands, Esmeralda probably should have been one of them for that second part of the draft. But I mean, hindsight is 2020. We're sitting at the casting table, so it probably wasn't as easy of a decision. But I mean, who knew that Merciless would be having such a great game? 3-1-7 right now, helping Melon to get some of those opportunities. He needs to be at 7-0-3. Now pushing their way in. Two high ground towers are down. Minions forcing their way down at bottom. Death doing the best he can to try to tank out this front roll, but I feel like we're just one hook away from watching this thing flip on us. More damage up at the top. All high grounds are down right now. The core is exposed. Minions coming. Hook lands. Big suppression. Kush gets caught. Yato puts him down. AOG is out to get Yato out of harm's way. Death tries to go in. Merciless finds a kill onto Song. Death is down. It's just how and Dez, is it going to be enough? Can they clear this out? They're looking for the opportunity. Get another kill. Dez is not long for this world, and this is going to be a clean sweep for Vendetta.
They waited, they planned, and they executed. Vendetta able to move on forward in the final series, claiming a spot in the top 4, shutting down Team Ego.
Yeah, a great game there for Vendetta. The counters were out there. A great job when it came Merciless with the great pick of the Esmeralda. We talked about it as soon as we saw the Harith, as soon as we saw the Matilda. I would love to say it came from my own knowledge of the game, but we saw this in an earlier series here where Matilda and Harith were picked up very quickly, and unfortunately, it was countered out very quickly by the Esmeralda. And the thing here, the crux of it, is Vendetta was allowed to get this pick because it wasn't banned out in the second phase. And here, I mean, they did such a great job. And not just the Esmeralda. Kush did a great job. Melon, you can see there, 9-0-6. And then T, dusting his pants off, getting off of that bench, coming in, and landing so many hooks. You see there, 20 assists on Franco for a 21 game.
Man, I think T got subbed in because he wanted to go fishing. That's definitely what we were seeing today, especially at that last play with the flicker in and the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt combination. Well executed, cool, calm, collective from Vendetta. And a little homage, for those who don't know, a little bit of lore behind the NACT. Vendetta was in our very first NACT. They were supposed to go to the grand finals, but they ended up being the Simpsons to take their place against BTK. So to be able to see that name come back into the competitive scene yet again and make it to top 4 is definitely a sight to see.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate for the first NACT because we had a lot of guys that just were not of age to be competing when it comes to like traveling in the US, but now all of them of age and looking for a little bit of a possible revenge, trying to maybe get themselves a little bit of a rematch here, with the example here set against Team Ego.
Man, Private, these teams have been setting the tone for North America. We got some great competition between these top teams in NA. I mean, today has been full of some bangers so far, and to be able to see Vendetta move on forward, Team Ego, a little unfortunate for all those fans out there who are rooting for them. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table in the next NACT season. But yeah, today's the story of Vendetta moving on forward. Another possible super team in the making.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. I mean, Vendetta, a great job. Team Ego even did a great job. That first match, they had a little bit, like I said, we've talked about it before. Draft is so important at this level of NACT. If you lose the draft, it doesn't matter how skilled you are, you're going to have issues here. And that second game was definitely showing a little bit of out-drafting there by Vendetta. First game was a lot closer for Team Ego, just narrowly lost by the side of Team Ego because of a 50-50 stolen Lord and Retribution there. But a great game played by both competitors.
A great game indeed, and we know the higher you get on that ladder, you know, the colder it gets, and only the toughest can survive, and that's what we're going to see as we see the top 4 teams progress, and that's our final series, man. I've got to say, it's been a lot of surprises today as we take a look at the highlight package from the final series.
Yeah, and this is just speaking mounds about it. From the get-go, Vendetta was all over enemy territory. There was nothing that they could do to protect it. The Matilda, the Harith, as soon as the Esmeralda crossed into there, if any of them used any of their abilities, all it would do was feed Esmeralda. Not just that, but you had the consistent threat of T landing a hook on you, bringing you back, getting that suppression, and shutting you down. This was just, a clinical game for the side of Vendetta.
Yeah, definitely surgical precision. I would say some heart surgery right there, as I know their hearts are pumping, able to claim that victory. And what a game, right? I mean, you get to see Dez. I'm proud to see him make it this far. I look forward to seeing where they go in the NACT. I know this is not the end for him. I mean, like we said, he started as a sub. Definitely streaming out there on YouTube, and his team has been progressing, and they've made their mark as a top 8 team in NA, and that's an achievement all by itself. For Vendetta, like we said, a lot of homage, an old name, rising from the ashes and spreading its wings, a brand new phoenix for the NACT spring season, and the final seat of top 4 has been claimed.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I really want to harp on too. The win or lose here, the key thing here in North America, if you want to set yourself apart from almost any of the teams here, is consistency. Sure, you may not have made it all the way in NACT, but that just means you need to work a little harder next season. That doesn't mean that we need to kind of go at each other's throats, maybe change team members. I see that so often when all it's going to take is just a little bit more practice, consistency to try to get there, and understanding the little mistakes that you made here. Hopefully that's not the last that we see of a Team Ego. Hopefully that's not the last that we see of any of the people that have exited the stage here tonight.
And speaking of the stage, gonna expand that welcome over to our amazing host Liz to kind of talk about what we've seen in the last series and overall NACT for today's show.
Yeah, good to be back. Unfortunately, last series didn't bring Wheezy his go to the distance, but still a wonderful series. And I'm glad to see a lot of the usual pick and bans coming back with Esmeralda countering Harith, something that we haven't seen for many seasons. But I'm happy to have these heroes back and to see the teams perform good on them.
Yeah, it's definitely a treat to see the crawl back of Esmeralda, and it's been very effective today. I don't think we're going to see that as often as we push on forward into the top 4, but it's definitely a sight to see.
Yeah, they're very exciting. We've talked about the drafts and how much that they can affect us on a lot of these teams. And even a top bracket, a little bit of unexpected people coming forward and rising through some of the smoke, and we're going to see maybe tomorrow might hold more of that. But tonight, it was like I said, this was a very heartbreaking first round. One of the most, a lot of big names in there, one chance, and unfortunately, some of them aren't able to proceed. Very happy to see the ones that did, and very excited to see what the future holds.
Yeah, absolutely. And from that matchup, guys, who do you think is the MVP from that? I want to hear from you guys, but let's take a look at what our team picked for the MVP. Seems like it's going to be Melon. What do you guys think?
Oh man, we got to put some respect on that Franco. There's nothing like a good. All right, I'm not gonna finish that, but the iron hooks were on point over there from T. I think he definitely shined and created a lot of that opportunity. But Melon did a great job. I mean, he was flawless, right? 9-0 and 6. He was definitely at the kill participations up there as well. Not to mention, I mean, he's definitely been hitting the gym.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, because Melon just had such great games there, enabled by his team there. Like I said, we would have gone probably looked a little bit at the Franco if it weren't for him only having one game. But Melon there, both games, and very consistent in both of his games there. Just took a little bit of time. His Brody popped off a lot earlier than he did in the first game, but I mean, definitely. When it comes to top marksman in North America, Melon's name has always been in consistent mention, so it's no surprise to see him up there as the MVP.
Yeah, one of the most consistent marksmen, a rising star in the NACT, and he really got to shine this season. Now, an interview is ready for the team, and we have Yato joining us. What's up, Yato? Congratulations.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
It was an amazing performance from your team. Now, we did hear from BTK earlier that they are hyping up the mage for Team Eagle. So who do you think is a better mage, Super Cash or Hoon or you?
Between Cash and Hoon, definitely Hoon. But as for the other three, I guess we'll tell tomorrow.
Between Hoon and you, we'll tell tomorrow. I like it. Now we saw T jump in from the second game, and you get to kind of pair up against your old teammate T. Who do you think is a better roam, Ashley or T?
Of course T, because we've been playing with him for so long. Or I've been playing with him for so long.
And are you impressed by his hook?
Yes, of course. That's probably his best hero.
Yeah, his godly hooks. We're excited to see if he pulls that out tomorrow. Now, you are facing up against BTK tomorrow. Is there anything you want to say to your opponents tomorrow?
Good luck to both of us, I guess. I don't. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. But I want to thank Ashley though, because she came through. Because game 1, T wasn't able to make it. So, I think MWI is around the corner, right? I think her team is her team Rainfall is also playing in it. So, go support them, guys.
Yeah, for sure, guys. That is going to be happening next week, so make sure you guys support all the teams next week. Now, last question for Yato before we let you go. What do you think is the weak link for BTK that might give your team an advantage tomorrow?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I guess we'll tell tomorrow. I don't have an answer for that.
Oh, maybe. Maybe it's the better mage. So I guess we will find out tomorrow. Best of luck for you guys tomorrow. You guys are gonna do great, and we're so excited to see you perform.
All right, thank you, Liz.
All right, and that is it, guys, for today's tournament. All 2-0s. A lot of surprises coming in. I'm happy to say that our caster prediction finally made it up 50%. Right now it's at 50% for everybody, and I guess we will have to be more careful tomorrow. Looking at the map, we have 0 versus 2 for Team Overskilled versus Team Villain Era. The villains come on top. And then we saw Millenarea versus Area 77. The veterans came on top again. BTK versus Team Valley, BTK 2-0. And Vendetta versus Team Ego, and we see a 2-0 as well. So a lot of 2-0s today.
Yeah, it was definitely a little unfortunate, man. I like to see things go the distance, but the excitement was definitely there, and they were all worth the watch. So definitely major credit to the teams that didn't make it up to this top 4 placement, but congratulations to making it to top 8. I mean, this is just a great start for a lot of them, right? A lot of the newer faces. As we get closer to that grand finals, it's more the veteran players where the synergy is what really outshines the most. In Private, he really nailed it earlier when he said consistency is where you'll start to see these teams bridge from the top 8 to the top 4 into the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's something that I think a lot of people kind of forget sometimes is how much effort kind of goes into kind of being here at the top of North America. And it's hard to really kind of grasp it until you face some of these teams like Area 77, like Villain Era, even BTK and Vendetta really kind of showing what that consistency gives you when it comes to some of these games. Hats off to all these teams, even the ones that lost. lost. I mean, you've had to make it through 90 other teams to get to this point here in North America. It just kind of, we're at the top 4 right now. This is where the boys turn to men, and North America kind of starts kind of filtering out some of those who aren't quite ready just yet.
They're not men yet.
Yeah. 96 teams down to 8, and today down to 4. Boys turn into men, and we'll see men turn into legends. So that's going to be what's up for the upcoming matches. Tomorrow we will see 4 go down to 2. So the series are going to be hyped. Best out of 5s for the teams. Best of luck to all the teams going in tomorrow. The tournament is moving at a very fast pace, and hope you guys are keeping up with the pace. Now, for our casters, any last words before we wrap up today?
Yeah, definitely much love. It's my final cast, even though it's my first one. It was definitely a little short and bittersweet, but it's a new format. It's definitely a shorter format, one weekend. I just want to say, proud to see we're in North America with all the teams competing. Their heart's definitely here, and I just want to continue to see that grow. So definitely a major shout out to that, and also a pleasure to be a part of yet another desk for a spring season.
Yeah, if this season has proven anything, it's that even there's so many new faces, so many people trying to get to that top ladder, that it can be anybody's game here. Things are happening very fast here at NACT. A very busy weekend here for North America. If you blink, you might miss it. We still got some more games here tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, very exciting matches tomorrow. We will see 2 teams once again at the boot camp. It's always good to see the team's synergy with each other, and some great interviews today. So happy to be back with the amazing casters and for the amazing games. So make sure you guys tune in at the same time tomorrow, and we'll see you then.